Chapter 682. Li Wangyu was originally not interested in how much land he owned. After all, compared with the industries he started, the output of the land was pitifully small. Moreover, it was troublesome to hire a large number of tenants to farm. The officials and nobles of the Tang dynasty, and even the bureaucrats and gentry of later generations, all aimed to own more land. But in fact, these people just did not have other ways to make money. Ever since the Li clan had become one of the nobility of the Great Tang and had accumulated so much gold and copper coins in their treasury that it was almost impossible to store them, the old steward Li Heng had been incessantly urging Li Wangyu to buy farmland. In the old man's opinion, it would be best if Li Wangyu could buy all the land in Hu County and Guangzhong Road. Neither Li Wangyu nor Su Chongqing had any interest in this. The output of 1,000 mu of land in a year was probably less than the output of a winery in a day. They would not buy land if they had nothing better to do. However, things were different now. The reason why Li Wangyu asked Pai Lupi for land was because he had other plans in mind. Li Wangyu's words surprised Pai Lupi. "Ziyo, have you thought it through? Do you really only want some land as a reward?" "This, uncle. You can just reward me with some of the land in this county," Li Wangyu said with a smile. Pai Lupi looked at Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui inquisitively. He wanted to see what they would say. Du Ruhui thought for a while and said, "Your Majesty, since Ziyo said so, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, Ziyo is still young. It is not a good thing to give him the title of Duke at the age of 17. Why don't we do as Ziyo said and give him 10,000 mu of land in Hu County as compensation?" "Your Majesty, Kuming's words are reasonable. I am close friends with Duke Li of Ziyo's family. Given Duke Li's cautious personality, he might not want his son to be conferred the title of Duke at such a young age. Why don't your Majesty do as Ziyu requested and grant him 10,000 mu of land?" Hearing Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui's persuasion, Pai Lupi could only shake his head regretfully. "All right, since Grandpa Fang and Grandpa Du have said so, then so be it. Ziyu, I will bestow upon you 10,000 mu of fertile land as a reward." Li Wangyu laughed again and said, "Uncle, we don't need fertile land, Why don't Uncle bestow this nephew with the land on both sides of the Gan River beside Dingzhou village?" When Pai Lupi heard this, he was even more surprised. "Ziyo, what are you planning?" "Hee, Uncle, it's actually nothing much. It's just that I see the beautiful environment around Dingzhou village, so I plan to build some houses here and sell them to the officials in Chang, and to make some money." Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling looked at each other speechlessly. What was this kid up to now? Or was he out of his mind? Dingzhou village was located at the foot of Qinling Mountain and had the Gan River flowing through it. The environment was indeed good. However, it was 100 miles away from Chang. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. But as he said, how could it be possible to build houses and sell them to the officials and nobles? What's more, even if someone bought it as a vacation house, what profit could it bring? After all, there was no real estate industry in the Tang dynasty. Whether it was Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, or Du Ruhui, they didn't think that there would be any profit from selling houses. Li Wangyu didn't explain. It was better to make a fortune in silence. Who would be stupid enough to shout about it? Seeing Li Wangyu so determined, Pai Lupi could only nod and agree. After returning to the palace, he would issue an imperial edict to bestow the 10,000 mu of land on both sides of the Gan River to Li Wangyu. After these idle chatter, the beautiful boss smiled and invited Pai Lupi and the other officials to eat. Pai Lupi smiled and said, "Gentlemen, let's go. Today we are eating a big meal. Let's have a good taste and see how delicious the potatoes will be." Li Wangyu said, "It will definitely satisfy Uncle and you." Pai Lupi just smiled and didn't say anything. The potatoes did taste good, but in his opinion, it was just not bad. As food, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't necessarily delicious. Potatoes naturally had to be vigorously promoted. Even without mentioning the taste, the yield of 20 dan per mu was enough to move Pai Lupi. However, Pai Lupi felt that Li Wangyu's words that potatoes could be used to make dishes and even described as delicious were exaggerated. Not only Pai Lupi thought so, but Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui also thought so, but they didn't mention it. But Cheng Yaojin, this old fellow, didn't care about face and directly shouted, "Boy, the taste of potatoes is not bad. It can be used to make food. But if you say that potatoes can be used to make dishes, it is a joke. You have already tasted the potatoes. Let your cook cook some dishes like Wang You's elbow. The hot pot we ate last time was also good. Keep the potatoes and don't waste them." "Hey, Uncle Cheng, you are too late. Those potatoes have already been used to make dishes. Uncle Cheng can taste it first. If it is not to your taste, this nephew will ask the cook to change it for Uncle Cheng." Li Wangyu was also used to this old hooligan's face and didn't care at all. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Cheng Yaojin nodded with satisfaction. "That's it, Your Majesty. Then let's go and see what this boy will do." Pai Lupi nodded and went to the Lai Hot Castle's dining hall with the help of the old housekeeper Li Heng. As for the maidservants of the Li residence, they began to deliver wine and delicacies like flowers. Li Wangyu explained to everyone, "Uncle, this is hot and sour shredded potato, which is made by cutting potatoes into shreds and frying them. This is mashed potato, which is made by boiling potatoes and pounding them into mud. This is fried small potatoes, and this is potato roast chicken, which is very delicious." When these dishes were served, Cheng Yaojin was dissatisfied again. "Son of a bitch, you are really stingy. Why don't I see meat when you treat us to a meal?" Li Wangyu wanted to point at this old man's nose and scold him. "Are you blind? Isn't this potato roast chicken meat?" However, he couldn't scold him. It wasn't that he didn't dare, but that chicken meat really wasn't considered meat in the Tang dynasty. In the eyes of the Tang people, only the meat of animals was considered meat, and birds were not meat. Therefore, chicken meat was generally very cheap in the Tang dynasty. Ordinary people also used chicken meat to entertain guests. In history, Pai Lupi ordered that the imperial censors were forbidden to eat meat, which meant that the imperial censors were not allowed to eat meat when they were on a business trip. However, Ma Zhou liked to eat chicken, so he was impeached when he ate chicken during a business trip. In the end, Pai Lupi replied, "I forbade the imperial censors from eating meat. I was afraid that the prefectures and counties would pay a lot of money. What I meant was that I forbade the imperial censors from eating meat when they were on a business trip because I was afraid that they would be extravagant and wasteful. How could eating chicken be considered as eating meat?" Therefore, it was common knowledge in the Tang dynasty that chicken meat wasn't meat, which was why Cheng Yaojin said this. Li Wangyu cursed the old hooligan's shamelessness in his heart. He ate and drank for free, yet he was still so picky. On the other hand, he had to smile apologetically and say, "There is meat, there is meat. Uncle Cheng, please wait a moment. There are more dishes later, and they will be served soon." As he said this, the maids in the residence brought in a large plate of delicacies. Li Wangyu looked at it and said with a smile, "Uncle, everyone, the meat is here. This is potato roast beef, it is delicious. Uncle, quickly try it and see if it is delicious." When he said this, everyone's expression turned ugly. Chapter 683. When Pai Lupi heard that it was stewed beef with potatoes, he couldn't help but stare at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui also had a strange look on their faces. Cheng Yaojin, the old guy, fanned the flames. "Wow, boy, you are really bold. You actually dare to eat beef with us in front of His Majesty. You are really bold." The reason why everyone had such an expression was because eating beef in the Tang dynasty was illegal. In fact, not only in the Tang dynasty, eating beef was also illegal in other dynasties. Don't look at the Wuxia novels or the TV series of later generations. When those heroes entered a restaurant, they would say, "Waiter, 5 pounds of beef and 10 jars of good wine." It was very bold and unrestrained. However, no matter which dynasty it was, if someone dared to shout so loudly, the first thing the shopkeeper would do was send someone to report to the yamen. Then, they would capture this brazen person who wanted to eat beef and beat him with a paddle and serve him as a laborer. In an agricultural society, cattle represented productivity. Every dynasty also listed cattle as a specially protected animal and absolutely could not be killed. In the Tang dynasty law, there was a clear regulation: whoever kills a horse or cow will be a prisoner for a year. It meant that if the owner killed his own horse or cow, he would be forced to do hard labor for a year. Even if the cow was raised by Li Wangyu, he would still be caught and forced to do hard labor. Of course, he was a noble, so he would not be forced to do hard labor, but at least he would be punished. In the Tang dynasty, even the old, weak, sick and disabled cows could not be killed. Only the cows that died of natural causes could be slaughtered and eaten. Therefore, wasn't Li Wangyu knowingly breaking the law by serving a dish of stewed beef and potato to everyone in such a grand manner? How could it make Pai Lupi happy? When Li Wangyu saw everyone's expression, he hurriedly explained with an embarrassed smile, "Uncle, everyone, I didn't kill this bull. It was one of the bulls in my residence that accidentally fell off the cliff and died. Yang Mingfu can testify for me. I have a certificate issued by the county government." As he spoke, he took out an official document from his bosom. On it was a certificate issued by the Wuxia County Yamen, proving that the Lai Hat's cow had fallen to its death and was butchered by itself. Seeing the document issued by the county government, Pai Lupi and Fang Xianxia nodded. They didn't care whether there was something fishy about the document or not. They each picked up a piece of beef with their chopsticks and threw it into their mouths. After all, even Pai Lupi and Fang Xianxia rarely got to eat beef. How could they not like it? And this beef, of course, didn't die from falling off a cliff. It was a fake certificate that Li Wangyu asked Yang Quan to get in through the back door. What he had instructed the old butler, Li Heng, to do was to kill the cow. He had even asked Niu Wu to make a trip to the county to find Yang Quan to prove it. Since there were potatoes, how could there not be potato stewed beef? Wouldn't that be a great waste? What's more, in fact, Li Wangyu had been craving beef for a long time, but he couldn't find an excuse. Today, after killing the cow, he could eat to his heart's content. Beef hot pot, beef offal stew, boiled beef, fried steak, sirloin beef, beef jerky. Thinking of it, Li Wangyu felt that he couldn't stop drooling. "Zio, this shredded potato is very good. It's sour and spicy, very appetizing. Zio, this mashed potato is very soft and smooth. It's very delicious. Your Majesty, I thought this potato stewed beef was the most delicious." Zio was right. I didn't expect that potatoes could be made into such a delicacy. Pai Lupi and others were full of praise for the potato feast. Now, they finally understood the value of potatoes. After almost all the food on the table, Li Wangyu ordered the maidservants to remove the banquet and replace it with tea. Then, they began to talk about how to grow potatoes. Fang Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. "Your Majesty, we are really guilty today. These potatoes have been wasted. We should have kept them as seeds. Such a precious crop was only used to satisfy our appetite. It really makes me sad." Du Ruhui also had the same attitude. "Alas, if I had known that potatoes had so many benefits, I really shouldn't have eaten them today." Pai Lupi nodded and glared at Li Wangyu. "Zio, you bastard, why didn't you say it earlier? Wasting so many potatoes, won't you delay the important matter?" Li Wangyu almost vomited blood because of Pai Lupi's words. "You, who couldn't stop eating just now." Most of Noda's potato stewed beef went into the stomachs of Pai Lupi and Qing Yaojing. At this time, he had the nerve to scold him. Did he have any shame? Li Wangyu could only secretly criticize him. At this moment, he could only reply submissively, "Yes, I was rash. Originally, I just wanted to let Uncle and the officials taste the potatoes, but I didn't expect to eat such a precious seed. I won't do it again." Pai Lupi was so thick-skinned that he nodded. "It's good that you know. Don't be so rash in the future." Li Wangyu couldn't help but raise his middle finger under his robe and continued, "The potatoes can be sowed in spring in April and autumn in November. After 2 seasons, Uncle can eat as many potatoes as you want. The Tang dynasty will no longer have to worry about food shortage in the future." "Really? Zio, how do we breed potatoes?" Fang Xianxia asked curiously. No one had any experience in growing potatoes. "It's very simple. Put the potatoes until they germinate, and then cut them. Make sure that there are 2 or 3 sprouts on each potato. Then, plant them in the soil. That is to say, one potato can grow at least 3 or 4 potato plants. It's very convenient," Li Wangyu explained. He was also glad that he grew up in the countryside. Otherwise, in the Tang dynasty where there was no Baidu, If he was a white-collar elite like his beautiful boss who couldn't distinguish grains, even if he saw potatoes, he would be at a loss. Li Wangyu estimated that now more than 20 potatoes had been planted in the Sidong temple, and there were still 7 or 8 left in his mansion. By April, more than 100 potato seedlings could be sowed. By the time the harvest came, there would be 200 or 300 pounds of potatoes. By next year, the 200 or 300 pounds of potatoes would become 4,000 or 5,000 pounds. At that time, the planting of potatoes could begin to be promoted in a county, and in another year, it could be promoted to a whole province. In a few years, potatoes could be planted in the whole Tang dynasty. With such a high yield, there would be no famine in the Tang dynasty soon. Even if there was a disaster, the government would have enough food to relieve the disaster and save the people. These things would naturally be taken care of by Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the other big shots in the imperial court. After discussing how to promote the planting of potatoes, Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He directly treated Li Wangyu's mansion as his temporary residence, and directly invited the officials to take a bath with him. Anyway, it was already late, and the emperor and the officials had to stay in Li Wangyu's mansion for the night. How could Li Wangyu refuse? He could only reluctantly accompany the group of rough men to the hot spring. In the Lai hot, Pai Lupi and the other big shots liked the bath made by Li Wangyu the most. Soaking in the hot spring, Pai Lupi felt very comfortable and casually called the Lai hot maid to give him a bath. Li Wangyu still had something to discuss with Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and Cheng Yaojin, so he simply drove the maid away and picked up a towel to help Pai Lupi wipe his back. "Uncle, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." Pai Lupi was comfortably soaking in the hot spring, and he was too lazy to open his eyes. He asked lazily, "Ziyo, what do you want to say? Just say it." "Yes, uncle. Do you still remember that a few days ago, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, wronged me?" When Pai Lupi heard him mention this, he couldn't help but open his eyes, and his dissatisfaction was obvious. Chapter 684. When Pai Lupi mentioned the aristocratic families, he became angry. "Humph, do those aristocratic families really think that I don't know what they did? But me too, that trash, the 100 Horsemen Department has been investigating for a long time, but they still haven't found anything. Ziyo, you don't need to worry about this matter. Sooner or later, I will settle accounts with them and give you an explanation." As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, his status was very noble, but he couldn't do anything to those aristocratic families. How could the ambitious Pai Lupi not be annoyed? Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Uncle, I have an idea to deal with those aristocratic families, but I don't know if Uncle is interested." His words naturally attracted the attention of everyone, including Cheng Yaojin. Fang Xianling couldn't help but frown and said, "Ziyo, what do you want to do? These aristocratic families are not so easy to deal with. If something goes wrong, the foundation of the country will be shaken. You know, their foundation is in the local area. If your majesty pushes them too hard, I'm afraid it will lead to a backlash from the aristocratic families. If something happens at that time, it won't be easy to deal with it." Fang Xuanling's words were naturally out of good intentions. He was also worried that Li Wangyu would come up with a random idea. Li Wangyu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Master Fang, I don't intend to fight with those aristocratic families to the death. I just want to vent my anger." Pai Lupi asked curiously, "Boy, what kind of evil idea do you have? Tell me first." Hey, it's like this, I plan to." Even though there was no one else in the bathroom of the Lai hot, Li Wangyu still lowered his voice and told his plan. Pai Lupi and the other big shots had strange expressions on their faces. Cheng Yaojin bared his teeth and said, "Ziyo, I found that you are really bad. In the future, I will let my 3 stupid sons stay away from you, so that they won't be cheated by you and lose money for you." Li Wangyu was speechless. What the hell is this old hooligan talking about? Unexpectedly, Du Ruhui also agreed, "You know that your words are reasonable. This old man also has to make my 2 sons stay away from Ion Worry." Pai Lupi laughed even louder. "Everyone, do you now know how cunning this brat is?" Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered with the few big shots teasing. He could only ask, "Uncle, everyone, what do you think?" Pai Lupi glanced at him. Since you've already started, why are you still asking me? Hee hee, uncle, if it weren't for you and the other officials, I'm afraid those aristocratic families wouldn't have been fooled. Li Wangyu laughed. Pai Lupi nodded and waved his hand in front of Li Wangyu. I can participate, but I want this much. Li Wangyu was speechless. This mother Ker was too greedy. He actually asked for 50% of the profits? He didn't hold back and directly bargained, Uncle, 20% at most. You can't let me and the other officials work for free, right? There are 5 of them, so 20% from each family should be fine, right? Pai Lupi looked at Fang Xianling and the others. What do you think? Fang Xianling said, haha, I can participate in this fun. Anyway, even if Ziyou's plan doesn't work, there's no loss, right? You're right, Mr. Fang. I'll join in the fun. Du Ruhui also twirled his beard and smiled. Cheng Yaojin also laughed. What AB asterisk he? I'm looking forward to the success of Ziyou's plan. It'll be very interesting. Seeing that no one objected, Pai Lupi naturally smiled and nodded. He raised his wine glass and gestured to everyone. In that case, we'll follow Ziyou's plan. Haha, I'm actually looking forward to it too. Come, everyone cheers. Cheers. The big bathroom of Lai Hot was filled with the laughter of several old men. Under the rule of Chang'an County, something happened in Duke County, which was 60 miles south of Chang'an City. Xinghua Temple, which was located 30 miles away from Duke County, had a new abbot recently. The abbot's Buddhist name was Dao, and he had a lay disciple with him. Originally, there was nothing strange about this matter, because Xinghua Temple was originally a small temple with only an old presiding monk. After the old abbot passed away, there was no monk in Xinghua Temple. If the villagers of Xiaohou village didn't take care of Xinghua Temple from time to time, the temple would have been abandoned. Xinghua Temple was also a small temple with only 3 halls. Even the most important Mahavira hall in the temple looked dilapidated. Even the clay statue of the Buddha had not only fallen off, but the clay statue itself had also been damaged a long time ago. However, Xinghua Temple didn't have a lot of incense, and the surrounding villagers didn't have much money, so it became more and more decayed, and no monk was willing to take over this temple. However, the Zhengdao monk went to the county government of Duke County a few days ago with the certificate and documents issued by the Zhongxing Temple to handle the handover procedures of the temple. Not everyone could be the abbot of a temple in the Tang dynasty. The abbot had to be approved by the Zhongxing Temple and be issued with a certificate and documents before he could take over the temple. The Zhongxing Temple not only managed the royal family, but also the monks and Daoists in the world. Every temple had its own property. The government didn't collect taxes or exploit the property of the temple. All in all, this was not a small amount of wealth. However, Xinghua Temple was different, because it was too poor and didn't have a lot of incense. There were no fields, no tenants, and no money. The only thing that belonged to the temple was a broken stone mountain behind the temple that even birds didn't want to shit there. Because Xinghua Temple was too poor, no monk was willing to be the abbot of this temple. When the county magistrate of Duku County learned that a monk had taken over Xinghua Temple, he didn't bother to ask more. He just asked the scribe in the county government to handle the formalities for the monk, and then the dilapidated Xinghua Temple belonged to the monk whose Buddhist name was Zhengdao. Half a month after the Zhengdao took over Xinghua Temple, they suddenly began to recruit craftsmen in Chang'an City to renovate the temple and said that they would remake the golden body of Buddha. As a result, the originally inconspicuous Xinghua Temple became lively. Craftsmen went in and out every day, and carriages carried various building materials. This matter naturally began to be discussed in Xiaohou village, and then it soon spread to the county. Everyone in Duke County was talking about why the dilapidated Xinghua Temple suddenly had money and could spend a lot of copper coins to renovate the temple. Some pilgrims who went to offer incense asked the abbot of Zhengdao curiously, but the abbot just smiled and said nothing, which made people talk about it even more. As a result, all kinds of rumors spread. Some people said that there were originally treasures in Xinghua Temple, which were hidden by Li Mi's army when the world was in chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, but now they were discovered by the new abbot. There were even rumors that there was a hiding cave of Li Mi's army in the Stone Mountain, and the treasures were hidden there. Some people also said that the Zhengdao had received financial support from the nobles in Chang and city, so they had the copper coins to renovate the temple. There were even people who said that treasures were found in the stone mountain near the temple, and that the abbot was selling those treasures to earn money. Of course, no one believed the last one. After all, although the stone mountain was not small, it was a barren place where even birds didn't shit. Of course, no one believed that there would be any treasures in such a place. But soon the people in Duka County found that they were wrong. It turned out that there were really treasures in the stone mountain. Chapter 685. In the eastern and western markets of Chang, the owners of the largest gold and silverware shops were the aristocratic families of the imperial court. Even the officials and nobles couldn't get involved in them. This was normal. After all, the aristocratic families had existed for thousands of years and had accumulated a lot of wealth, including gold and silver. In addition to selling gold and silver ornaments and utensils, these gold and silverware shops also had an important function, which was to exchange for copper coins. After all, although gold was the legal currency of the Tang dynasty, it was usually used for large transactions. Therefore, when there was a need, one had to go to these gold and silverware shops to exchange gold for copper coins. In addition, they also collected broken gold and silver and smelted it again, casting it into gold and silver ingots or forging gold and silver utensils. Of course, whether it was exchange or purchase, these gold and silverware shops had to charge a certain amount of money to make a profit. On this day, a young man wearing silk clothes came to the Jinyuan gold and silverware shop in the East City. After looking around, he stopped a shop assistant and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask if your shop accepts gold?" "Of course we do. Does the customer want to sell loose gold?" Seeing a customer, the shop assistant was naturally full of smiles and politely replied. The man cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to find your shopkeeper. I have a business deal to discuss with him." "What kind of business does the customer want to discuss? Please tell me about it first." The shop assistant naturally had to find out. If it was just some loose gold and silver, there was no way he would trouble the shopkeeper. Hearing this, the man hesitated and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he took out a small piece of gold from his waist and waved it at the shop assistant. "I want to sell this piece of gold. I wonder if your shop is interested?" When the shop assistant saw the piece of gold, his eyes couldn't help but widen in disbelief. "Could the customer let me take a closer look at this piece of gold?" The man ignored him and put the piece of gold back at his waist. "Hee, I'm afraid you can't make the decision for this business. Ask your shopkeeper to come." "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you to wait in the VIP room for a moment. I'll immediately ask the shopkeeper." The shop assistant's attitude became even more polite. After inviting the man to a seat in the VIP room, he immediately ran to ask for the shopkeeper. Not long after, the VIP room door was pushed open and the shopkeeper of the gold and silverware shop walked in with a smile. He bowed to the man and said, "Esteemed customer, I heard from the shop assistant that you have a piece of gold you want to sell?" "Yes, that's right." "Esteemed customer, please let me take a look at the gold." The man nodded. He took the gold and silver and silver ingots of the gold and silver. Gold of the gold and silverware of the gold and silverware, the gold and silver and gold and silver and gold and silverware and golds were both. The shopkeeper reached out to pick up the gold and carefully examined it for a long time before putting it down. He said in a casual tone, "Hee, esteemed customer, the quality of your gold is not pure. However, since our esteemed guest trusts our golden origin gold and silver tool shop, we naturally cannot disappoint our esteemed guest. Gold will be sold at the rate of 1 tael per 6 strings of copper coins. Our shop will take it." His words made the man laugh coldly. He reached out and grabbed the gold nugget, stuffing it back into his belt. He didn't forget to mock, "Since when is this nugget worth 1 tael of 6 strings? Shopkeeper, how much do you have? I'll take all of it." The shopkeeper couldn't help but blush when he heard this. He thought to himself that this man actually knew his stuff. The shopkeeper could only cough dryly to hide his embarrassment when his little scheme was exposed. "Humph, I originally thought that your gold and silverware shop was trustworthy. Now it seems that you're just so-so." Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any further. Farewell. The man stood up and was about to leave when the shopkeeper hurriedly stopped him. The man couldn't help but angrily glare at the shopkeeper. What? Does your gold and silverware shop need to rob? Hee, esteemed customer, what are you saying? I was only joking with you just now. Is there a need to doubt the reputation of our gold and silverware shop? Esteemed customer, do you know who the owner of this shop is? It's the Zheng family of Xinjiang, one of the 5 surnames and 7 watches. The shopkeeper laughed, but his tone was full of pride. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, the man hesitated for a moment. He seemed to be afraid of the name Zheng family of Xinjiang. After a long time, he murmured, Zheng family of Xinjiang can't be taken by force. I'm a dog's head gold. Gold tail. Shopkeeper, how can you say the price of 1 tael per 6 strings of copper coins? As I said, I was only joking with you. The shopkeeper seemed unconcerned. Esteemed customer, our shop will take this gold tael. The price is negotiable. Negotiable. When the man took out that piece of gold, the shopkeeper and the worker from before naturally saw that it was a rare dog head gold. Gold tael was a naturally formed gold nugget. Because it was rare, its price was very high. Gold tael could only be found by chance. Once it was found, it would be kept as a treasure. Its price naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary gold. In the future, ordinary gold was more than 200 per gram, but the price of natural gold tael was more than 10,000 per gram. The difference was huge. In the Tang dynasty, ordinary gold was worth 1 tael per 6 strings of copper coins. If it was changed to gold tael, the price would be at least 200 strings of copper coins. Even so, it was still priceless. Anyone who had gold tael would keep it at home and treat it as a family heirloom. The gold tael that the man took out to sell was the size of an egg and weighed about 5 taels. According to the market price, it was worth at least 1,000 strings of copper coins. If it met a suitable buyer, it would be normal to sell it for 1,500 strings of copper coins. Previously, the shopkeeper wanted to bully the man because he didn't know the business and tried to buy it at the price of ordinary gold. The price difference was huge. Now that the man knew the price of the gold tael, the shopkeeper naturally didn't want to take advantage of him. He directly said, Esteemed customer, how about we sell this gold tael for 200 strings of copper coins? The man thought for a while and counteroffered, 230 strings of copper coins. The shopkeeper shook his head, Esteemed customer, no one in Chang and will accept this price. You should know that our gold and silver shop also needs to make money. How about 210 strings of copper coins? Our Zheng family of Xinjiang won't let you suffer a loss. The shopkeeper's words always mentioned the Zheng family of Xinjiang. Naturally, he wanted to let the man know the background of his gold and silver shop and put pressure on him. The man hesitated for a long time and finally nodded. The shopkeeper immediately called the shop assistant in to weigh it. The gold tael weighed 5 taels and was sold for 1,113 strings of copper coins. Both sides wrote down the sales documents and found someone to be a witness. They pressed their fingerprints and the transaction was completed. As for the 1,000 strings of copper coins, the man naturally couldn't take it with him. He asked the shopkeeper to help him exchange 1,000 strings of copper coins into gold ingots. He also asked the shop assistant to call a carriage for him from Shunfeng Carriage Shop in the East Market and carried the remaining 100 strings of copper coins. After the carriage left with the copper coins, the shopkeeper suddenly pulled the shop assistant and said, Go, ride a horse and follow the carriage. See where the man is staying. The shop assistant didn't dare to hesitate. He nodded and took out a horse from the shop and followed the carriage from a distance. Chapter 686. In the mansion of the Zheng family in Xinjiang, Zheng Yuanshou was sitting in the central room and drinking tea. Behind him, several maids were carefully massaging his shoulders and legs. On the table in front of him was the gold nuggets sold by the man before. On the other side, the shopkeeper of the Jinyuan Gold and Silverware shop knelt down in fear and trepidation and answered carefully. Lang Jun, after the man sold the gold nugget, I ordered people to follow him to see where he came from. The shop assistant followed him all the way and finally found that the man went to a small temple called Xinghua Temple, 30 miles away from Duku County. The shopkeeper looked up at Zheng Yuanshou and continued. The shop assistant was clever and inquired about it in the surrounding villages. The abbot of Xinghua Temple is called Jing Dao. He took over the temple not long ago with the certificate of Zongjing Temple. The man is a disciple of the Jingdao monk named Lin Yang. I also sent people to Duku County to inquire about the Zhengming house. I learned that Xinghua Temple was originally a small temple. Except for the stone mountain behind the temple, there was no other temple property and no incense offerings. But after the Jingdao monk took over the temple, he recruited craftsmen in Chang and city recently, bought a lot of building materials, and began to renovate the temple. I also heard that there were many rumors about this in Duku County. The shopkeeper's words finally made Zheng Yuanshou a little interested. He slightly raised his eyelids and asked, "What rumors?" It is said that the stone mountain behind Xinghua Temple used to be Li Mi's hiding cave at the end of the Sui dynasty. There were various treasures hidden in it. Now it was discovered by the Jingdao monk. Zheng Yuanshou glanced at him. But what? But I think that the rumors are not true. I estimate that there is a gold mine vein hidden in the stone mountain. The shopkeeper replied. Why do you say so? Zheng Yuanshou became more interested. The shopkeeper pointed to the gold nugget on the table and said, Lang Jun, there are many rumors among the people that this gold nugget is formed by meteorites falling from the sky. In fact, it is not. I know that this gold nugget is produced from gold mines. I have been in the business of gold and silverware for many years, so I know a lot about gold mines. Wherever nugget gold was found, there was bound to be a gold mine. Therefore, nugget gold was also known as mother of gold. I'm guessing that there is an 80% chance that this dog-head gold was dug out by the Righteous Path monk from the stone mountain. Zheng Yuanshou reached out and picked up the gold nugget. After rubbing it for a while, he asked, Isn't it possible that the monk dug it up somewhere else and sold it to repair the temple? The shopkeeper shook his head. Lang Jun, this gold dog's head was only sent to be sold today, but that righteous monk had already started recruiting craftsmen to repair the temple half a month ago. Your humble servant went to Duku County's government office to inquire about it. That day when the monk went to receive the temple, he did not have any valuables with him, and his layman disciple's clothes were very shabby. But today, when I saw Lin Yang, he was wearing brand new silk clothes, which are very expensive. Obviously, he bought them recently. In other words, that righteous monk and his disciples suddenly became rich half a month ago. Zheng Yuanshou nodded. Yes, what you said makes sense. This is interesting. It was rare to find a gold mine in the property of a small temple. In your opinion, what is the output of the gold mine in the stone mountain? Is it a big mine or a small mine? Lang Jun, since there is a gold nugget, the output must be not small. The gold mines in Poyang, Lishui, Bonan, and other places are all famous in the world. But when these gold mines were first excavated, they all found gold nugget. The shopkeeper's words were naturally not nonsense. Any gold mine that could find gold nugget was a famous big mine in the world. Once the gold nugget was confirmed, it was a big deal for gold mining. Zheng Yuanshou nodded his head. In that case, we have to make a good plan. I'm afraid that a small Xinghua temple won't have the fortune to hold a gold mine. Lang Jun is right, but that stone mountain is the property of Xinghua Temple. I'm afraid it's not easy. The shopkeeper carefully replied. The property of the temple was not taxed, nor was it managed by the government. Even if the Zheng family of Xingyang was one of the 5 families and 7 watchful families, it was not easy for them to seize the property of the temple. If the news was leaked, they would be attacked by all the monks in the world. Even the Zheng family of Xingyang would not be able to bear it. Zheng Yuanshou did not comment on this and just smiled lightly. It's just a monk. You don't have to worry about it. I have my own decision. You did a good job. Go back to the public account and get 100 strings of copper coins as a reward. You can leave now. The shopkeeper naturally did not dare to say more. After thanking him 1,000 times, he left. Zheng Yuanshou pondered for a moment and then asked someone to invite his cousin, Zheng Xianxia. The 2 leaders of the Zheng family whispered to each other for a long time in the central room. Then, they summoned a few more troops and gave them some instructions. After that, the troops left to carry out their orders. In the next few days, More information was reported to Zheng Yuanshou and Zheng Xianxia. The troops of the Zheng family had secretly searched the stone mountain behind Xinghua Temple and found a hidden tunnel. It was obvious that the tunnel had been excavated for a long time. There was a tunnel of more than 100 meters in the stone mountain, and there were many scattered ores and mining tools in the tunnel. When they entered the tunnel with torches, they could see the golden reflections on the walls of the tunnel. The troops of the Zheng family did not disturb the monk and his disciple in Xinghua Temple, but secretly took away 2 ores from the tunnel. After being identified by the craftsmen of the Zheng family, they confirmed that the 2 shiny ores brought back from the tunnel were gold ores. Gold ores were usually divided into mountain gold and placer gold. Mountain gold referred to the gold vein in the mountain. Placer gold was divided into water gold that was panned in the water and placer gold that was dug on the ground. Mountain gold was the rarest gold mine in the mountain range. Usually, the gold produced from mountain gold was lumps. Whether it was mining or smelting, it was much easier than placer gold. The craftsman who identified the ores said that the gold content in these 2 ores was very high. He estimated that this was a rich gold mine and the gold reserves in it would be very large. Since ancient times, when gold was extracted from ores in Wuxia, the gold ores were crushed into the size of soybeans and then ground into powder with a stone mill. Then, the ground stone powder was put on a hanging board and washed with water. Because the proportion of gold was large, it would be left on the hanging board. Finally, the collected gold sand was smelted and cast into gold ingots. The craftsmen of the Zheng family extracted nearly 3 to 4 grams of gold from the 2 fist-sized gold ores that weighed about 3 to 4 kilograms. The content was very shocking. It should be known that an ordinary gold mine might not be able to extract 1 tael of gold from 1 ton of ores. In the craftsman's words, only a few rich gold mines controlled by the imperial court could produce gold ores of such quality. It was very rare. After hearing the news, Zheng Yuanshou and Zheng Xianxia's eyes were full of greed. Sure enough, there was a rich gold vein in the back mountain of Xinghua Temple. This news was really amazing. Zheng Yuanshou could not help laughing and said, "Cousin, God really helps me. If the monk's disciple didn't happen to come to our shop to sell this nugget gold, I'm afraid we wouldn't know about it." Pious. That monk is also an idiot. How dare he show such a treasure to others? It seems that God really helps our Zheng family. Last time, we were cheated by that little bastard surnamed Li and lost hundreds of thousands of copper coins. We almost couldn't continue in our hometown in Xingyang. Fortunately, we used our private money to pay for the gambling. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a good new year. Yuanshou, this gold mine must be in our hands. The 2 looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. In their opinion, it was easy to catch a monk. The gold mine belonged to their Zheng family. Chapter 687. In Zheng Yuanshou and Zheng Xianxia's opinion, how could a little monk dare to fight against the Zheng family of Xingyang? If the monk knew what was good for him, the Zheng family of Xingyang would naturally repair the Xinghua Temple and give the monk some money. At least, the monk and his disciple could be rich. But if the monk was not sensible and did not want to give the gold mine to them, it was simple. They would send someone to kill him and burn the temple. When the stone mountain became ownerless, the Zheng family would buy it and excavate it. However, the latter would easily attract others' attention. Zheng Yuanshou and Zheng Xianxia did not want to make more trouble. It was more appropriate to let the monk know the difficulties and give the gold mine to them. In their opinion, with the Zheng family's power and influence, forcing a monk with no background to bow his head was simply a matter of lifting one's hand and capturing him. The next day happened to be a rest day. Zheng Yuanshou and Zheng Xianxia were worried that a long night might cause trouble, so early in the morning, they led the people of the mansion and rode to the Xinghua Temple in Duke County. But when they arrived at the Xinghua Temple, Zheng Yuanshou and Zheng Xianxia could not help but feel shocked. At this time, there were already many people outside the Xinghua Temple, which was under construction. They had surrounded the Xinghua Temple and prohibited unauthorized people from entering. Zheng Yuanshou and Zheng Xianxia both recognized the people who surrounded the Xinghua Temple. They were the troops of Duke Lu's mansion. The troops of Duke Lu's mansion did not seem to expect that they would meet the Zheng family of Xingyang here. Immediately, someone ran into the temple, but the others did not know whether they should stop Zheng Yuanshou and others. They seemed to be at a loss for a moment. Those troops of the Cheng family hesitated for a while, but someone still came forward to salute Zheng Yuanshou and Zheng Xianxia and said, "Greetings, Mr. Zheng. May I know what brings you to the Xinghua temple today?" I'm here to offer incense and worship Buddha. But I don't know what your duke is doing here today." Zheng Yuanshou forced a smile. "Mr. Zheng, my Langjun is also here to worship Buddha today." The words of the troops of Duke Lu's mansion made Zheng Yuanshou sneer in his heart. It was impossible for the old man Qing Jijie to come here to worship Buddha. Moreover, if they wanted to worship Buddha, there were many big temples in Chang'an City. No one would believe that they would come to this shabby temple in the remote countryside to worship Buddha. He and his cousin, Zheng Xianxia, looked at each other, and both of them knew that something was wrong. There was an 80% chance that Qing Jijie had somehow found out about the gold mine. He probably came here today for the same purpose as them. Zheng Yuanshou didn't say much. He and Zheng Xianxia were about to walk into the temple. The troops of Marquis Lu's mansion wanted to stop them, but they couldn't find a reason to do so. However, they still blocked the gate of Xinghua Temple and refused to give way. Zheng Yuanshou angrily said, "What? Do you dare to stop this old man? Did Xinghua Temple become the property of Marquis Lu's mansion? Otherwise, don't blame this old man for denouncing High Duke Lu." At this time, they heard Qing Yaojin's laughter coming from the temple gate. Mr. Zheng, why do you argue with my troops?" Cheng Yaojin separated the troops and strode out of the temple. After greeting Zheng Yuanshou and Zheng Xianxia casually, he asked, "Mr. Zheng, why are you not in Chang'an City today? What are you doing in Xinghua Temple?" I wonder what Mr. Lu is doing here?" Zheng Yuanshou didn't answer but asked. "I'm here to eat vegetarian food and pray Buddha. Can't I?" Qing Yaojin glared at him. Zheng Yuanshou didn't buy it. What a coincidence. My brother and I are also here to eat vegetarian food and pray Buddha. Qing Yaojin looked at Zheng Yuanshou and then at Zheng Xianxia. Suddenly, he raised his head and laughed. It seems that Mr. Zheng also knows the news? I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. To tell you the truth, you are late. The monks of Xinghua Temple have sold the stone mountain to me. Mr. Zheng, please go back. Zheng Yuanshou didn't believe him at all. He looked at Qing Yaojin with a faint smile. "Mr. Lu, do you have the transaction document? Why didn't I hear about it from the Ming House in Duku County?" "Mr. Zheng, Ming House, do you know about this matter that Mr. Lu mentioned?" Behind them, a man in a light green official uniform stood out. He was the county magistrate of Duku County. He smiled and greeted Qing Yaojin before saying, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Lu. Did Xinghua Temple sell the stone mountain to you? Why don't I know about it?" In the Tang Dynasty, people who wanted to buy and sell land and forests needed to go to the county government to get a document. The county magistrate of Dugu County happened to be a member of the Zheng family in Xinjiang. Today, Zheng Yuanshou came to threaten the Orthodox monks, so he naturally asked the county magistrate of Duku County to come with him. Cheng Yaojin was thick-skinned enough. He didn't panic when his lie was exposed. "I have reached an agreement with the monk. I will go to the county government to go through the formalities." Zheng Yuanshou said with a smile, Since you haven't gone through the formalities, it doesn't count. Mr. Lu, since my cousin and I are here, I'm afraid you don't want to eat it alone, do you?" Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin couldn't help glaring at Zheng Yuanshou. When the two sides didn't give in to each other, another person came out of the temple. It was Li Wangyu. Zheng Yuanshou and Zheng Xianxia were even more unhappy when they saw Li Wangyu here. They thought they could monopolize the high-yield gold mine. Why did this thing become known to everyone? What the hell? "Nice to meet you, Mr. Zheng. You are in such a good mood today that you came to Duku County for sightseeing." Li Wangyu was polite and greeted them. When Zheng Yuanshou saw the situation, he decided to lay it all out on the table. "I didn't expect to meet Minister Lu and County Count Hu today. In this case, I won't hide it. You can't monopolize the gold mine. The Zheng family in Xinjiang must have a share." Since the matter had been leaked, Zheng Yuanshou knew that it was impossible to monopolize it. However, the Zheng family would never let go of this high-yield gold mine. At this time, Zheng Yuanshou's bottom line was to take at least 1/3 of it. After all, whether it was Qing Yaojin or Li Wangyu, the Zheng family in Xinjiang couldn't rely on their power to suppress them. Thus, cooperation became the only option. Cheng Yaojin and Li Wangyu looked at each other. Li Wangyu nodded silently, indicating that he agreed with Zheng Yuanshou. The Zheng family in Xinjiang couldn't drive Cheng Yaojin and Li Wangyu away. On the other hand, they couldn't drive them away. Cheng Yaojin raised his head and laughed. He made an inviting gesture to Zheng Yuanshou and Zheng Xianxia. If that's the case, please come in. We'll have a good discussion. That monk. Before Cheng Yaojin could finish his words, the sound of horse hooves came from not far away. Everyone looked toward the source of the sound. This time, everyone's face darkened. Chapter 688. The ones riding the horses were none other than the patriarchs of the other 6 families. Apart from the Zheng clan of Xinjiang, the Chui clan of Bowling, the Chui clan of Qinghe, the Lu clan of Fanyang, the Li clan of Longxi, the Li clan of Zhao County, and the Wang clan of Taiyuan were all present. When Wang Rinyu saw Li Wangyu, Cheng Yaojin, and the others in front of the Xinghua temple, he was stunned at first, and then he laughed and said, "I was going to worship the Buddha in the Xinghua temple today, but I didn't expect to meet Master Chui, Master Lu, and Master Li on the way. What a coincidence!" Zheng Yuanshou's face became more and more ugly. He originally thought that this matter was only known by Cheng Yaojin and Li Wangyu. A big cake was going to be divided into 3 parts. Unexpectedly, Wang Rinyu and the others had also come. How were they going to divide the pie? As for Wang Rinyu's claim that he came to Xinghua temple to worship Buddha, Zheng Yuanshou didn't believe it at all. Although the 5 families and 7 great families were of the same breadth and branch, in the face of the temptation of gold, how could they not have their own little schemes? Chui Exin, the clan master of the Chui clan in Qinghe River, also stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Xinghua temple is so lively today. I didn't expect to meet all of you here." Everyone began to exchange pleasantries. However, Cheng Yaojin snorted coldly and said, "Gentlemen, don't talk nonsense about coming here to pay respects to Buddha. This daddy will say it clearly. Since all of you are here for the gold mine, then let's discuss it together. But I'll say this first. Don't even think about giving me my share." Cheng Yaojin's words were very rude, but Wang Rinyu, Chui Xian, and the others pretended not to hear. They chatted and laughed as they walked into the temple. Zheng Yuanshou and Zheng Xianxia looked at each other and both felt that there was something strange about this matter. It was such a secret matter, and their Zheng family of Xinjiang had only discovered the gold mine by accident. How could it cause such an uproar and almost everyone in the city knew about it? After thinking for a while, Zheng Yuanshou pulled Wang Rinyu and asked in a low voice, "Lord Wang, how did you know that there is a gold mine in Xinghua temple?" Wang Rinyu looked at him meaningfully. "How did eunuch Zheng know?" At this point, Zheng Yuanshou did not hide it from him and told him the truth. It was a disciple of a monk from Xinghua temple who went to the Zheng family's gold and silverware shop to sell nugget, which made the shopkeeper notice something strange. After investigating it, he found the gold mine. When Wang Rinyu heard that, he twirled his beard and said with a smile, "To be honest, Duke Zheng, that monk has also sold gold at my Wang family's gold and silverware shop. Although it wasn't nugget gold, it was a bag of gold powder. My Wang clan shopkeeper is naturally not someone to be trifled with." With a single glance, he recognized that this is gold powder collected from a gold mine. As long as it is smelted, it will become top-grade gold. Of course, I had to order someone to investigate it, so I noticed the existence of Xinghua temple. After meeting Cui Gong and the others, I naturally asked them about the reason, and they gave me the same answer. It's ridiculous that the monk actually used such a method. He didn't expect that most of the gold and silver shops in Chang and city were owned by our aristocratic families. Wang Renyou's words made Zheng Yuanshou somewhat understand. In order to deceive others, the monk and his disciple of Xinghua Temple deliberately changed several gold and silverware shops to sell nugget gold, gold powder, and other things. However, they did not expect that behind these gold and silverware shops, there were aristocratic families. The gold they sold was like prey falling into the sea. The smell of blood attracted the aristocratic families, and these sharks swarmed over, wanting to swallow this piece of fat meat. However, Zheng Yuanshou immediately frowned and said, "No, Duke Lu and the guy surnamed Li don't run a gold and silverware shop. How did they know this? Wang Renyu could not help frowning when he heard that. After thinking for a while, he replied, "You'll know when you ask. Duke Sheng, are you still worried that there is a trap?" "Huh, it's better to be careful." At this time, Zheng Yuanshou already had some doubts in his heart. There seemed to be something wrong with this gold mine. Wang Renyu nodded. He did not expect that everyone knew what he thought he could eat alone, which really made Wang Renyu depressed. However, if the gold mine really existed, the Taiyuan Wangs would take a bite of it anyway. In response to Zheng Yuanshou's and Wang Renyou's doubts, Cheng Yaojin laughed and pointed at Li Wangyu, saying, "I didn't notice it. It was this guy who noticed it." Li Wangyu smiled and cupped his hands to Zheng Yuanshou and others, saying, "Duke, the monk and his disciple of Xinghua Temple have found many carriages to transport copper coins from Shun Feng carriage shop in the past few days. They all moved copper coins from various gold and silverware shops in Chang'an City. It would be strange if I still didn't guess that there was something wrong with it. I asked Uncle Chung to find someone to investigate this matter. Naturally, it's clear." Hearing Li Wangyou's explanation, Zheng Yuanshou and others suddenly understood, and at the same time, they secretly scolded the monk for being an idiot. When selling gold, he knew to go to various gold and silverware shops to sell it. Why didn't he change the carriage shop? Of course, Zheng Yuanshou and others also knew that in Noda's Chang'an City, there was no other four-wheeled carriage shop except for Shun Feng carriage shop. Everyone was calculating in their hearts. They all knew that it was impossible to monopolize the gold mine. Now, they just needed to find a way to distribute the benefits. As for the authenticity of the gold mine, this group of old foxes naturally doubted in their hearts. They were afraid that there was something fishy. Could it be that the monk was so bold that he used a trick to deceive them and wanted to cheat a large sum of money? In the great Buddha's hall of Xinghua Temple, several troops of Duke Lu's mansion had already detained a monk. Beside him was a man, who was obviously Lin Yang, the disciple of the orthodox monk. As soon as he saw Cheng Yaojin return with a large group of people behind him, the monk frowned and saluted with one hand, saying, "Amitba. Poor monk greets Duke Lu, County Earl Hu, and all of you. Duke Lu, poor monk has already said that there is a gold mine in the back mountain of our temple. Poor monk will not hide this from you. But poor monk will not sell the gold mine. Please forgive me, Duke Lu." Cheng Yan suddenly became furious, saying, "Damn you, you bald donkey, how dare you? I am willing to buy your gold mine with real money. Why don't you sell it? Do you think my knife is not fast enough?" The monk silently chanted the name of Buddha again, and his expression became calm, saying, "Amitba. Buddhism has a saying, if I don't enter hell, who will? If killing this penniless monk can relieve the anger in Lu Guogong's heart, then this penniless monk is willing to give up this stinky body. However, this penniless monk definitely cannot sell this gold mine to Lu Guogong." Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin became even more furious. With a clang, he pulled out his knife from his waist and glared at the monk, saying, "You bald donkey, how dare you? So what if I kill you today? After killing you, this temple will be ownerless. Are you afraid that I can't get the gold mine?" "Amitba, Duke Lu is wrong." The monk lowered his head, saying, "Poor monk has written a letter about the discovery of the gold mine in Xinghua Temple and informed the abbots of Great Mercy Temple, Shiming Temple, Xingshan Temple, Xiangji Temple, and Jianfu Temple in Chang. Poor monk has made it clear to these abbots that if poor monk dies, the property of Xinghua Temple will belong to these big temples. If Duke Lu is sure that you can take the gold mine from these big temples in Chang, and then just kill poor monk." When the righteous path monk said this, everyone in the Hall of Great Strength was dumbfounded. Chapter 689. The patriarchs of the aristocratic families and Cheng Yaojin looked at each other in dismay. They had been busy for a long time, but it turned out to be useless. If things were as the monk said, even the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs would not be able to get any benefits from it. After all, compared to the Buddhism sect that had believers all over the Tang Empire, the noble Duke of Lu or the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs would not be able to snatch food from the mouth of the Buddhism sect. At this moment, Zheng Yuanshou and others no longer doubted the authenticity of the gold mine, but they felt more and more uncomfortable. Such a big piece of fat meat was in front of them, but they couldn't eat it. It was really strange. Cheng Yaojin was even more furious because of the monk, and he directly put the Shao knife in his hand on the monk's neck. Bald donkey, how dare you bully me? Do you think my knife is not fast enough? The monk directly closed his eyes, silently recited sutras, and did not answer at all. Jing Yuanshou, Wang Lin, Cui Xian, and others looked at each other. They were unwilling, but they could do nothing. They really didn't know what to do when they met a monk who was not afraid of death. It was easy to kill the monk and his disciple, but in this way, the temple property of Xinghua Temple would be jointly owned by several big temples in Chang and City, and they could not get any benefits from it. Li Wangyu, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Uncle Cheng, calm down. Don't frighten the master." Li Wangyu stepped forward to pull Cheng Yaojin away, and then bowed to the monk. "Master, you don't know these Langjuns, right? Let me introduce them to you. Except for High Duke Lu, these Langjuns are the Chui clan of Bowling, the Chui clan of Qinghe, the Lu clan of Fanyang, the Li clan of Longxi, the Li clan of Zhao County, the Wang clan of Taiyuan, and the Zheng clan of Xingyang." Li Wangyu pointed to Jing Yuanshou and others, and continued to persuade, "Master, you are a monk. Why do you have to offend High Duke Lu, High Duke Zheng, and High Duke Chui for these useless things? Did the master think that he could live a good life by guarding this gold mine? Why do you have to offend so many people for the sake of worldly things?" The monk looked up at Li Wangyu and opened his mouth. However, he only chanted a Buddhist mantra and remained silent. Jing Yuanshou and company turned anxious when they saw this. They cursed the monk inwardly. He was like a rock in a latrine, smelly and hard. Li Wangyu's face also showed a bit of impatience. "Master, I respect you as a monk, that's why I'm persuading you in such a pleasant manner. Could it be that the great master was willing to sacrifice his life for money? For the sake of some gold, he was willing to disregard his own life and that of his disciple? Buddhists should abstain from greed, but why was the master so greedy? This is not something a monk would do." Upon hearing Li Wangyu's words, the monk sighed and said, "Amitba, it's not that I'm greedy for the gold. You may not know that poor monk used to be a monk in Xinghua Temple. After that, he wandered around to cultivate and only wanted a bowl of porridge. Money and poor monk were just fleeting clouds. Neither this poor monk nor the old abbot has ever thought of touching a single cent of the gold mine." Cheng Yaojin spat and said, "Bah, don't talk nonsense. If you're not greedy, why did you and your disciple begin to excavate the gold mine as soon as you took over Xinghua Temple? I've checked it clearly. In the past half-month, you've sold at least 2,000 strings of gold in Chang and City. You call this not being greedy?" Jing Yuanshou, Jing Shanghua, Cui Xian, Wang Lin, and other big shots from aristocratic families were even more stimulated when they heard this. The output of the gold mine was far more than they had expected. Only the monk and his disciple had produced more than 2,000 strings of gold in half a month. Even if the gold nuggets sold to the Zheng family was excluded, at least 100 taels of gold had been produced. How terrifying was that? If there were enough craftsmen, wouldn't it be easy for this gold mine to produce thousands of taels of gold a month? The crowd looked at the monk with even more unfriendly eyes. Jing Yuanshou couldn't help threatening him. "Master, are you really not afraid of death? But you don't know that there are many things in this world that are more terrible than death." He also thought so in his heart. If the monk really refused to sell, he could only arrest him and torture him. He didn't believe that the monk would refuse to sign and sell the gold mine under the threat of torture. However, the monk was not moved at all. "Amitba. Poor monk said that if you want this stinky body, you can take it." Poor monk and his disciple excavated the gold mine not for greed, but just to raise gold to repair Xinghua Temple and recast the golden body of Buddha. Hearing what the monk said, Cheng Yaojin couldn't help laughing. "Monk, it's simple. If it's true, you can sell the gold mine to me. I'll pay for it and help you recast the golden body of Buddha. A gold-plated Buddha statue is nothing." When Monk Vindication heard this, he lowered his eyes slightly and said, "Amitba, my noble lady, I made a great vow in front of Gautama Buddha to reforge Gautama Buddha's golden body. However, it's not a gold-plated Buddha statue, but a pure golden body of Gautama Buddha." When he said this, it gave everyone a fright. Damn, a golden body of Buddha made of pure gold? Li Wangyu and the others couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the slightly dilapidated clay statue of Buddha in the great Buddha's hall. They each estimated in their hearts how much gold such a golden body of Buddha would cost. At least 1,000,000 taels of gold and 100,000 kilograms. That was the rough estimate in everyone's hearts. The number shocked everyone. It was an unimaginably huge number. Even with the accumulation of thousands of years of aristocratic families, taking out 100,000 taels of gold would empty their pockets, let alone 1,000,000 taels of gold. In fact, Wuxia had a lot of gold reserves since ancient times. It was recorded in history that Emperor Wu of Han rewarded General Wei Qing with 200,000 kilograms of gold. When Wang Mang married the empress in his later years, he used 30,000 kilograms of gold. During Wang Mang's time, the palace alone had more than 700,000 kilograms of gold. However, Wuxia had the habit of burying people in extravagant burials since ancient times. According to the Book of Jin, the Emperor of Han was buried in a mausoleum for a year after he ascended the throne. The tribute from the world was divided into 3 parts. One part was for the ancestral temple, one part was for the guests, and the last part was for the mountain mausoleum. 1/3 of the country's treasury was buried in the ground with an emperor. Over thousands of years, countless emperors and scholars had brought a lot of gold into the mausoleum. Therefore, when Wuxia reached the Tang and Song dynasties, there was less and less gold. It wasn't that 1,000,000 taels of gold didn't exist, but it was an extremely huge number. Jing Yuanshou couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Monk, your joke is too funny. Using 1,000,000 taels of gold to build a golden body of Buddha, you really dare to dream." The righteous path monk shook his head. "This is not impossible. The old abbot and I have already ascertained many years ago that the gold mine reserves behind the temple are astonishing. Even 10,000,000 taels of gold may not be impossible. This poor monk is willing to use 1,000,000 taels of gold to cast a golden body for Buddha. Therefore, this gold mine will definitely not be sold, even if you nobles kill this poor monk. The major temples in Chang and city will naturally fulfill poor monk's great wish, build a golden body of Buddha and enshrine it in Xinghua Temple." The monk's words immediately stimulated the greed of Jing Yuanshou and the others. How amazing was the reserves of 10,000,000 taels of gold. Chapter 690. Jing Yuanshou and the others did not doubt what the monk said. After all, the gold ores taken out from the mine in Zhongzhou Prefecture were amazing. Ordinary gold ores might not produce 1 tael of gold, even 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms. The ores behind Xinghua Temple were indeed extremely rare and rich in gold. According to the estimation of the craftsmen they found, 1 tael of gold could be produced from 1,000 kilograms of ores, which was very terrifying. The stone mountain of Xinghua Temple was not small, so it was not strange for it to produce hundreds of millions of tons of gold ores. In this way, they would believe it if it really had a reserve of 10,000,000 taels of gold. But at this moment, facing this righteous monk, the masters of the aristocratic families did not know how to deal with him. For a moment, there was a deadlock in the great Buddha's hall. No one was willing to give up just like that. However, if they wanted to continue seizing this gold mine, they didn't know how to do it in such a short period of time. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and asked, "Master, even if we leave today, have you ever thought about how long it will take you and your disciple to mine this gold slowly? How long will it take for you and your disciple to gather enough gold to cast a golden body for Buddha? Even if you two work hard, can you mine 500 kilograms of gold in a year? 100,000 kilograms of gold? I'm afraid you can't get so much gold even if you mine until you die, right?" Well, hearing this, the monk hesitated. It seemed that he did not expect Li Wangyu to say this and did not know how to answer. Cheng Yaojin stared at him and said, "You bald donkey, didn't you just say that you only want to build a golden body for Buddha? Why are you so hesitant now?" "Amitabha." The monk murmured the name of Buddha in a low voice. "Well, if you are willing to pay for the renovation of Xinghua Temple and cast a golden body for my Buddha, I can sell the gold mine to you." The monk's words stunned Jing Yuanshou and the others. 100,000 kilograms of gold in exchange for the gold mine? If the gold mine really had a reserve of 10,000,000 taels of gold, it seemed that it was not impossible to exchange it for 1,000,000 taels of gold. Although none of them could take out so much gold, it didn't seem impossible if they pooled their resources together. However, Zheng Yuanshou, the old fox, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He carefully thought about the process of this matter and felt that there was something fishy about it. There were too many coincidences. How could it be so coincidental that they all discovered the existence of the gold mine? And all of them gathered here today? The more Zheng Yuanshou thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He suddenly thought of a possibility. What kind of gold mine was this? Could it be fake? Did the monk's disciples sell nugget gold and golden sand just to lure them to Xinghua Temple? Then Li Wangyu, the bastard, Qing Yaojin, and the monk put on a show for them with the purpose of cheating 100,000 kilograms of gold from their aristocratic families? The more Zheng Yuanshou thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He felt that he had seen through everything, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Interesting, they actually deceived the aristocratic families. Hee, Grandmaster, don't joke around. Even if we empty out all of our assets, we still wouldn't be able to gather that much gold. Moreover, what gold mine? Can it be worth 100,000 kilograms of gold? Zheng Yuanshou felt that he had seen through the conspiracy, so he couldn't help but sneer. Did this Li brat really think that the aristocratic families were fools to be fooled? 100,000 kilograms of gold, what a big appetite! Wasn't he afraid of choking himself to death? Zheng Yuanshou's words fell into the ears of Cui Xian, Wang Rinyu, and the others. These old foxes thought about it and all felt that there was something fishy about it. Casting a golden body for Buddha? What kind of bullsh*t reason was this? Who in the world had ever heard of casting a Buddha statue with 100,000 kilograms of gold? Mr. Zheng is right. Even if this gold mine is real, it's too outrageous to buy 100,000 kilograms of gold. Who in the world can afford it? Monk, have you lost your mind? A gold mine for 100,000 kilograms of gold? Ted, how can there be such a good thing in the world? Zheng Yuanshou and others said sarcastically, but they unconsciously looked at Li Wangyu and Qing Yaojin with the corners of their eyes. Everyone was smiling, thinking that they had seen through the conspiracy of Li Wangyu, the bastard, and wanted to see what else they could say. But what Zheng Yuanshou did not expect was that Li Wangyu and Qing Yaojin's performance was completely different from what they imagined. Qing Yaojin directly opened his mouth and scolded, "You bald donkey, what kind of daydream are you having? 100,000 kilograms of gold, why don't you go rob someone?" Li Wangyu also laughed out loud, "Master, are you still dreaming? 100,000 kilograms of gold, you really dare to say it? Do you know how much 100,000 kilograms of gold is? Besides, even if everyone is willing, who can take out so much gold? What's more, taking out so much gold to exchange for a gold mine that can produce an unknown amount of gold, do you think we are all idiots?" Li Wangyu and Qing Yaojin's words made Zheng Yuanshou and others stunned. Why was it different from what they thought? This little bastard surnamed Li actually directly said everyone's doubts. Could it be that this matter really has nothing to do with him? Everyone couldn't help but look at the righteous monk again, wanting to see what he would say. The monk hesitated for a long time, seeming to be thinking about the pros and cons, but he didn't speak. The disciple of the righteous monk, the man named Lin Yang, suddenly spoke. "Master, the gold mine can't be sold. This is the temple property left by the old abbot. How can it be sold?" The monk sighed and said, "Alas, how can I not know? But Count Huxian is also right. With just the two of us, master and disciple, when will we be able to gather enough gold to cast Buddha's golden body?" Lin Yang said, "Master, you can borrow gold from Lu Guogong, Count Huxian, and other nobles. The gold mine will be excavated by the nobles. The gold they excavate will belong to them, which is the capital. After the nobles dig out 100,000 kilograms of gold and return the capital, the nobles will take 60% of the remaining gold as the interest of the gold they borrowed, and 40% will go to the temple. Isn't that enough? In this way, the gold mine will be the property of our Xinghua Temple, and the nobles will also benefit. Master, your great wish can also be realized. Isn't that a happy ending?" His words were unexpected to Zheng Yuanshou and others, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make some sense. Li Wangyu, who was on the side, suddenly asked, Borrow gold? Even if the temple borrows the fragrant kitchen, there must be something as collateral, right? Master, what can you use as collateral for this 100,000 kilograms of gold? Haha, I'm afraid that even if you sell this Xinghua temple, it won't be worth 1,000 taels of gold, right? Master, don't talk about the gold mine. Who knows how much gold will be produced from the gold mine in the future? If it's not enough, won't we lose everything? Li Wangyou's words made Jing Yuanshou and others nod their heads. It was true. However, Lin Yang couldn't help laughing and said, "You nobles are confused. Isn't the gold you lent to my master as collateral? The gold will be cast into a golden body of Buddha and placed in the great Buddha's hall. How can a Buddha statue weighing 100,000 kilograms grow legs and run away? If there is no gold in the gold mine, you can move the Buddha statue back and smelt it again. Then you can take the gold back, right?" Lin Yang's words made Jing Yuanshou and others' eyes brighten. It seemed that it was true. Chapter 691. Zheng Yuanshou thought that the monk's disciples' words were very reasonable. If their aristocratic families spent 100,000 kilograms of gold to buy the gold mine, they would be spendthrifts. Who could guarantee how much gold could be produced from the gold mine? But if they lent the gold to the monk and cast the Buddha statues, the gold would still belong to their aristocratic families. It was fine if the gold mine could produce a large amount of gold. On the contrary, they could dismantle the Buddha statues made of pure gold at any time and melt them into gold ingots. At most, they would consume some fire. Wang Renyu twisted his beard and said with a smile, "This is a good idea. But if you want to borrow the gold, we want 80% of the gold produced by the gold mine. Xinghua Temple can only take 20% at most." If it weren't for the fact that the monk was stinky and stubborn and had the support of Buddhism, Wang Renyu wouldn't even want to give him 20%. Before the monk spoke, Li Wangyu said, "Lord Wang, you are wrong. We have to lend the gold and be responsible for recruiting people to open the mine. 20% is too much. In my opinion, 10% is enough." Zheng Yuanshou and others looked at each other and felt that Li Wangyu was really more evil than them. The gold mine belonged to Xinghua Temple, but they only gave others 10% of the profit. Evil, it was really evil. However, Li Wangyou's words were what everyone was thinking. They nodded in agreement and said, "What you said is reasonable. 20% is too much. Mining also costs a lot. It's enough for Xinghua Temple to take 10% of the gold." Lin Yang was also dumbfounded. It was reasonable for him to propose 40% and 60%. However, these nobles were greedy and only wanted to give Xinghua Temple 10% of the profit. They were really shameless. He still wanted to argue, but he heard the monk of the Orthodox sect recite the name of Buddha, Amitabha. "Lin Yang, don't say any more. I don't care whether the gold is gold or not. As long as it can cast a golden body for our Buddha, 10% is fine." The monk looked at the crowd again, bowed and said, "As you said, as long as you lend the gold to poor monk, the gold Buddha statues will be used as collateral after they are cast. If there is not enough gold in the gold mine, the gold Buddha statues will be returned to you." Zheng Yuanshou and others looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Anyway, there was no risk in this deal. They just needed to transport the gold to Xinghua Temple first. Moreover, with so much gold, they would definitely send their family to guard the Xinghua Temple closely to prevent the monks from stealing or swapping the gold. Therefore, it made no difference whether the gold was kept in Xinghua Temple or in the treasury at home. Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Renyu, and the others were naturally willing to do this in exchange for a high-yield gold mine. Zheng Yuanshou smiled and said, "Since everyone has no objections, then let's talk about how everyone will invest in the gold and how the profits will be distributed. Let this old man make a suggestion first. We have a total of 9 families here. Why don't we divide the gold into 9 portions? Each family will take out 110,000 taels of gold. The production of this gold mine will also be divided equally." Li Wangyu shook his head. "I can't take out 110,000 gold taels. I'm afraid that Uncle Ching can't take out that much gold either, right? Even if it is the Zhu Gong, can they really take out so much gold?" Wang Renyu and the others looked at each other and made their own plans. If one were to talk about 110,000 gold taels, it would be really difficult for them to come up with such a sum. They would have to take out all of their trump cards to be able to come up with that amount. Thinking of moving the 1,000-year accumulation of the aristocratic families to Xinghua Temple, Zheng Yuanshou and the others were a little hesitant. When everyone was hesitating, they heard a noise outside the Mahavira Hall again. Zheng Yuanshou couldn't help frowning. The Xinghua Temple had been tightly surrounded by the troops of their families, and even the craftsmen who repaired the temple had been driven out. Why was there a noise at this time? Everyone turned their heads and looked outside. They found that a group of people had entered the temple and was heading for the Mahavira Hall despite the troops' obstruction. When they saw the person clearly, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Then they bowed to the person helplessly and said, "Your Majesty." It was Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, who could enter the Xinghua temple without the troops' obstruction. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were beside him. When the orthodox monks heard that the bearded man who entered the hall was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, they were shocked and hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi. As for his disciple Lin Yang, he was so scared that he directly knelt down. Pai Lupi strode into the Mahavira Hall and laughed loudly. You are in such a good mood today that you all gather in the Xinghua temple. I wonder if you are here to worship Buddha or to have fun." Zheng Yuanshou and the others didn't know how to answer Pai Lupi's words and cursed in their hearts. Did the sage also know about the gold mine in Xinghua temple? Zheng Yuanshou was even more uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly. When he left Chang'an City this morning, he and his cousin Zheng Shangguo were very proud and thought that they could take a bite of the fat meat without anyone noticing. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Now even Pai Lupi had shown up. How many benefits could their aristocratic families get from it? When everyone was thinking about this, Pai Lupi stopped smiling and said in a cold voice, "Fang Xianling, I remember that salt and iron in the world are monopolized by the imperial court. Is that true?" Fang Xianling twisted his beard and said with a smile, "Yes, Your Majesty, that's right." "What about the gold mine?" "Your Majesty, it should be monopolized by the imperial court." Fang Xianling certainly understood what Pai Lupi meant and echoed. The conversation between the emperor and the minister was like a balm in the ears of the aristocratic families. It seemed that the sage came here today to snatch the gold mine. Wang Lin immediately retorted, "Your Majesty, the law of the Tang dynasty does not stipulate that gold mines should be handed over to the imperial court, but the monopoly of salt and iron does not involve copper, gold and other materials." What he said was naturally the truth. Before the Han dynasty, iron smelting was a private business and countless people started their business by smelting iron. For example, it was recorded in the history books that Guizhong of Handan built his business by smelting iron and became rich together with the king. In the Han dynasty, Emperor Wu of Han dynasty suggested that salt, iron, and wine should be monopolized by the state so as to prevent local feudal lords and tyrants from seizing power. Since then, salt and iron had been monopolized by the imperial court for generations. But at least in the Tang dynasty, copper and gold were not restricted. The aristocratic families also had their own copper mines, and the imperial court just collected taxes from them. After being refuted by Wang Lin, Pai Lupi was not annoyed. He just looked at Zheng Yuanshou and others with a faint smile and said casually, "In that case, I won't force you. But since I know about the gold mine, sell it to me." "Is this a righteous master? How much is the gold mine of Xinghua Temple?" "I'll buy it." The righteous master hesitated and bowed again. "Your Majesty, this gold mine is produced by Xinghua Temple. Poor monk won't sell it. Just now, poor monk has reached an agreement with the nobles. Poor monk will borrow 50,000 kilograms of gold from the nobles to cast a golden body for Buddha. He will repay the principal and interest with the gold produced by the gold mine." Hearing this, Pai Lupi frowned and looked at the crowd. Finally, his eyes fell on Li Wangyu. "Zio, tell me, what's going on?" Li Wangyu smiled awkwardly and rubbed his nose. Ignoring the extremely ugly expressions of Zheng Yuanshou and the others, he recounted what had happened in detail and the result of their discussion with the monk just now. After hearing this, Pai Lupi couldn't help laughing and said, "Well, in that case, I'll lend the gold to you. I think I can still take out 50,000 kilograms of gold. You don't have to borrow money from the nobles." Zheng Yuanshou and others were even more annoyed. Pai Lupi was so ruthless that he wanted to swallow the income of the gold mine. How could they, the aristocratic families, be willing? Chapter 692. Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Lin, and the others only had one thought at this time, which was to stop Pai Lupi from snatching the profits from them. Even if Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, so what? The 5 surnames and 7 hopes were not to be trifled with. Your Majesty, the master has already reached an agreement with us. How can you go back on your word? Your Majesty is rich. How can you compete with the people? Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Lin, Cui Xian, and the others spoke one after another. What they meant was that they didn't want Pai Lupi to get involved. Pai Lupi frowned slightly and snorted discontentedly. You didn't sign the agreement with the master. Why can't I participate? What's the reason? Zheng Yuanshou and the others were speechless, but Li Wangyu persuaded him, Uncle, it's true that the masters and the masters have made an agreement first. Why don't we all take a step back? Uncle, you also have a share in it? How about lending some gold to the master? Zheng Yuanshou and the others looked at each other. Although they were unwilling, they could only nod helplessly. Everyone knew that if Pai Lupi contributed another share, they would be able to get less gold from the gold mine in the future. Li Er nodded slightly and then said, Since that is the case, we will not force you. We will only take a share of this matter. However, Master Feng and Master Du will naturally each take a share of this matter. Well, let's count it as 12 shares. Each of you will take out 80,000 taels of gold. What do you think, my dear ministers? Although Zheng Yuanshou and the others were unwilling to accept Pai Lupi's golden words, they could only nod helplessly and agree. They could take out 80,000 taels of gold and didn't need to raise money everywhere. However, the profit of the gold mine in the future would be much less, which made Zheng Yuanshou and the others feel the most uncomfortable. However, it was useless to say more since it had come to this. Zheng Yuanshou and the others were afraid of causing more trouble. If the officials and nobles knew about it later, they would really be caught unprepared. Therefore, in the great Buddha's hall of Xinghua Temple, Pai Lupi and the others wrote down the document of lending the gold with the county magistrate of Duku County as the witness. They stamped the document and officially confirmed the matter. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, was led by the monk to the tunnel behind the temple to witness it with their own eyes. Just like what Zhong Chu had reported, the nearly 100-meter-long tunnel, under the illumination of the torches, the 4 walls were filled with all kinds of dazzling golden light. Obviously, these were all gold ores. After seeing the mine with their own eyes, they no longer had any doubts. Master, we will send the gold to Xinghua Temple in 3 days. However, this old man has to say this first. This gold must always be under the supervision of our prefecture's central Song sect. Even if we cast the Golden Buddha in the future, the use of gold must be supervised by our prefecture's central Song sect. Master, you don't have any objections, right? Zheng Yuanshou instructed the good faction monk. The monk bowed and replied, Amitba. Poor monk naturally has no objections. This is the safest way. Poor monk is also worried that so much gold piled up in the temple will attract the attention of thieves. It can't be better if you send people to guard it. Very good. Then we won't disturb your cultivation. 3 days later, the gold will be sent here. Zheng Yuanshou and the others looked at each other, bowed to Pai Lupi and then left. Today's trip to Xinghua Temple was really beyond the expectations of these aristocratic families, and they felt a little speechless. They originally thought that they could easily take away a gold mine, but they didn't expect that they would have to lend the gold in exchange for the profit of the gold mine. However, the reason why Zheng Yuanshou and the others agreed to this was that, on the one hand, they were reluctant to give up the huge profit that the gold mine might bring. On the other hand, they also felt that the so-called lending of gold was just changing a place to store the gold, and there was no risk. If the monk of Xinghua Temple could steal the gold from many troops of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs and the imperial guards sent by His Majesty, it would be strange. Although the cost was not small, Zheng Yuanshou and the others were still very satisfied with the result that they didn't come here in vain. After all, if the gold mine could produce enough gold every year in the future, it would be enough for the aristocratic families to make a lot of money. After the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs left, Pai Lupi suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, As you expected, these people really fell into the trap. Tut tut, 80,000 taels of gold. If Mr. Zheng and Mr. Wang knew the truth, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood, right? Qingyan also laughed and said, wow, my acting for a long time was not in vain. Even if the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs lost 80,000 taels of gold, I'm afraid that they would lose a layer of skin. In the Hall of Great Strength, everyone was laughing. Even the righteous monk and his disciple Lin Yang were the same. Obviously, the so-called gold mine and the borrowing of gold were just a trap set against the aristocratic families. Of course, the gold mine was not real. It was just a scam that Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss figured out together that day in order to revenge the aristocratic families. The orthodox monk was obviously Monk Wenzai, who Li Wangyu found in the Jinfu temple that day, and Lin Yang was naturally Lin Dainyu. When Monk Wenzai cheated the Li clan of 200 taels of gold in Hu County, he disguised himself as an orthodox monk. Xinghua Temple was indeed the place where Monk Wenzai used to cultivate. It was also Monk Wenzai's suggestion to create all kinds of illusions in Xinghua Temple. Naturally, there was no gold mine in the stone mountain behind Xinghua Temple. That tunnel was just a hiding place dug by the monks of Xinghua Temple in order to avoid the disaster of war when the country was in chaos in the previous dynasty. The reason why the stone walls sparkled under the light of the torches and looked like gold ores when they entered just now was that Li Wangyu and others smeared gold powder on the stone wall. As for the mining tools and the scattered ores in the cave, they were all deliberately placed there to trick the aristocratic families into taking the bait. The gold ores were naturally real gold ores. However, Li Er had ordered people to carefully select them from the gold mines of the imperial court. They were the best ores. As for the nugget gold and gold sand that were sold in the gold and silver shops, they were produced by other gold mines for the same reason. Pai Lupi ordered people to secretly send them to Monk Wenzai and his disciples as bait to attract the aristocratic families. Their purpose was to cheat the so-called loaned gold from the aristocratic families. This was the plan that Li Wangyu, Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui discussed in the bathroom of Lai Hot that day. Pai Lupi did not hesitate to agree to this kind of thing that could make the aristocratic families suffer a big loss and make a lot of gold at the same time. Cheng Yaojin and Fang Xianling followed Pai Lupi's lead. Anyway, even if the plan failed and the aristocratic families saw through the trick, they would not lose anything. Why not? When everyone was laughing, Li Wangyu said with a smile, "Uncle, don't be happy too early. It is unknown whether the aristocratic families will really send the gold 3 days later." Pai Lupi waved his hand and said, "Zio, don't worry. As long as Jija and I send the gold, these aristocratic families will definitely be fooled. Don't I know them well? They are just a group of idiots. How can they let go of such an opportunity? I can't wait to see how those aristocratic families will behave when the gold disappears in the future." When everyone heard this, they burst into laughter again. Chapter 693. The scheme that Li Wangyu set up for the aristocratic families was, in fact, borrowed the concept of the most famous Ponzi scheme of the later generations. Ponzi scheme was the name of investment fraud in the financial field. In short, it was to use the money of new investors to pay interest and short-term returns to the old investors to create the illusion of making money and then cheat more investment. In the end, it was just using people's greed. Of course, because Li Wangyu only wanted to target the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs, the long-term method of cheating money like the Ponzi scheme was not feasible. First of all, this scam was to arrange for Monk Wenzai and Lin Dainyu to continuously go to the gold and silver shops of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs to sell dog head gold and gold sand. If it was a scammer from the Tang dynasty, after the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs were hooked, most of them would use the gold mine as an excuse to cheat money. But how could this trick the old foxes of the aristocratic families? After Monk Wenzai said the huge number of 100,000 jin of gold, Zheng Yuanshou and others, who were originally blinded by greed, immediately became alert. But the wonderful thing was that Li Wangyu borrowed Lin Dainyu's mouth to say those words, turning the business relationship into a loan, turning the gold mine into an investment product. This made the aristocratic families waver. And the gold was under the supervision of the aristocratic families. Naturally, there was no risk to speak of. Compared with the possible benefits, the aristocratic families would naturally be tempted. And Pai Lupi's intervention was the last straw that pressed the aristocratic families. Everyone has a blind heart. No matter how smart the aristocratic families were, how could they think that Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, these dukes and dukes would personally come to support them? Therefore, it was normal for them to be fooled. Pai Lupi and his ministers would follow Li Wangyou's nonsense, naturally, not because they coveted the aristocratic family's gold. Even Li Wangyou's annual income was almost 70,000 to 80,000 taels of gold. Of course, it was not to cheat some gold from the aristocratic families. Whether it was Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, or Du Ruhui, none of them were that bored. The gold was just an addition to the plan of Li Wangyou and Pai Lupi. 3 days later, just as Pai Lupi had expected, when the carriages of Shun Feng Carriage Company began to transport the gold from Taiji Palace, Marquis Lu's mansion, Marquis Zhang's mansion, and Marquis Lai's mansion, the doors of these aristocratic families also opened and began to transport the gold to Xinghua Temple. In the Tang dynasty, 1 tael was equivalent to 37 grams in modern times. 80,000 taels of gold weighed almost 3 tons. Today's 4-wheeled carriages could easily carry a ton each. Therefore, the transportation of 3 tons of gold was only a matter of 3 carriages, which was not very eye-catching. However, regardless of whether it was Pai Lupi transporting the gold from the palace or the noble families of the 5 surnames and 7 watches, they all sent out large numbers of palace guards or palace guards to be responsible for escorting the gold. With the consent of Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin also released a large number of imperial guards of the Jinwu Guards to escort the carriages to Duku County. The gold from Li Wangyou's mansion was transported from Hu County, and it was also escorted by Niu Yong and Niu Wu, who led a large group of troops. With the protection of such a powerful force, the gold was naturally sent to the Xinghua Temple without any trouble along the way. Monk Wenzai had already been waiting in front of a side hall beside the Grand Hall. Seeing the carriages escorting the gold arrive, Wenzai hurriedly bowed to Pai Lupi and the officials who came with the gold carriages. Amitba. Poor monk greets your majesty and all the noble people. Pai Lupi got off the horse and motioned the monk to dispense with the formalities. Master, please dispense with the formalities. Is the warehouse for storing the gold ready? Yes, your majesty, please have a look. It's this side hall. Do you think it's suitable? Wenzai said. Everyone entered the side hall together and checked it out. They felt it was suitable. The original Buddha statue in the side hall had been removed. There was no other way out except for a door and a round window on the high gable wall. The round window was more than 3 meters high from the ground and less than 1 foot in diameter. Normal adults couldn't get through it. Li Wangyou suddenly said, Uncle, this place is suitable. It's easy to guard the gold stored here. I suggest that after the gold is stored in this side hall, the door of the side hall should be completely closed. Without the consent of all of us, it can't be opened. However, the window of the side hall shouldn't be closed. Instead, a wooden platform should be built outside the gable wall. In this way, it'll be convenient for everyone to climb up the wooden platform at any time and check the condition of the gold in the side hall through the window to prevent the gold from being lost. Hearing this, everyone nodded and agreed. They felt that Li Wangyou's idea was quite good. Since the door of the side hall was closed, no one could enter. If the window on the gable wall was left open, it would allow the guards outside to check the situation at any time. It would also prevent them from coming into contact with the gold, so it was naturally very safe. After Pai Lupi and the other big shots all nodded in agreement, they began to arrange for the guards to move the gold into the side hall. More than 30 carriages of gold were transported for 4 to 6 hours before they were all transported into the side hall and placed neatly. After all the gold was transported into the side hall, the door of the side hall closed with a creak and a large bronze lock was hung on it. Li Wangyou smiled and said to everyone, Uncle, everyone, we have so many guards, so we don't need to guard here at the same time, right? There are too many people and it's inconvenient to give orders. How about we split up the guards? With 10 days as the boundary, Uncle's Imperial Guards, Uncle Cheng, Duke Fang, Duke Du and my estate's troops will guard the palace for 10 days first. Then, I'll hand it over to Zheng Gong, Wang Gong, and your estate's troops to guard the palace for 10 days. Pai Lupi and the others naturally nodded in agreement. Zheng Yuanshou and the others discussed with each other and also felt that this was the best way. Anyway, they couldn't share the same pot with Qing Yaojin and the others. If they all gathered together, it would be easy to cause trouble. Zheng Yuanshou nodded in agreement. What Count Hu said is reasonable. However, when the two sides hand over the gold, they need to go in and check the amount of gold, in case the amount doesn't match. It will be hard to explain. Of course. Then check the amount of gold every 10 days. Li Wangyu nodded. After arranging the storage of the gold, Zheng Yuanshou bowed to Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, since the gold has been transported to Xinghua Temple, should we start mining the gold mine? Your Majesty, please give a decree to the supervisor and the Ministry of Works to dispatch craftsmen here. Hearing this, Pai Lupi gently shook his head and said, This is my private property. How can I let the Ministry of Works dispatch craftsmen here? If the goat-nosed Duke knows about it, won't I be spat to death by his saliva? It's not appropriate. Mr. Zheng, Mr. Wang, it's better for you to recruit craftsmen. Hearing this, Zheng Yuanshou couldn't help but be stunned. He knew that Pai Lupi was right. The gold mine in Xinghua Temple was not owned by the imperial court. If the craftsmen of the Ministry of Works were mobilized, Wei Jing, the censor, would probably lose his temper again. If you mobilize craftsmen from my family, the mining of the gold mine will have to wait for a few days. After all, it will take a long time to mobilize craftsmen from Xinjiang or Taiyuan. Zheng Yuanshou was a little helpless. He naturally hoped that the gold mine could be started immediately. Pai Lupi casually waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter. The gold mine can't grow legs and run away. It doesn't matter if it's delayed for a month or so. There was nothing in the stone mountain of Xinghua Temple. Once the gold mine was officially mined, everything would be exposed. If they wanted to continue this scam, they naturally had to find an excuse to delay time. This was also the plan of Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi. Seeing this, the big shots of the 5 surnames and 7 looks had no choice but to nod in agreement. Chapter 694. 10 days passed in a hurry. According to the previous agreement, today was the day when Li Wangyu handed over the gold to the 5 families and 7 families. After the city gate of Chang'an opened, Zheng Yuanshou led the troops of each mansion, together with Li Wangyu, Qing Yaojin, and others, and rode to Xinghua Temple. In order to protect the gold, each mansion of the 5 families and 7 families sent 20 troops. There were millions of taels of gold in Xinghua Temple, so Zheng Yuanshou had to pay attention to it. They checked the seal on the door of the side hall. After confirming that there was no mistake, they took off the seal and opened the door. In the side hall, millions of taels of gold were naturally intact. After the stewards of the aristocratic families carefully checked the amount of gold, the door of the side hall was closed again. The troops of each family who had been guarding here also withdrew from Xinghua Temple and handed over the task of guarding the gold to the aristocratic families. Li Wangyu and the others waited for Zheng Yuanshou and the others to sign the agreement before they left with the troops. Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Rinyu, Cui Xian, and other masters of aristocratic families led the troops to carefully inspect the temple. After confirming that there was no problem, they repeatedly urged everyone to work hard. When they were about to leave, they heard various knocking sounds coming from the great Buddha's hall. They reached out to monk Wenzai and asked him the reason. Master, why is it so noisy in the great Buddha's hall? Monk Wenzai said with a smile, Amitba. They are dismantling the original Buddha statue. At the same time, poor monk has recruited craftsmen from Chang'an City and is ready to start casting the Buddha statue in the hall. Hearing monk Wenzai's explanation, Zheng Yuanshou and others did not think too much. It was not easy to cast such a large pure gold Buddha statue in the Tang dynasty. The usual method was to cast it with the lost wax method. That was to first mold the inner layer of the clay sculpture, wrap the clay sculpture with beeswax, carve it into a casting model, and fill the clay core with other refractory materials to form the outer layer. After that, it was heated and baked with fire. The wax film melted and the whole casting model became an empty shell, and then melted gold or bronze could be poured into it. In the history of Wuxia, the largest bronze Buddha statue was the 1,000-hand guanyin made in the Song dynasty. The 21-meter-tall Buddha statue took 3,000 craftsmen from the military and took 4 years to complete. The Buddha statue that Xinghua Temple planned to cast was not so tall, so it naturally did not require so many craftsmen and so much time. However, he still needed to recruit craftsmen to work in the palace. It would take at least a few months to complete the construction. In this way, the clanking sounds of construction were normal. Of course, these were only the thoughts of Zheng Yuanshou and the others. Since the so-called gold mine was a scam, Monk Wenzai naturally wouldn't be so free as to really recruit craftsmen to forge some golden Buddha statues. This was just for the sake of Li Wangyou's plan, to deceive others. Zheng Yuanshou and the others entered the Hall of Great Strength and looked around. Sure enough, many craftsmen were busy here. The original clay Buddha statue was being dismantled, and there was still a lot of yellow mud piled up in the hall. It seemed that they were preparing to use it to rebuild the clay Buddha statue. After looking around, they took their leave and returned to Chang and City. Every day, the troops of each mansion would return to their mansions to report the situation in Xinghua Temple in detail. Of course, there was nothing wrong with the side hall where the gold was stored. 140 troops from aristocratic families surrounded the side hall. Every half an hour, some troops would climb up the wooden platform and check the condition of the gold in the side hall through the windows on the gable wall. The only problem was that the troops felt that the craftsmen in the Mahavira Hall were too noisy while they were working. Zheng Yuanshou and the others naturally didn't bother to pay attention to such a trivial matter. They just told them to keep an eye on the side hall and ignore other things. After another 10 days, it was time for the aristocratic families to change their guard with Qing Yaojin and the others. Outside the Mingda Gate, Li Wangyu and Qing Yaojin had already been waiting here with a large group of troops. When they saw Zheng Yuanshou and Wang Rinyu, they greeted each other politely. Even though they could be considered enemies, they still had to do this to save face. Li Wangyu despised them in his heart. Now that he was hypocritical, he didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Zheng Yuanshou and the others, so he just drove his horse forward. They were silent all the way. When they arrived at Xiahou village outside Dug County, Niu Wu suddenly pulled the rein and looked in the direction of Xinghua Temple in astonishment. Lang Jun, look, is Xinghua Temple on fire? Not only Li Wangyu heard Niu Wu's loud voice, but also Qing Yaojin, Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Rinyu, Cui Xian, and the others. They all looked up in the direction of Xinghua Temple, only to see that the temple not far away was emitting thick smoke at this moment. Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Rinyu, and the others were a little flustered. Their hearts skipped a beat, and they knew it was not good. Oh no, Xinghua Temple is on fire. Hurry, let's go and see what happened. Li Wangyu looked anxious and rushed out of Xinghua Temple. Only then did the people behind him come to their senses. They hurriedly urged their horses to rush to the temple. They rushed to the temple in a panic, only to see that the troops of the Zheng family, the Wang family, the Lu family, the Li family, and the Cui family were in a mess at this moment. Some were busy looking for buckets to get water to put out the fire, some were running around looking for tools to put out the fire, and some were shouting to call for help. The fire was in the Great Buddha's Hall and the side hall where the gold was stored. Li Wangyu and Qing Yaojin were also shocked and hurriedly asked the troops of the mansion to help put out the fire. However, the main hall in the temple was all made of wood, and there was no water bag to put out the fire. The troops only carried water from the well with buckets, so how could they put out the fire that was getting bigger and bigger? Zheng Yuanshou's legs suddenly became weak. If it were not for the support of the servant beside him, he would have sat on the ground. Gold! My gold! Hurry, put out the fire, put out the fire. Cheng Yaojin also jumped up and scolded the troops of the Wu family and Qi Wang mansion angrily. Damn you! You are trash. You are worse than dogs. I asked you to guard the temple. Why did it catch fire? If something happened to my gold, you should be careful of your dog heads. Li Wangyu heaved a long sigh and consoled, Sigh, this fire can't be extinguished in a short time. Uncle Cheng, you don't have to worry. As the saying goes, true gold is not afraid of fire. This broken temple can be burned down, but no matter how much it burns, it won't destroy the gold. Even if some of it is melted by the fire, it won't be a big problem. It can be smelted again. Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Lin, and the others were originally ashen-faced, but when they heard Li Wangyou's words, they were slightly relieved. It was indeed so. Gold was not wood, so it didn't matter if it was burned. Once the fire was put out, the gold would not grow legs and run away. Thinking of this, Zheng Yuanshou's face eased a little. He reached out and called the troop leader over. What happened? Why did it catch fire all of a sudden? Is the gold still there? The troop leader immediately knelt down and answered in fear and trepidation. Lang Jun, I don't know why it caught fire. Previously, I saw the good faction monk and his disciples enter the Hall of Great Strength. Not long after, the Hall of Great Strength was set on fire and the fire spread rapidly. I was about to put out the fire, but the fire spread quickly and directly ignited the side hall. The gold should be fine. Before it caught fire, I and the troops of the Wang, Cui, Lu and Li families checked on the wooden platform. That's good, that's good. Zheng Yuanshou heard this and was slightly relieved. Quickly get someone to put out the fire. Go and find that righteous path monk for me. This old man wants to ask what's going on with this fire. Yes. The troops of the Zheng family received the order and left. On the other side, the troop leaders of the Cui, Lu, Li and Wang families also reported the whole story to their respective Langjuns. Everyone had the same story, which made Zheng Yuanshou and Wang Lin feel relieved. Since the gold was still there, today's incident was not a big deal. However, very quickly, a troop from the government reported that they could not find any trace of the monk in the temple. Chapter 695. Hearing that they couldn't find the trace of the orthodox monk and his disciple Lin Yang, Zheng Yuanshou and others couldn't help but feel gloomy. Many troops reported that before the main hall was on fire, many people saw the monk enter the grand hall with his disciple. Many people even guessed that this inexplicable fire was set by the monk himself. Many troops saw this with their own eyes. After all, the side hall where the gold was stored was right next to the grand hall. The monk entered and left the grand hall under the eyes of these troops. Moreover, there was only one entrance and exit in the grand hall, and no one saw the monk run out after the fire. At this moment, Zheng Yuanshou and others had no time to care whether the fire was set by the monk or not. They could only desperately urge the troops to put out the fire. Although Li Wangyu and Qing Yaojin brought nearly 100 troops to help today, due to the lack of fire-extinguishing tools, it took them 2 hours to put out the fire. The grand hall and the side hall where the gold was stored in the Xinghua temple were almost burned to the ground, leaving only a few broken walls smoking. Those troops were anxious to put out the fire, so their faces were blackened by the smoke. Their clothes were torn by the sparks, and many people's hair was burned. At this time, Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Lin, and other masters of aristocratic families didn't care whether their troops were injured or not. They repeatedly urged the troops to move away the still smoking ruins and carry out the gold in the ruins of the side hall. Li Wangyu also asked his troops to help clean up the ruins and dig out the gold. Fortunately, there were more than 200 troops in the Xinghua temple at this time, so the speed of cleaning up the ruins was not slow. Soon, all kinds of broken pillars, bricks, and tiles were still smoking, and the floor tiles of the side hall were exposed. However, to everyone's surprise, the gold ingot of 1 million taels of gold was nowhere to be seen. After receiving the report from the troops, all the big shots of the aristocratic families seemed to have gone mad. They didn't care about the filth and all rushed over like a swarm of bees. The floor tiles of the side hall had been cleared, but there was nothing. Not to mention the piles of gold, they didn't even see a single gold ingot. Wang Lin shouted angrily, "Where's the gold? Where's my gold? That's impossible. Keep digging for me. If you can't dig out any gold, you better watch your heads carefully." Zheng Yuanshou angrily waved the horsewhip in his hand and fiercely whipped his own troop leader. "Where's the gold? Tell me the truth." The leader of the Zheng family's troops didn't care about the filth on the ground. He knelt down and replied with a sad face, "Leng, I don't know. Before I went into the water, I looked through the window and saw that the gold was all in the side hall. If you don't believe me, you can summon the subordinates of the Wang, Li, Cui, and Lu families for questioning. Even if I ate a bear's heart and leopard's gall, I wouldn't dare to do anything. I'm really wronged." Cui Xin, Wang Lin, and the others all had extremely gloomy expressions. They summoned their own troops for questioning, and sure enough, their answers were the same. Cheng Yaojin was furious. He pointed at Zheng Yuanshou and the others and scolded, "Zheng Yuanshou, how dare you? Don't spout such nonsense. If the gold was still there, would it have been burned by the fire? How dare you do such a thing? I'd like to see how you dare to lose the sage's gold. How can you explain it to me?" Zheng Yuanshou realized that the gold that had disappeared was not only from their aristocratic families, but also 400,000 taels of gold from Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Li Wangyu. Now the gold had disappeared under the protection of the troops of aristocratic families. Thinking of the terrible consequences, Zheng Yuanshou couldn't help blacking out and fainting directly. Zheng Yuanshou's fainting naturally caused a commotion. The servants of the Zheng family hurried to rescue him. At this moment, Wang Lin, Cui Exin, and the others all became red-eyed and breathed heavily. They had no time to check on Zheng Yuanshou's condition and roared at their own troops, "Continue to move. Remove all the bricks and wood in this side hall. Even if you have to dig 3 feet underground, you must find the gold for me. Send people to search around Xinghua Temple. I don't believe that the gold can run away by itself." Facing their Lang Jun, who was furious, the troops didn't dare to say anything. They immediately began to clean up and move the ruins of the burned side hall. Zheng Yuanshou was finally woken up by his own troops, and his face was full of defeat. At this time, there was a dense sound of horse hooves outside Xinghua Temple. It was Pai Lupi who had received the news, leading Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and a large number of imperial guards to come here. Pai Lupi strode into the temple and asked angrily, "Gentlemen, what's going on? Why would there be a fire in the temple for no reason? Is the gold safe?" Zheng Yuanshou and others looked at each other, but didn't know how to answer. Li Wangyu said with a wry smile, "Uncle, the side hall where the gold was stored was all burned down. After the fire was put out, the troops were cleaning up the fire, but now there is no trace of the gold." Pai Lupi seemed to be stunned, and then said angrily, "How is this possible? The gold is not wood. How can it be burned away? Keep digging. I'd like to see who is playing tricks in it." Zheng Yuanshou and others naturally didn't dare to say anything, and could only continue to urge their troops to clean up the fire. 2 hours later, the small ruins of the side hall were finally cleaned up, revealing the original cyan floor tiles in the side hall. Although the floor tiles were also burned black by the fire, there was no trace of gold on them. Cheng Yaojin said angrily, "Bastard, don't tell me that all this gold will be burned and flow down to the ground? Dig down. I don't believe that the gold can have legs." Pai Lupi's face became more and more livid. Hundreds of troops and imperial guards found tools and began to dig 3 feet into the ground according to Pai Lupi's order. But it was still a futile effort. Of course, it was impossible for so much gold to be burned and flow to the ground. The floor of the side hall was dug a few feet deep, but there was still no trace of gold. Pai Lupi glared at Zheng Yuanshou and others, and said with a cold tone, "Everyone, give me an explanation. Where did the gold go? I'll die 10,000 deaths." Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Lin, and others looked at each other and didn't explain. They directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Pai Lupi. "Don't talk about dying 10,000 deaths. I'll ask you, where did the gold go? I really don't know. I've asked the officials in the residence, and they all said that before the fire, they confirmed that the gold was in the side hall." Zheng Yuanshou couldn't continue. Even he didn't believe his own words. Unless they really saw a ghost, how could the gold disappear because of a fire? That was 1,000,000 taels of gold, more than 30 tons of gold. How could it mysteriously disappear without a trace? Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Lin, and others didn't know how to explain, but they saw another troop come to inform them. After the fire in the Hall of Great Strength was extinguished, they went in to investigate and found 2 charred corpses. They should be the Righteous Path monk and his disciple. Chapter 696. Pai Lupi looked livid and issued several orders in succession. Ask people to surround the Xinghua Temple and don't let anyone go. Then go to the Ministry of Justice immediately and ask Li Daozong, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, to send all the experienced criminal cases to me. Today, we must find out where the gold is. Immediately, the palace guards took the order and rushed to Chang'an City. Today's matter was really too big. There was actually someone who was so audacious as to take away 1,000,000 taels of gold, including the saint's gold. It was really a shocking case that could scare people to death. At this moment, the more than 100 troops of different families were all removed their weapons by the palace guards brought by Pai Lupi. They were escorted to an empty place in the Xinghua temple and knelt down, waiting for their punishment. As for Jing Yuanshou, Wang Rinyu, Cui Xian and the other masters of the 7 aristocratic families, they were also confused and uneasy. At this moment, they were also confused and didn't know what had happened. They didn't believe that the troops of the 7 families were all attracted by the gold, so they colluded to hide the gold and then set fire to try to destroy the evidence. There was so much gold, and there were troops from the 7 families standing guard here. There were dozens of fully armed troops guarding the side hall 24 hours a day. How did the gold disappear? Back then, they had used more than 30 carriages to transport it over. Then how did the missing gold get out of the Xinghua temple? Moreover, Du Chu of their mansion said with certainty that before the fire, the gold was still in the side hall. What was going on? Zheng Yuanshou and the other masters couldn't figure out the reason. Knowing that such a shocking case happened in the Xinghua temple in Duke County, Li Daozong, the minister of the Ministry of Justice, was also shocked. He didn't dare to delay and hurriedly gathered people and led the Ministry of Justice here. After seeing Li Daozong, Pai Lupi immediately ordered him to interrogate the troops of the aristocratic families and check the scene. They must get to the bottom of the matter and find out the whereabouts of the gold. Daozong, you can send people to interrogate anyone in this case. Remember, anyone. I don't care what method you use, but you must find the gold for me. Yes, this subject obeys. Li Daozong braced himself and replied. Li Daozong had roughly learned about the case, and he also felt that it was strange. Naturally, he did not dare to neglect Pai Lupi's order. After nodding, he immediately commanded those experienced criminal cases of the Ministry of Justice to take over everything in Xinghua Temple and begin to investigate the case. The Ministry of Justice's experienced criminal cases separated the aristocratic family troops and interrogated them separately. They took their confessions and investigated the fire in the side hall. However, because Jing Yuanshou and the others had ordered the troops to move away all the wreckage in the side hall, and Pai Lupi had ordered people to dig 3 feet into the ground, they could not find any valuable clues in the wreckage of the side hall. As for the 2 charred corpses in the Hall of Great Strength, the coroner of the Ministry of Justice made a discovery after careful examination. Reporting to Your Majesty, after the coroner examined the 2 corpses, he found that they were not burned to death, but were killed by a sword. That is to say, they were killed and then burned by fire. Li Daozong came to report. Pai Lupi frowned and said, "This is strange." The troops of the Zheng family and the Wang family said that they saw the Orthodox master and his disciples enter the Hall of Great Strength before the fire started. Since the person had already been killed, then who set the fire? Who killed the great master? I don't know. I think someone must be lying. Li Daozong did not believe what those troops said. He had repeatedly confirmed that when the aristocratic families came to take over Xinghua Temple 10 days ago, the gold was indeed in the side hall. Moreover, Jing Yuanshou, Wang Rinyu, and the others also saw it with their own eyes. The steward of the aristocratic families also entered the side hall to check the amount of gold. In the next 10 days, in addition to the troops of the aristocratic families, there were only the Orthodox master and his disciples in Xinghua Temple, as well as the craftsmen who were recruited by the Orthodox monks to cast the gold Buddha statues in the temple. Those craftsmen only came to work in the temple during the day. Moreover, they worked in the Hall of Great Strength and were supervised and searched by the troops of the aristocratic families. It was absolutely impossible for them to touch the gold. These craftsmen were also questioned by the Ministry of Justice and confirmed that it was impossible for them to steal the gold under the eyes of more than 100 troops of the aristocratic families. What was more bizarre was that no matter how the experienced criminal officers of the Ministry of Justice interrogated them, the troops of the aristocratic families insisted that before the fire in the side hall, they had confirmed with their own eyes that the gold was in the hall through the window on the gable wall. The more the officials of the Ministry of Justice interrogated them, the more confused they felt about this case. They could not understand it at all. There was no other possibility except that the troops of the aristocratic families colluded with each other to steal the gold. Therefore, with the consent of Pai Lupi, the Ministry of Justice directly tortured the troops of the aristocratic families. Suddenly, the Xinhua temple was filled with the miserable howls of the troops of the aristocratic families. After beating several leaders of the troops of the aristocratic families into a bloody mess, the confessions they got were still the same. Those troops insisted that they knew nothing about it. Even if some people could not stand the torture and admitted that they had stolen the gold, they could not tell where the gold was. Obviously, they were just talking nonsense. Zheng Yuanshou and the others became more and more embarrassed because the troops of their own mansion were tortured by the Ministry of Justice. However, Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Lin, and Cui Exan all remained silent at this moment. Now, not only the gold of the aristocratic families disappeared, but also the gold of Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, and others had disappeared. How could they say anything at this moment? The sun was very good today, but in the warm sunshine of March, the faces of the masters of the aristocratic families became paler and paler. They were silent, and no one knew what they were thinking. Pai Lupi turned to look at Li Wangyu and asked, "Ziyo, what do you think? This case is really strange." Li Wangyu just shook his head silently, but the uncle and nephew secretly exchanged a look when others were not paying attention. Even though Pai Lupi looked solemn, the corners of his eyes were full of excitement. Obviously, today's situation was another trap set by him, Li Wangyu, Qing Yaojin, and others. However, Zheng Yuanshou and the other masters of the aristocratic families jumped into the trap without noticing it, like the beasts in the forest. How could Pai Lupi not feel happy about this? Summoning the Ministry of Justice to inspect the scene, investigate the suspects, and trace the gold was just a show for the aristocratic families. In short, as long as the gold could not be found, the aristocratic families would have to take the blame for the loss of the gold. Whether they were willing or not, there was no excuse for it. In fact, the million taels of gold were still in the Xinhua temple at this time. Chapter 697. The Ministry of Justice had investigated the gold theft case in Xinhua temple for more than half a month, but they still had no clue. The case soon became known to almost everyone in Chang'an City. This incredible case immediately became the hottest topic in Chang'an City, a huge city with a population of millions. Both the officials and the people on the street were extremely excited and gossipy after hearing this shocking case. After all, it involved millions of taels of gold, which made people yearn for it. However, just like the opinion of those experienced criminal cases of the Ministry of Justice, no one could find any other suspects except for the more than 100 aristocratic families' troops who were responsible for guarding the Xinhua temple at that time. Unless there was really a ghost, how could millions of taels of gold disappear into thin air? And the monk and his disciple, who were killed by swords and knives after entering the great Buddha's hall, were their bodies burned? Did they become ghosts and set the fire? Under the guidance of various evidence, even Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Lin, and others believed that the gold was really hidden by the 7 aristocratic family troops who colluded with each other. Even all kinds of rumors in the street directly pointed to the aristocratic families like the 5 surnames and 7 watches. Without the instructions of the masters of aristocratic families, how could so many aristocratic family troops dare to do such a horrible thing? But no matter how the Ministry of Justice tortured them and even beat several aristocratic family troops to death, they did not get any useful confessions. The 140 aristocratic family troops who were arrested and sent to the prison of the Ministry of Justice either talked nonsense or insisted that they did not know anything. Li Daozong, the minister of the Ministry of Justice, was at his wits' end. If these troops were the ones who had hidden the gold, how is it possible that no one had revealed the truth after half a month of torture? And it was obvious that many tortured troops had broken down mentally and confessed all the ugly things they had done, but they could not tell the whereabouts of the gold. Fortunately, Pai Lupi did not limit the time for the Ministry of Justice to solve the case, which made Li Daozong secretly relieved. Now he really had no confidence to solve this case. Even many times, Li Daozong was guessing whether there was really a powerful person who transported the gold away with the supreme magic. However, something that shocked all of the officials happened during the court session. An imperial censor stepped out and impeached the 7 aristocratic family heads, but the accusation was very unreasonable. He accused the 7 aristocratic family heads of being greedy. He did not mention how much he had embezzled or where he had embezzled from. On the other hand, Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Lin, and the other heads of aristocratic families did not make a single sound to defend themselves. It could be said that they had tacitly agreed to the censor's accusation. All the civil and military officials in Taiji Palace immediately understood that there was no such thing as greed. After all, everyone knew the extent of the aristocratic family's wealth. Even if they wanted to be greedy, it wouldn't be up to the 7 aristocratic families' patriarchs to personally stretch out their hands. Obviously, there was only one reason why Zheng Yuanshou and others were impeached. That was the gold theft that happened in Xinghua Temple half a month ago. 1 million taels of gold had disappeared without a trace, and there were still 400,000 taels of gold, including the saint's gold. Since they couldn't find the real culprit in such a big case, someone had to take the blame. The gold was stolen under the watch of the 5 aristocratic families and 7 aristocratic families. Whether Zheng Yuanshou and others were willing to take the blame or not, they could only take it silently. They naturally knew this in their hearts. Pai Lupi stood up from the throne and looked around at the officials in the hall. Finally, he looked at Wei Jing, the imperial censor, and said, "What do you think of this matter, Mr. Wei?" Wei Jing stepped out and said, "Although Mr. Zheng, Mr. Wang, and other officials are noble, the law of the Tang Empire cannot be abolished. Since they are involved in corruption, they should naturally be handed over to the imperial censor for a strict investigation, and the law of the country shall be enforced." Hearing this, Pai Lupi sighed deeply and said, "Alas, you have worked hard for the court for many years. How can I be so heartless? Don't look into this matter further. Mr. Zheng, Mr. Wang, Mr. Cui, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Li, you may resign. Although you are the trusted officials of the Tang dynasty and I am very reluctant to let you go, it is inconvenient for me to show favoritism in the face of the law of the Tang Empire. Therefore, I ask you all to resign to show the friendship between us as monarch and subject." Pai Lupi's words fell into the ears of Zheng Yuanshou and the others. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. The sage actually asked them to resign? The faces of the 7 clan heads instantly lost their color and became as pale as paper. They were angry in their hearts, but they had nothing to say. After a long time, the 7 clan heads, including Zheng Yuanshou, Cui Xian, and Wang Lin, finally bowed to Pai Lupi with great difficulty and squeezed out a hoarse voice from between their teeth. "This official thanks your majesty for your grace. This official is too old and begs for bones." Of course, the clan heads could afford to pay for the 400,000 taels of gold that they lost. Although they also suffered heavy losses, it was not a big problem for them to gather another 400,000 taels of gold. But now, Pai Lupi did not mention the gold at all and instructed the imperial censor to impeach them for corruption. Obviously, he meant to use 400,000 taels of gold to buy the 7 of them to resign. Even if Wang Lin, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others were unwilling, what could they do? Even if the 5 families and 7 hopes were the clan heads, whose poems and books had been passed down for thousands of years, and had unparalleled influence in the scholarly circles, what could they do? Even if Zheng Yuanshou and the others had faintly realized that they had been cheated, and the culprit behind the scenes might be a sage above the imperial level, what could they do? As long as the clan heads could not find the missing gold, they could not wash away the suspicion on them. Was it wrong to use 400,000 taels of gold to buy the 7 of them to resign? In the Taiji Palace, all the civil and military officials, including more than 100 officials from the clan heads, could not say a word at this moment. All of this was naturally planned by Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing. They wanted to take this opportunity to sweep Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Lin, Cui Xian, and the other clan heads of the clan heads out of the imperial court. In fact, the case of the mysterious disappearance of gold in Xinghua Temple was worthless. It was just a simple camouflage. During the 10 days when Li Wangyu and the others guarded the gold, They had already dug out an underground secret chamber under the Grand Buddha's hall, and there was a passage connected to the side hall not far away. The soil that Zheng Yuanshou and the others saw in the Grand Buddha's hall that day was not the soil used to mold clay figurines, but the soil dug out from the ground. Those so-called craftsmen were not real craftsmen, but the trusted subordinates of Pai Lupi transferred from the 100 Cavalry Department to disguise themselves. After Xinghua Temple was handed over to the troops of the clan heads to guard, the men of the 100 Cavalry Department disguised themselves as craftsmen and went to the Grand Buddha's hall to work every day during the day. Under the cover of the noisy construction sounds, they dug through the ground under the side hall and secretly transported all the gold to the secret chamber under the Grand Buddha's hall. After the gold was removed, they filled the bottom of the side hall with the soil piled up in the main hall. Therefore, after the fire that day, Pai Lupi ordered people to dig down, but they found nothing except soil. The only difficulty of this plan was how to hide from the eyes of the troops of the clan heads. However, since it was Li Wangyu who proposed to keep the window on the gable wall for observation, it was naturally a flaw deliberately left by Li Wangyu in order to confuse the eyes of the troops of the clan heads. Chapter 698. In the future, Li Wangyu liked to watch all kinds of high IQ crime movies, and the Mission Impossible series was his favorite movie. He remembered that in Mission Impossible 4, there was such a plot. After Tom and his assistant sneaked into the Kremlin, they used a 3D projection screen to create a full image, thereby creating an empty corridor to cover their actions behind the screen. Li Wangyu had thought of this, so he deliberately proposed to keep the circular ventilation window on the mountain wall, so that the guards outside the side hall could observe the gold situation in the side hall at any time. Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui were all puzzled by Li Wangyu's idea. In their minds, if those aristocratic families could observe the gold situation through the window at any time, how could the cavalry department secretly transport the gold away without being discovered? However, Li Wangyu merely smiled and did not reply. He merely said that he would take care of this matter. While everyone was still in doubt, Li Wangyu secretly took a picture of the scene at the window with his mobile phone. Then he returned to Dingzhou village and used the 3D imaging mode to draw on the black curtain with gold powder. He drew a curtain that was enough to deceive the eyes. After all, there was no glass in the Tang dynasty, so when the door was closed, the side hall was naturally dark. Even during the day, through the window on the gable wall, only the faint gold could be seen. When Li Wangyu taught the cavalry department how to use the curtain to block the view in front of the window, Pai Lupi and the other bosses were shocked by such a strange visual deception. Cheng Yaojin opened his eyes wide and looked carefully for a long time, but he couldn't see any flaws. He couldn't help but laugh and scold, "Son of a bitch, you are really amazing. How did you come up with such a method? I have looked at this canvas for a long time, and I can't see that it is fake." Pai Lupi shook his head. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. I didn't expect that my eyes could deceive me. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were equally shocked. Who would have thought that the pile of gold in front of them was just a piece of canvas? But since Pai Lupi and the others couldn't see through it, the other troops naturally couldn't see through it either. After the men of the 100 Cavalry Department entered the side hall through the tunnel, they immediately used a wooden frame to place the curtain that Li Wangyu had drawn in front of the window on the mountain wall, blocking the view of the aristocratic family troops. Due to the narrow window and the darkness in the side chamber, the curtain Li Wangyu painted perfectly fooled everyone's eyes. Even though the gold stored in the side hall had been emptied, the aristocratic family troops guarding outside the main hall still believed that the gold was still in the side hall and did not suspect anything. The leaders of the troops from the aristocratic families could not figure out until they died. Before the fire, they had clearly seen with their own eyes how the gold that filled the side hall had disappeared without a trace after the fire. As for the two burnt corpses in the Great Strength Hall, of course, they were not Monk Wenzai and Lin Dainiu, but the two corpses that the 100 Cavalry Department had found. On that day, Monk Wenzai and Lin Dainiu, in front of the aristocratic family troops, entered the Great Strength Hall and poured the prepared kerosene on the two corpses. Then they lit the match and started the fire. As for the two of them, they naturally hid in the secret room under the Great Strength Hall where the gold was stored. In the era where there was no DNA testing, no one would suspect that the righteous monk and his disciple Lin Yang were still alive. The Great Strength Hall and the Side Hall had already been arranged by the 100 Cavalry Department to ignite the fire. As the fire started, it naturally ignited the Side Hall. The fire burned all the traces in the Side Hall, as well as the curtain that was placed by the window, leaving no trace of evidence. 1,000,000 taels of gold mysteriously disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. As the saying goes, it's dark under the lamp. Even if Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Lin, and the other masters of aristocratic families racked their brains, they could not imagine that the gold had already been moved to the Great Strength Hall that was also burned in front of them. What was more, they could not imagine that the monk and his disciple, who were already dead in their eyes, were still alive now. The gold hidden under the Great Strength Hall of the Xinghua Temple was naturally secretly taken out by the 100 Cavalry Department and sent back to the Taiji Palace and the other mansions. This time, Li Wangyu and his companions had cheated the aristocratic families quite miserably without risking anything. The 600,000 taels of gold from the aristocratic families made Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu a windfall. Each family got more than 100,000 taels of gold. Although Li Wangyu was not short of money now, how could he not accept the gold that was given to him for free? As for the so-called gold mine in the Xinghua Temple, it had not yet been discovered to be fake, because several major temples in Chang and city were now arguing with the 5 surnames, 7 Wangs, and Li Wangyu. Monk Wenzai's claim that he had sent letters to the major temples in Chang and city to inform them of the gold mine was naturally false. It was just an excuse to fool Zheng Yuanshou and his companions. However, after the fire in the Xinghua Temple, the letters signed by the Orthodox were sent to the major temples in Chang and city and to the abbots. They learned that the Xinghua Temple had a gold mine, and now the temple was burned down and the original Orthodox abbot had died. How could the abbots of these major temples sit still? They all rushed to the Xinghua Temple and asked to take over the property of the Xinghua Temple. Wang Lin and his companions were naturally unwilling. In the eyes of the aristocratic families, even if the gold was lost, as long as the gold mine was in their hands, they could still make up for the loss in the future. Therefore, they held the document signed with the Orthodox monks and refused to give up the gold mine. However, the abbots of the major temples insisted that since the gold loaned to the Orthodox was lost under the watch of the aristocratic families, the document should not be valid anymore. Unless the aristocratic families took out another 1,000,000 taels of gold, the gold mine should be handed over to the major temples in Chang and city according to the letter written by the Orthodox monks. Since the two sides argued, Pai Lupi naturally did not say anything and pretended not to know anything. Therefore, the case went from Chang and city to the censorate, which gave Wei Zheng a headache. On one side, there were the 5 surnames, 7 Wangs, Lu Guogong, Zheng Guogong, Lai Guogong, and even the sage behind them. On the other side, there were several major temples with countless believers. Both sides had their own opinions, but they were all reasonable. Wei Zheng wanted Pai Lupi to make a holy judgment, but Pai Lupi kicked the ball back to him. The reason was very reasonable. This matter involved himself. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he naturally could not become a topic of ridicule. Therefore, the case was put on hold again. No one cared about the Xinghua Temple for the time being, and the gold mine could not be mined. Several years later, the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs finally reached an agreement with the major temples in Chang and city. They would mine the gold mine together and share the profits equally. Finally, the Xinghua Temple gold mine, which had been put on hold for a long time, could be started. Naturally, there was nothing in the Bulsh*T gold mine except stones. It was not until then that Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Lin, and others who had retired long ago realized that they had been cheated by the monks. Zheng Yuanshou was so angry that he spat blood on the spot and fell seriously ill. But these were the stories for later. At this time in the Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He forced all the heads of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs to retire. Although there were still hundreds of officials from aristocratic families in the imperial court, Pai Lupi even felt lighter without the 7 heads as their backbone and their constraints in the imperial court. In the Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi pretended to comfort the heads of the 7 aristocratic families and praised them for their contributions to the imperial court. At this time, Li Wangyu was seeing them off outside Chang and City. Chapter 699. At a pavilion 10 miles north of Chang. As the saying went, there was a pavilion 10 miles away and a pavilion 5 miles away. The pavilion was a place for travelers to rest and also a place for the Tangs to bid farewell to their friends and relatives. Today, Li Wangyu was here to bid farewell to the Chiotzi merchant by Mohu, the monk Wenzai who was preparing to go west to catch up with Master Xuanzang, and his disciple Lin Dainyu. By Macho's injuries from being tortured by the gangsters that day had already recovered. His throat that had been burnt by the medicine after Sun Simiao's treatment, although he could now speak, he could only speak in a low and hoarse voice. Li Wangyu bowed to Bai Mohu and said, "Lao Bai, you were almost imprisoned because of me and suffered such a serious injury. It's all my fault. Please accept my bow as an apology." Bai Mohu quickly bowed back and replied with a hoarse voice, "Please don't say that again, I don't deserve it. How can I blame you? It's all because of those bad guys. On the contrary, I should thank you for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see the light of day again." Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Let's stop bowing here and there. Lao Bai, when you return to Chang and next spring, I'll invite you to drink again." Bai Mohu smiled and pointed at the wine sacks hanging on the hunchback. "Count Hu, the wine you gave me is enough to make me drunk." On his return journey, he did not bring any goods except for the sorghum wine on the backs of more than 100 camels. Li Wangyu gave him thousands of pounds of Shadaozi wine. Bai Mohu would be able to earn a lot when he returned to Chiotzi this time. It was comparable to his business income from several trips to Chang. It's nothing." Li Wangyu laughed. After the two chatted for a while, Li Wangyu looked at the monk Wenzai and said, "Master, this journey to the west to seek scriptures will be difficult. Please be careful." Monk Wenzai and his disciple Lin Dainyu were going west to India. Li Wangyu wanted to persuade them to give up, but he could not say it. He didn't have a good impression of Buddhism. The temples of the Tang dynasty didn't produce anything and only relied on worshippers. The monks did not pay taxes, nor did they submit to the corvée. Instead, they owned countless temple properties and drove a large number of good people to work for the temple. They even set up a fragrant kitchen with a high interest rate. Buddhist temples were as beautiful as palaces and extremely luxurious. From Li Wangyu's point of view, it was no wonder that Emperor Wuzong of Tang would order the annihilation of Buddhism 100 years later. These monks were too greedy and naturally had a way to die. Therefore, Li Wangyu felt that there was no point in going to India to obtain the scriptures. Even if Xuanzang spent 14 years to retrieve the scriptures from India, what could he change? Moreover, since he had not seen this monk's name in the history books, it was obvious that his journey to the west this time did not bode well. Even though Li Wangyu had obtained the document for him to exit, it didn't have much use. Following by Macho's caravan, they could only reach Chiotzi, and there was still a long journey of tens of thousands of miles. Although Li Wangyu did not like Buddhism, he admired monk Wenzai quite a bit. This monk who knew how to cheat was definitely an extraordinary person. This time, monk Wenzai was able to pull down the 7 family heads of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Li Wangyu's suggestion to give him a large amount of gold and let him cultivate in the Tang dynasty was rejected by monk Wenzai. Following Xuanzang's footsteps to the west was Wenzai's unwavering belief. Regarding this, Li Wangyu could not persuade him. He could only wish this monk a safe journey in his heart. "Amitba, thank you, Count Hu." Monk Wenzai smiled and returned the greeting. Li Wangyu gestured to Niu Wu beside him and gave him a package. "Master, here is 100 taels of gold for your travel expenses. Please do not refuse." Monk Wenzai still shook his head and refused with a smile. To be able to travel with Benefactor Bai's caravan to Chiotzi has already saved poor monk a lot of energy. Also, the document sent by Count Hu made poor monk very grateful. How could he dare to ask for more? Count Hu, please take back the gold. This poor monk has a bowl of food and a ladle of wine. Li Wangyu persuaded again and again, but this stubborn monk still refused to accept the gold. He could only give up. "In that case, please take care. I look forward to meeting you again in Chang." Monk Wenzai said, "Amitba. Count Hu, please take care. Poor monk is leaving." Everyone stepped onto the hunchback lying on the ground. Bai Mohu whistled and the camel stood up. It slowly moved along the official road to the west. In the sound of the camel bell, Bai Mohu waved goodbye to Li Wangyu. Looking at the figures of the people slowly disappearing, a melancholy feeling came to his heart without any reason. Li Wangyu suddenly thought of a song and opened his mouth to sing loudly. Outside the pavilion, by the ancient road, the fragrant grass reaches the sky. This was Li Shutong's farewell. It was sad and feminine. All banquets must come to an end. After parting here, no one knew when they would meet again. Although the tune of Li Wangyu's farewell was very strange in the ears of the Tangs, the meaning of farewell and yearning in the song was obvious. The horizon of the sky, the corner of the earth, half of my friends are gone. In the song, Monk Wenzai turned around slightly. On the hunchback, he bowed to Li Wangyu with one hand. After the farewell was sung, the camel team gradually disappeared on the official road. Li Wangyu sighed deeply and calmed down. He called Niu Wu and the team behind him to return to Cheng. Monk Wenzai's insistence on going west made Li Wangyu sigh with emotion. Limited time and endless dust. Let fate take its course. When they passed by the East Market, Li Wangyu remembered that Kong Yingda's restaurant was not far from here. He happened to want a drink, so he led Niu Wu and the others directly to the Kong family's restaurant. After getting off the horse in front of the restaurant, the doctor recognized Li Wangyu at a glance. He hurried to greet him and led him to the VIP room on the third floor to take a seat. Li Wangyu asked the doctor to prepare food and wine for him. In the VIP room, except for Niu Wu who stayed to accompany him, Li Wangyu sent the rest of the team to drink and eat by themselves. He did not need to care about him. He planned to get drunk today. He did not know where his melancholy came from. Speaking of which, whether it was by Mohu or Monk Wenzai, he did not have a deep relationship with them. But looking at the camel team leaving today, he thought that Monk Wenzai and Lin Danium might not return. He felt uncomfortable and only wanted to drink. The doctor of the restaurant quickly delivered food and wine. Li Wangyu also summoned a female singer to play the zither and sing for them to liven things up. He and Niu Wu sat facing each other by the window. They listened to the singer's soft and gentle melody and drank to their heart's content. After a few cups of wine, the alcohol kicked in and made him forget about the sadness brought about by the farewell at the pavilion. Thinking about how he and his beautiful superior not only swindled a huge amount of gold from the hands of the 5 families and 7 nobles, but also vented the anger in his heart. He cleaned up the heads of the 7 aristocratic families and chased them out of the imperial court. Li Wangyu felt very proud and carefree. Thinking of this, he could not help but look towards the northwest and toast to Monk Wenzai. At this moment, he heard the doctor of the restaurant invite a guest to sit in the VIP room next door. Soon, the voices of the few people talking could be heard. The VIP room of the restaurant was only separated by a screen. Naturally, it was not soundproof. Even if he and Niu Wu did not want to hear the conversation next door, they could still hear it very clearly. Li Wangyu had just picked up a cup of wine and poured it into his mouth. When he heard the conversation in the VIP room next door, he almost spat out all the wine in his mouth. Chapter 700. In the private room next door was a group of scholars. After instructing the restaurant's doctor to bring them food and wine, they began to talk loudly. Brothers, speaking of the restaurant where we're drinking today, there's an interesting story. Do you know about it? Huh, you brother Fan, it's not like you don't know. We're all students participating in the spring examination. How would we know about the interesting stories of the restaurants in Cheng and City? Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us, what's so interesting about this restaurant? The owner of this restaurant is an interesting person. During the Lantern Festival, he didn't receive any guests. Instead, he hung countless riddles in front of the restaurant. Anyone who guessed the riddles correctly could enter and drink for free. There's such a good thing? Then the owner of this restaurant is indeed interesting. Brother Fan, you're from Cheng. Did you enter this restaurant to drink for free during the Lantern Festival? The voice in the private room next door paused for a moment. Then, the Confucian scholar's voice was heard. Brother Shangguan, if you don't mention this, we'll still be good friends. When Li Wangyu heard this, he almost spat out the wine in his mouth. Could it be that the man next door also transmigrated from the future? Why did these words sound so familiar? Why do you say this, Brother Fan? We've all seen Brother Fan's essays and poems. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll definitely pass the spring examination. Could it be that with Brother Fan's great talent, you can't guess the riddles? Someone asked, puzzled. The man sighed and helplessly replied, if it were just ordinary riddles, of course I could. But when I wandered into this restaurant, the owner of the restaurant removed the riddles and replaced them with 10 questions, which he posted in front of the door. These 10 questions, let alone me, no one in Xiang and city could answer during the Lantern Festival. Naturally, I couldn't drink this free wine. His words immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. What kind of questions could baffle all the Confucian scholars of Xiang and city? There's such a thing? Does Brother Fan still remember the 10 questions? Why don't you tell us about it? Someone was unconvinced and asked. Of course I remember. You can all try. If you can answer them, I'll treat you to a banquet today. Listen carefully. The first question is a question. There is a word that everyone who sees it will mistake. Type that word. The second question is, in a year, which month has 28 days? The third question. There was no sound in the room next door. Li Wangyu almost laughed out loud. It was interesting that his sudden change of mind to make things difficult for Li Gang and Yu Shernan had attracted such resentment from the scholars of Qiang. What kind of damned questions are these? Brother Fan, who is the owner of this restaurant? Why would they come up with such a difficult question? Some people couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they racked their brains. After hearing the answer, they couldn't help but be speechless. It was quite a while before they asked indignantly. Haha, I don't know who the owner of this restaurant is, but I do know who came up with these questions. Oh? Brother Fan, quickly tell me, who is so despicable? When the owner of the restaurant set the questions that day, he had already written that these difficult riddles were all written by the county earl who founded the country. Hi, brothers, what do you think? Do you have any ideas? What? County earl? Li Zio? No wonder, it was written by the little immortal poet. That makes sense. How can I compare to the little immortal poet's great talent? Li Wangyu was stunned by this person's words. Little immortal poet? Is he talking about me? Since when did I have the title of little immortal poet? But immortal poet is immortal poet. Why add the word little? Li Wangyu shook his head, feeling a little smug. He raised his head and drank another cup of wine. I can copy the title of little immortal poet just by copying poems, but I wonder how the immortal poet Li Taibai will live in the future? This guy's skin is getting thicker and thicker. Not only is he not ashamed, but he is also somewhat proud. A voice came from the room next door. Brothers, you may not know, but in Qiang, no one calls Li Zio little immortal poet. Behind his back, they all call him Bei's County Earl. Li Wangyu heard this and could not help but raise his eyebrows. He pricked up his ears and wanted to hear why he was called Bei's County Earl. Brother Fan, are you trying to reconcile? What do you mean by Bei's? Bei's is an ancient mythical beast. It knows astronomy, geography, and trifles. After being tortured by his 10 questions, the students in Qiang were both impressed and annoyed. They wanted to scold him, but they did not know how to do so. They did not know whether to laugh or cry, so they simply called him Bei's County Earl. So it is. It is very vivid. Interesting, your sister. You are the mythical beast. You are not a human. Li Wangyu ridiculed in his heart, but he shook his head helplessly. It seems that the brain teasers really made these scholars of the Tang dynasty uncomfortable. Even Niu Wu, who was beside him, looked like he was trying to hold back his laughter. Li Wangyu looked at him and rolled his eyes. In the room next door, a group of Confucian scholars was still talking about him. Brother Fan, I wonder what poems the little immortal poet has written recently? Of course there are. Have you heard of Li Zio's 2 poems about the Lantern Festival? I have not heard of them. Brother Fan, please recite them for us. The voices in the room next door naturally reached the ears of the singer who was playing the zither for Li Wangyu. As a woman, she naturally loved Li Wangyu's 2 poems about the Lantern Festival. Hearing this, the singer did not wait for Li Wangyu's order. She immediately plucked the strings of the pipa in her arms and began to sing Green Jade Case, New Year's Eve. As soon as the song started, no one in the room next door spoke. They all began to listen to the singer's voice. Looking for her thousands of times, suddenly looking back, she is in the waning light. The song was sung 3 times before she stopped. Suddenly, there was a burst of applause in the room next door. This is the little immortal poet's new work? Amazing, truly amazing. It really makes people unable to stop loving it. The little immortal poet really is the little immortal poet. Tiske, with this poem about the Lantern Festival, how can we write poems during the Lantern Festival in the future? That is indeed the case. Since the Bays County Count wrote this poem about the Lantern Festival, from now on, who would dare to write a poem about the Lantern Festival? Wouldn't that be like displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert? Immediately, someone gently knocked on the partition screen and said, "Sorry to disturb you. Could you please ask the singer to sing the other poem as well?" The singer raised her eyes to look at Li Wangyu. Seeing him nod, she plucked the strings again and began to sing Xianxia, New Year's Eve. Last year on the Lantern Festival, the lights of the flower market were bright as day. The moon was high above the willow branches, and people made an appointment at dusk. The room was silent again. Everyone listened attentively, afraid of missing a word. Since they were all students participating in the spring examination, their knowledge was naturally quite good. After listening to the 2 poems about the Lantern Festival, the room was abnormally quiet. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a long time, Li Wangyu heard a sigh coming from the other room. The Lantern Festival's poetry will be finished from now on. The sentence, "The moon was high above the willow branches, and people made an appointment at dusk," made people's hearts yearn. The little immortal poet really lives up to her name. In the field of poetry, Li Ziyo should be called teacher. Since ancient times, the word teacher was extraordinary. It meant that the one who reached the top was the teacher. The scholar was the elder, so he was called teacher. Li Wangyu was 17 years old. For these scholars to be willing to call him teacher, one could see his current position in their hearts. Chapter 701. When Yo Wu heard the words from the room next door, he could not help but wink at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu pretended to be calm, putting on a straight face and coughing lightly. He looked like he did not care, but he was actually feeling really good inside. Naturally, he felt really good hearing someone praise him in secret, but he still put on an act. Niu Wu knew his Longjuan's temperament, so he just grinned and did not expose him. On the other hand, the songstress looked at the master and servant pair weirdly. The Confucians next door were praising County Earl who, so what was the meaning of their expressions? Another voice came from the room next door. "I heard that the imperial court is preparing to attack the Turks again? Do you know about this?" When Li Wangyu heard this, he frowned. He did know about this matter. In the 8th month of the 3rd year of Zhengguan, Pai Lupi ordered Minister of War Li Jing as the general manager and Zhang Gongjin as the deputy general manager to attack the Turks. It was also in this battle that Pai Lupi finally took revenge for the humiliation of being forced by Jelly Khan to sign the Wei River Alliance, destroying the Turks in one fell swoop. However, Li Wangyu did not know about this matter from Pai Lupi, Qing Yaojin, or Li Jing. He only knew about it from history books. How did these Confucians know about such a secret of the imperial court? It had only been 3 months, and the matter of attacking the Turks had already caused such an uproar? We do not know about this matter, so how did Brother Shangguan know? "Brother Zhu, have you forgotten that Brother Lu and I are both from Hunan? When the 2 of us left for Chang'an, the Zhetzong House of Hunan had already started to recruit soldiers and was preparing to move to Longyu. As such, I believe that they are going to attack the grassland." When Li Wangyu heard this, he understood why this Confucian scholar could guess this matter. This Confucian scholar surnamed Shangguan was smart to be able to guess that the imperial court was going to attack the Turks. During the early Tang dynasty, the soldiers were farmers who cultivated the land. They trained during the farm breaks and joined the army during wartime. Since they were going to use soldiers against the Turks, the imperial army in Chang, and was clearly not enough, so they had to recruit soldiers from the various prefectures. Due to the current traffic situation in the Tang dynasty, It would take up to a year to prepare for the deployment of troops. Therefore, it was normal for Hebei province to begin recruiting troops after receiving the order. Naturally, such a large-scale conscription of prefectural soldiers could not be hidden from the world. In ancient times, it was a joke to try to keep it a secret before a large-scale war. Li Wangyu knew that he had thought wrongly before, so he was too lazy to pay attention to it and continued to drink his wine with Niu Wu. The few Confucian scholars next door were discussing the matter of the imperial court dispatching troops to the grasslands, and the topic of conversation eventually came back to Li Wangyu. Speaking of the imperial court sending troops to the grasslands, I think of the poem Leaving the Fortress by the little immortal poet. Speaking of which, it is quite strange. As far as I know, the little immortal poet is only 17 years old this year. He has never been to the border and has no experience in the army. How could he write such a vigorous poem? Could it be that there are people in this world who are born with knowledge? Brother Lu, you're getting carried away. What kind of person is the little immortal poem? How can he be mentioned in the same breath as others? He is the imperial tutor. Brother Lu, throughout history, has there been anyone like the little immortal poet, who is only 16 years old and can be the imperial tutor of the crown prince? Brother Shangguan is right. It's my fault. With the little immortal poet's poem, Leaving the Fortress, it is like two poems of the Spring Lantern Festival. How can the later generations write it? It is difficult to surpass such a classic work. That's true. The little immortal poet is not giving the later generations a chance to write poems. Come, everyone, let's drink to the little immortal poet's Leaving the Fortress and to this masterpiece of a frontier poem. Frontier poems were the favorite subject of the Tang Dynasty poets. Before the Tang Dynasty, there were no more than 200 frontier poems collected. In the Tang Dynasty, there were more than 2,000 frontier poems collected in the complete Tang Dynasty poems alone. It could be seen that the Tang Dynasty people loved frontier poems. Of course, the poem that Li Wangyu had plagiarized from Wang Changling's Leaving the Fortress was indeed a representative work of frontier fortress poetry. It could be said to be one of the 7 masterpieces of the Tang Dynasty. It was normal for the Confucian scholars to give it such a high evaluation. There was a burst of noisy drinking in the room next door. When Li Wangyu heard it, he couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Li Wangyu was already drunk. His brain was dizzy from the stimulation of alcohol. When he heard those Confucian scholars say that there were no classics in frontier poems, he couldn't help but want to show off. He didn't care whether he would scare others or not. He picked up his chopsticks, knocked on the bowl and plate, and loudly recited. The yellow river far away among the white clouds, a lonely city of 10,000 mountains. When these 2 lines of the poem came out, the room next door, which was noisy just now, suddenly became quiet again. These 2 lines described the magnificent scenery of the frontier fortress in the northwest. From the rolling waves of the Yellow River to the lonely city on the frontier, it created a sense of desolation and loneliness. The several Confucian scholars looked at each other, the hands holding the wine cups stiffening. A lonely city connected the frontier fortress with the sorrow of separation. This poem was very wonderful. They couldn't help but all perk up their ears, ready to listen to the next line. Why should the Chang flute blame the willows? The spring breeze does not cross the jade gate. The nostalgia of the frontier soldiers seemed to spread out. The magnificence and desolation of the frontier fortress, the sorrow and heroism of the soldiers who couldn't return home, Wang Zhiwan's masterpiece, another classic frontier fortress poem of the Tang Dynasty, had been plagiarized by the shameless Li Wangyu. And those Confucian scholars didn't know how to react. Awkward, really awkward. This was simply a slap in the face. Just a moment ago, everyone was praising the little immortal poet's frontier poem, saying that it was the masterpiece of the world. But in the next room, someone immediately recited a poem that was on par with her? Everyone even doubted if they had heard wrongly. But that songstress's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she immediately plucked the strings of her zither again, opening her mouth to sing the poem Li Wangyu recited, Leaving the Frontier. After the songstress finished singing, Li Wangyu still hadn't had his fill. He recited another poem. Grape wine in a luminous cup, The loot immediately urges me to drink. Lying drunk on the battlefield, don't laugh. Since ancient times, how many people have returned from a campaign? The clouds of the Qinghai Mountains, the lonely city looks at the Jade Gate. The yellow sand wears the golden armor after 100 battles. Lu Lan won't return until it's broken. Today, he was sending off monk Wenzai, so he was originally feeling melancholy. Now that he had drunk a few cups of wine, under the stimulation of alcohol, he didn't care and recited several wonderful frontier poems. Li Wangyu felt good. The songstress was stunned. All the Confucian scholars were stunned. Separated by a screen, everyone could only hear the sound, but not see the person. At this moment, besides shock, there were only 10,000 alpacas galloping through their hearts. Damn it, when did frontier poems become a specialty in this field? And they were sold wholesale? They had only praised the little immortal poet's frontier poem, and now they were fighting? Moreover, every single one of them was actually so magnificent and full of ambition. All the Confucian scholars were sluggish for a long time. After carefully pondering over these frontier poems, they had to admit that these poems were on par with the little immortal poets, leaving the frontier. Brothers, come, let's drink. I hope that all of you can pass this year's spring examination. Yes, let's drink. The taste of today's wine is really good. In the room, the Confucian scholars were stunned for a long time before someone interrupted. Everyone closed their mouths and didn't talk about the poem anymore. They greeted each other and drank, erasing the awkwardness from just now. Chapter 702. In the past, when they heard Li Wangyu's poems, they would come to meet the poet and make friends with him. But today, when they were flattering the goddess of poetry, they were directly slapped in the face by the unknown guy in the next room. Under such embarrassment, how could they have the nerve to make friends with him? Therefore, they could only persuade each other to drink and pretend that they didn't hear the poem. Of course, in everyone's hearts, these few poems were firmly engraved in their minds. They planned to find someone to ask who these few poems were later. Brothers, by the way, you should know about the gold theft case in Xinghua Temple, which has caused a stir in Chang, in city recently, right? What do you think? The Confucian scholars simply changed the topic and talked about the hottest thing in Chang, and city recently. This extremely bizarre case naturally attracted the gossips of everyone in Chang and city and incessantly discussed it. Even though they were Confucian scholars who came to Chang and city to attend the imperial examination in spring, they also knew about it. Of course, I know. This case is really strange. It's a million tales of gold. I was born in an official's family, but I have never seen so much gold. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. I haven't even seen 10,000 tales of gold, let alone a million tales of gold. None of us have seen it either. The strange thing is that so much gold disappeared just like that. To tell you the truth, I don't quite believe that it was those aristocratic families who were greedy. If they were really greedy, why didn't they run away? Why did they stay in Xinghua Temple? Brother Shangguan, you're right, but it's also strange. I heard from the people in the Ministry of Justice that those troops were very sure that before the side hall where the gold was stored caught fire, they saw with their own eyes that the gold was in the side hall. If so, I'm afraid that only immortals could transport the gold away. Brother Lu, don't joke. Do immortals need to steal gold? Immortals can turn stone into gold by themselves, right? You're right. I was wrong. However, in this gold theft case in Xinghua Temple, not only the gold of the 5 families and 7 kings was lost, but also the gold of the sage, Duke Lu, Duke Jing, and Duke Lai were also lost. Even the goddess of poetry lost 80,000 taels of gold. It's really a heavy loss. Speaking of which, I admire the little immortal poet the most. You are indeed worthy of being the Bays County Earl. It was said that when the little immortal poet was chased out of the clan by the Li clan of Hu County, she led an old servant and started from scratch. In less than a year, she had earned Noda's family business and was also conferred a title by the saint. She was really amazing. Although I lost 80,000 taels of gold this time, in my opinion, it is nothing. Little immortal poem will definitely be able to earn it back. The group of Confucian scholars also nodded repeatedly. They admired Li Wangyu to the core. Not only was his literary talent outstanding, but in terms of poetry, no one in the world could surpass him. Moreover, his ability to earn money was comparable to Shang Xing, Tao Xing, Zhu Gong, and Fan Li. It could not help but be envious. Li Wangyu was already drunk at the moment. When he heard this, he actually found an excuse to interrupt and said, it's just some useless things. It's not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. When his words fell into the ears of the group of Confucian scholars, they became even more displeased. They felt that the people in the cubicle were not tactful at all. We are talking, how can this person be so impolite? The group of Confucian scholars were all students participating in this year's spring examination. They were not from Chang'an, so they naturally did not want to cause trouble. Although they were unhappy, they did not argue with him and pretended not to hear him. Brothers, you don't know that the Li clan of Hu County is regretting it to the point that his intestines are turning green. Little immortal poet, such a godly figure, was actually chased out of the clan by them. They really have eyes but can't see. Now in Chang'an, who doesn't laugh at them? Ba serves them right. This kind of clan is unworthy of being a member of the Li Tang clan. The saint should have chased them out of the clan. When Li Wangyu heard this, he almost couldn't help but applaud the Confucian scholars in the cubicle. Sure enough, the eyes of the crowd were as bright as snow. If it weren't for the fact that the Li clan of Hu County was very well behaved and that they were still relatives, Li Wangyu would have already made trouble for the Li clan of Hu County. However, if he ruined his own reputation in order to deal with the Li clan of Hu County, that would not be good. Therefore, Li Wangyu restrained himself and did not seek trouble with the elders of the Taotai clan. At this time, when he heard the Confucian scholars curse the Li clan of Hu County, he naturally felt happy. He interjected, "Well said, Posad." The group of Confucian scholars in the elegant room were stunned. None of them understood what was going on with the guest next door. In the Tang dynasty, it was rare to see someone respond like this. Some of the Confucian scholars felt that it was inappropriate for them to impudently talk about the imperial clan, not to mention that there was a shameless, eavesdropping person in the cubicle. Therefore, they did not respond and directly changed the topic to this year's spring examination. Brothers, do you all know? The imperial court has already announced that the rules for this year's spring examination are different from previous years. It is said that the examination papers will be copied and sealed? That's right, it is indeed so. It is said that the changes in the spring examination were also the idea of the immortal poet. This plan is very clever. In this way, why do we need to care about the examinees who have submitted their papers? Speaking of this, I feel very carefree in my heart and should drink a toast. With this sealing of the papers, we don't need to worry about cheating in the spring examination. We brothers have studied hard for many years and can also display our talents. We should drink a cup to victory. Speaking of which, the person I admire the most right now is none other than the immortal poet. Not to mention his poems and essays, just the immortal poet's engraving printing technique is a blessing for us scholars. Brother Shangguan is right. What I admire even more is the water wheel and four-wheeled carriage that the immortal poet created. This is something that will benefit the country and the people for thousands of years. If I can learn from the immortal poet and benefit the people, then my years of study will not be in vain. If I can become the immortal poet's disciple, I would rather not take this year's spring examination. Brother Lu's words are exactly what I want to say. After the scholars surnamed Lu and Shangguan said these words, the crowd of Confucian scholars burst into laughter. Brother Lu and Brother Shangguan don't joke like this. Why don't you see who the immortal poet's disciples are? Not to mention the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu, even Junior Supervisor Yen and Imperial Censor Ma. One is a 4th-rank Imperial Censor and the other is a 6th-rank Imperial Censor. It is not easy for Brother Lu and Brother Shangguan to become the immortal poet's disciple. Passing the spring examination is easy, but becoming the immortal poet's disciple is too difficult. Brother Lu and Brother Shangguan, do you still have the extravagant hope of becoming classmates with the Crown Prince and His Highness King Yu? Li Wangyu was dizzy when he heard the Confucian scholars next door dismissing the two of them. He couldn't help but laugh and say inarticulately, "Why not? You? Be the two of you, as long as you pass this year's spring examination, I will accept the two of you as my younger children. When his words fell into the ears of the group of Confucian scholars, they were first stunned and then became furious. What an arrogant guest! It was one thing to rudely interrupt time and time again, but now he actually dared to speak such drunken nonsense? Everyone could hear that the guest in the next room was very drunk and couldn't speak clearly. He actually came to take advantage of them and said that he wanted to accept Shangguan and Lu as his disciples. Who did he think he was? Did he really think that just because he drank a few cups of wine, he was a character like the immortal poet? At this time, the Confucian scholars couldn't care less. In a moment of anger, they directly pushed open the partition screen in the room, wanting to see what kind of crazy person was so rude. When Niu Wu saw the Confucian scholars angrily push open the partition, he quickly stood up and prepared to stop them. Just as he was making a ruckus, he heard a burst of noise from the back of the room. Waha, I told you that I didn't see wrong. Isn't the person sitting downstairs the middle of that brat Zio's residence? That bastard Zio must be drinking and making merry here. Let's find him and settle the score. Hearing these words, Li Wangyu, who was still dizzy a moment ago, suddenly quivered. Chapter 703. To be able to make such a sound that could make Li Wangyu tremble in fear, other than Qing Yaojin, there was only Cheng Chumo, that dandy. The group of dandy were carefully led to the third floor by the restaurant's manager and doctor, who were smiling apologetically. They pushed open the door to Li Wangyu's private room. Seeing that it was indeed Li Wangyu and Niu Wu in the private room, the dandy laughed and scolded. Damn it, this kid is drinking and making merry here. He actually didn't call his brothers. He really deserves a beating. Ziyu, you bastard, you made us run around like donkeys, and you came to the restaurant to have fun. You even called a singer. Li Wangyu, you bastard, you've learned bad things. Everyone, don't talk nonsense with this kid. Today, we must make this kid drink, otherwise, we won't be able to vent our anger. This bastard, he sent us to manage the Wangyu Charity Hall, but he came here to have fun. Brothers, today, we must not let this kid off. As soon as the dandy saw Li Wangyu, they shouted to beat him up. Li Wangyu, who was already drunk, looked at the situation and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Even his drunkenness sobered up a lot. He naturally knew why the dandy were like this and knew that he was in the wrong. He quickly stood up and bowed to the dandy. Hee brothers, good day. Ziyu greets all my brothers. Ha, it's been a few days since we last met, and I've missed all of you. I didn't expect to meet all of you here in this restaurant. Come, brothers, please take a seat. Today, this little brother will be treating, and we won't leave until we're drunk. The Wangyu Charity Hall that Li Wangyu set up on a whim was not short of money, but there were many things that needed people to do. March was the time for spring sowing, but last year, a large area of Guangzhong Road was hit by a disaster. Even though Pai Lupi issued a decree to waive last year's rent, it was still a drop in the bucket, and the people were now crying for food. Although the government also provided disaster relief, it could only ensure that the people of Guangzhong Road did not starve to death. At this time, Wangyu Charity Hall, which was not short of money, could play a role. With the support of Empress Zhang's son and a group of top playboys in Chang, and the Wangyu Charity Hall did not encounter any resistance in the Guangzhong circuit. But even if he had the money, it wasn't easy to run a charity hall. Whether it was counting the number of farmers affected by the disaster or distributing food, it was a very complicated matter. The debauches didn't understand this either. Although they had their own stewards to help them, they were still very busy. He sent someone to ask Li Wangyu for help, but at that time, Li Wangyu was busy digging a hole for the 5 surnames and 7 factions. How could he care about these things? He repeatedly said that he was not free and refused. Moreover, with his temperament, he didn't have the patience to do these things. He had always been the one who only cared about setting fires and not cleaning up. Li Wangyu did not expect that he would be caught red-handed by these foppish playboys when he came to this restaurant to relax after seeing Monk Wenzai off outside Chang in city and wanted to have a drink on the way back. Cheng Chumo ignored Li Wangyu and went forward to grab him by the collar and scolded jokingly, "Don't talk nonsense, Zio, you scoundrel. You left so many things to us. You tell us what to do." Niu Wu knew that the debauches were joking with his Langjun and did not stop them. He just laughed and watched the fun. Li Wangyu saw that the debauches were coming at him aggressively and decided to play rogue. He spread his hands and said, "Brothers, this little brother's 50 kilograms is here. If you are not satisfied, then you can deal with me however you want." His shameless appearance made the debauches laugh. Fang Yai simply shouted, "Beat him!" Then the group of debauches rushed forward and pressed Li Wangyu to the floor and ravaged him for a while. The scene in the elegant room shocked the group of Confucian scholars. They had originally planned to denounce the person in the room and see who was constantly interrupting them. They didn't expect that before they could open their mouths, they would encounter such a scene. Although the Confucian scholars didn't know who the debauches were, they could see from their clothes and the precious jade ornaments on their waists that they were nobles that they couldn't afford to offend. The Confucian scholars were just about to return to their own elegant rooms when they heard the conversation between the debauches and Li Wangyu. They couldn't help but be surprised. Li Wangyu? Zio? The Confucian scholars looked at each other in disbelief. They were so excited that their bodies were trembling. Could this be the famous county count of Hu County that they had been discussing all this time, Li Wangyu, Li Zio? They thought back to the poem that the person in the room had recited. If it was said by the immortal poet herself, wouldn't it all make sense? No wonder. In this world, besides the immortal poet, who else could compose such a poem? The Confucian scholars suddenly felt that today was truly the blessing of the Dao ancestor. They had run over to this restaurant and were actually able to see the immortal poet herself. They were truly too happy. The Confucian scholars were all scholars. Although their eyes were constantly emitting a scorching light, they didn't scream like the fans of later generations would when they saw their idol. They could be considered to have excellent self-restraint. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that in the eyes of these Confucian scholars, Li Wangyu was no different from the superstars of later generations. The debauches ravaged Li Wangyu for a while before pulling Li Wangyu up from the floor. His hair was messy like a chicken's nest and his clothes were as dirty as rags. Only after the crowd had finished laughing did they notice the group of Confucian scholars standing uneasily in the elegant room. Cheng Chumo couldn't help but curiously ask, "Zio, who are these people?" Li Wangyu looked over and couldn't help but smile. He naturally knew that these Confucian scholars were his fans in the elegant room just now. Li Wangyu said, "They are all students participating in this year's spring imperial examination." "Oh, that's right, I just chatted with you for a long time. I still don't know your names?" His last sentence was naturally directed at the group of Confucian scholars. Since this group of Confucian scholars had flattered him for a long time today, Li Wangyu was naturally willing to chat with them. "Greetings, sir. I am from Shanzhou of Hunan Province. My surname is Shangguan and my given name is Yi." "Greetings, sir. I am from Bianzhou of Hunan Province. My surname is Liu and my given name is Rengui." "Greetings, sir." The group of Confucian scholars immediately respectfully bowed to Li Wangyu and then reported their names one by one. The others didn't matter, but two of them made Li Wangyu feel slightly surprised. Shangguan Yi? Liu Rengui? Li Wangyu felt that it was really interesting. He came to the Kong family restaurant to drink today, and he could also meet two famous people in the history of the early Tang dynasty, the future prime minister of the Tang dynasty. Shangguan Yi himself was needless to say, but the key point was that he also had a granddaughter, the talented woman Shangguan Wan. Liu Rengui was a famous prime minister in the early Tang dynasty. During the period when he was guarding Beich, he rescued Xinlua and defeated the allied forces of Japan and Beich at the Battle of Baijiankou. Li Wangyu remembered that Shangguan Yi had become a monk in his early years, and later became an official as a jinshi. Was he the jinshi who participated in the spring imperial examination in the third year of Zhengguan? After hearing the introduction of the Confucian scholars, Cheng Chumo and the others just nodded slightly, then turned their heads and ordered the manager of the restaurant to remove the previous wine and dishes and prepare a table of dishes. This group of foppish rich people didn't have the patience to know any Confucian scholars, and they had no interest in these candidates who were preparing to participate in the spring imperial examination. Li Wangyu didn't say anything. After all, he had been in the Tang dynasty for a long time. Speaking of his current status, He was much higher than Shang Guanyi and Lu Renge. Chen Yaojin, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and other famous people in the Tang dynasty. He didn't have the excitement of meeting Ma Zhou for the first time when he first came to the Tang dynasty. Therefore, when Li Wangyu heard the names of Shang Guanyi and Lu Renge, he was just a little surprised, and didn't have any other thoughts. However, Shang Guanyi and Lu Renge knelt down in front of Li Wangyu. Chapter 704. Shang Guanyi and Lu Renge's actions scared the wastrels. They couldn't figure out what the two were doing. The group of Confucian scholars immediately understood the two's actions and couldn't help but reveal looks of envy. Li Wangyu was also somewhat baffled by the two's actions. Brother Shangguan, Brother Lu, what is the meaning of this? He had drunk so much that he had forgotten what he had said before. Now that he had made a fuss with the wastrels, he had sobered up a lot. However, he didn't remember that he had said that he would accept the two as his disciples. Teacher said earlier that if the two of us were lucky enough to pass this year's spring imperial examination, teacher would accept us as his disciples. I don't know if teacher's words still count. Li Wangyu was stunned. Did he say that? How come he didn't have any impression of it? He looked at Niu Wu and asked if this was true. Niu Wu was also speechless. He could only nod silently, indicating that this was indeed what Li Wangyu had said earlier. After receiving Niu Wu's confirmation, Li Wangyu was also dumbfounded. He had really agreed to accept Shang Guanyi and Lu Renge as his disciples? Li Wangyu had a headache. He subconsciously wanted to find an excuse to refuse. However, when he saw Lu Renge and Shang Guanyi kneeling on the ground and their eyes filled with anticipation, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Forget it. In any case, one sheep was already herded, and a flock of sheep was also released. 2 more disciples was no big deal. Thinking about Li Chengqian, Li Tai, Ma Zhou, Yan Liben, Shang Guanyi, and Lu Renge were all his disciples, it seemed quite interesting. Looking at Pai Lupi's meaning, that brat Li Ji should also acknowledge him as his teacher in the future. After this mess, the historians in the future would have a headache when they researched the history of Zhen Guanyan. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu nodded slightly at Shang Guanyi and Lu Renge on the ground. Since I said this before, I won't go back on my words. After this year's spring imperial examination, if the two of you can pass, go to Hu County's Dingzhou village to find me. I will accept the two of you. But if it doesn't, then there's no need to mention it again. Shang Guanyi said happily, Teacher, don't worry. Brother Lu and I are both candidates for this year's examination. I will definitely not embarrass you. I will definitely pass this year. That's right. Don't worry, teacher. If I can't become a grand scholar, how can I have the face to acknowledge you as my master? Brother Shangguan and I are confident that we can pass this year's spring quarter examination, Lu Renge said without hesitation. Li Wangyu didn't doubt that the two of them could pass the imperial examinations. What a joke! If the 2 future prime ministers of the Tang dynasty couldn't even pass the spring imperial examination, who else could? After receiving Li Wangyu's confirmation, Shang Guanyi and Lu Renge were overjoyed. As for the other Confucian scholars, they were all filled with envy. They hated themselves for not saying that they wanted to take the little immortal poem as their master. Anyone would understand how great the benefits of being Li Wangyu's disciple were. Even though Li Wangyu looked like he was 17 this year, and they were much older than him, so what? The young man in front of them was not only famous in Chang'an, but he was also the imperial preceptor of the crown prince. If they took him as their master, wouldn't it mean that they would also be close to the crown prince? If the crown prince inherited the throne in the future, would Li Wangyu's disciples not have a good future? These Confucian scholars naturally didn't think that Shang Guanyi and Lu Renge, who they called brothers, would be able to become the prime ministers of the Tang dynasty in the future even if they didn't rely on Li Wangyu's influence. Li Wangyu said, Well, since the spring quarter examination is around the corner, you two should review your homework well. Don't be careless. You also know that this year's imperial examination requires you to copy the exam papers. If you don't have real talent, it won't be easy for you to pass. If you can't pass the imperial examinations, don't blame me for not opening the door for you too. Yes, teacher, you're right. Brother Lu and I will definitely not let you down. Li Wangyu said a few more words to them and then indicated that they could go back. This group of Confucian scholars knew that Li Wangyu was here, so they didn't dare to continue drinking in the private room. After they respectfully saluted Li Wangyu, they hurriedly left. After Shang Guanyi and Lu Rengui left, Fang Yai asked curiously, "Ziyo, can the two students who want to take you as their master really pass the spring quarter examination this year? It's not easy to pass the spring quarter examination." Li Wangyu said, I believe in them. Brother Yai, just wait and see. I'm sure they will pass." The foppish young masters didn't quite believe his words, but they didn't care. After all, whether the two students passed or not had nothing to do with them. "Don't talk about that. Come on everyone, let's drink. Today, we must make that bastard Ziyo drunk." Cheng Chumo raised his glass and shouted, which attracted the response of the foppish young masters. The private room suddenly became noisy. Needless to say, Li Wangyu was drunk again. The next day, he rubbed his temples and got up from the bed. He took the hangover soup from his beautiful boss and drank it in one gulp. Then he said painfully, "I will never drink with Cheng Chumo and his group of bastards again." His beautiful boss rolled her eyes at him and said, "Humph, you say that every time, but when have you ever done it? Wangyu, don't forget that you are not 26 years old now. Your body is only 17 years old. Getting drunk like this is not good for your body." Li Wangyu said with a cheeky smile, Yes, my wife cares about me." "Humph, who's your wife?" Li Wangyu grabbed his beautiful boss's soft arm and imitated the tone of the bully in the TV series as he teased, "What's wrong? Do you want to break off the engagement? To tell you the truth, today you have to obey, even if you don't want to." The beautiful boss didn't bother to pay attention to him. She reached out and pinched his ribs. Li Wangyu was in so much pain that he immediately let go and said, it hurts, Changqing, do you want to kill your husband? Stop pretending. Get up quickly. Cheng Chumo and the others have been here for a long time. They are waiting for you in the restaurant downstairs." The beautiful boss smiled and pulled him up. Li Wangyu was speechless. He put his hand to his forehead and said, "My God, what are they doing here again? Are they going to ask me to drink again? Changqing, go and tell them that I am sick." "Well, I am very sick and can't go out for a few days." The beautiful boss said, "Don't worry, they are not asking you to drink. They said that today the charity hall will go to the south of the city and give food and clothing to the poor families. You have the nerve to set up a charity hall and leave it all to Cheng Chumo and the others? Hee, isn't it true that the able do more work? Besides, I am also very busy. Didn't I just earn 80,000 taels of gold for the family recently?" Li Wangyu was really lazy. He really didn't want to run out and do good deeds with the rich playboys. It was not that he didn't have a heart, but this guy felt that since he had spent the money, why couldn't he be the boss? He spent the money, and the rich playboys spent the effort. It was fair and reasonable. However, since Cheng Chumo and the others had already come knocking on his door, Li Wangyu also knew that he would definitely not be able to escape today. He could only sigh and climb up from the bed. When his beautiful superior helped him change his clothes, this guy did not forget to take advantage of her, causing her to roll her eyes to almost reach the sky. The beautiful boss slapped away the soft hand on her chest and said in a coaxing tone, "Well, be good, go early and come back early. I will wait for you to come back for dinner." After that, she kissed him on the face. Finally, this guy happily left the room and went to the restaurant. Chapter 705. Dingzhou Village, Huxin County. In the dining hall of the Lai Hot Manor, a group of playboys were eating all kinds of exquisite food served by Lai Hot's maidservants. They were complaining about Li Wangyu's dawdling. Li Wangyu, who had just walked into the hall, was almost angered to death. This group of animals. Yesterday he was drunk until he was unconscious and had not woken up since noon. They, on the other hand, were fine. Each of them looked lively and lively. Just looking at them made him angry. Moreover, before he passed out yesterday, he vaguely remembered that he had ordered Niu Wu to return to Dingzhou Village. He did not dare to stay in Chang and City because he was afraid that the playboys would drag him to do something about the charity. But this morning, not only did this group of playboys ride to Dingzhou Village, but they also came to his residence to eat breakfast. How hateful! Li Heng, there is no extra food in the residence. In the future, if there are any bad guests, don't give them any food. It's a waste of food. He purposely spoke in a loud voice so that the silk pants could hear him. What he got in response was 10 middle fingers in unison to show his disdain. The old housekeeper Li Heng naturally just laughed and did not take it seriously. He knew that his Lang Jun was just joking with the playboys. Li Wangyu snatched the soup dumplings in front of Fang Yai and put them into his mouth. He complained, "Brothers, do you have to be like this? Early in the morning, you came to my residence to block me. Those who know will say that we are doing good deeds. Those who don't know will think that I owe you a lot of money." Cheng Chumo glared at him fiercely. "Ziyu, you bastard, if we did not block you today, would you have obediently followed us to do things? Let me ask you, since the establishment of this Wangyu charity hall, have you ever been to it? Do you know where the door of the hall is?" "That's right, this brat actually threw the matter to us. It's really hateful." The playboys echoed. Li Wangyu knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't try to defend himself. Instead, he raised his hands in surrender. "I was wrong. Elder brothers, you are right. Today, I will follow your arrangements without any objections." Speaking of which, Li Wangyu also felt that it was strange. He originally thought that the hedonists were just in name for the charity hall. After all, the hedonists had their eyes on the good reputation that doing good deeds could bring. In Chang, then, it was easy to talk about caring for the young, supporting the old, helping the poor, and alleviating the sick. However, this group of silk pants actually seemed to be addicted to it. Not only did they do it themselves, but they also enjoyed it. This attitude made Li Wangyu very confused. Were these still the same foppish young masters who had nothing better to do and would either go to Peace Square or the Hu People's taverns to drink and have fun? Could it be that, like him, her soul had been replaced by someone else? Li Wangyu was a little confused. Could it be that doing good deeds could also be addictive? Okay, let's hurry up and finish eating. Today, we are going to Peace Square and Yongyang Square to give cold clothes and food to the widows, and the disabled. Don't waste any more time. Cheng Chumo clapped his hands and called out. Peace Square and Yongyang Square were west of the Dajiao Baseball Stadium, in the southwest corner of Chang'an City. In the huge Chang'an City, high officials and nobles had always lived in the north of the city. The west of the city was mostly inhabited by merchants and rich merchants. Most of the Hu people also lived there. There were also many merchants in the east of the city, plus the ordinary officials of the imperial court and the more affluent people. In Chang'an City, the further south it was, the poorer it was. Many of the squares in the south of the city were more like villages outside the city. Not only were the walls of the square only made of yellow mud, but there were also large areas of farmland within the walls. The houses of the people were mostly made of yellow mud and thatch, just like Dingzhou village. They were dilapidated and could be called the slums of Chang'an City. Peace Square and Yongyang Square were located in the most remote southwest corner. They were also surrounded by the walls of Weiguo City, so they were the most barren places in the south of the city. Li Wangyu demolished Daoist Square and Zhaoxing Square to build the baseball stadium. They were originally in the same situation, but they were relatively more convenient for transportation, so they were chosen by Li Wangyu. The people who took the money and sold the land to Li Wangyu were quite happy. The people of Daoist Square and Zhaoxing Square could definitely be considered the first group of people in Huaxia who got rich by demolishing. It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that they got rich, but Li Wangyu did not mistreat the people of these two squares. The money he gave them was enough for them to find other squares to settle down and buy property, and they still had some money left over. After knowing the plans of the playboys today, Li Wangyu nodded and focused on eating breakfast. However, he heard Chai Lingwu say, "Ziyo, today we came to Dingzhou village to look for you, not just to get you to do something. We want you to go to Xianwei Square and find a few of old Immortal Sun's disciples and granddisciples to come with us to Peace Square and Yongyang Square to treat the sick people. The charity hall will pay for the medicine." Li Wangyu looked up in shock. No wonder this group of playboys came to Dingzhou village so early in the morning. It turned out that they had other motives. However, Li Wangyu absolutely agreed with the playboy's idea. He raised his eyes to look at the group of silk pants and pondered in his heart. They even thought of treating a patient. It seemed that these silk pants weren't just trying to make a name for themselves, but were actually doing good deeds. This really made him look at these silk pants in a new light. Okay, no problem. Leave this to me. Li Wangyu patted his chest and promised. He was naturally not boasting. With his relationship with Sun Simiao, it was not a big deal to borrow his disciples and grand-disciples to treat illnesses. That day, Li Wangyu made a bet with Zhang Baozong. After Mr. Baozong lost, he really went to Xianwei Square and kowtowed to Sun Simiao to become his disciple. In fact, Zhang Baozong was originally unwilling to do this. However, when he came into contact with the microscope in Xianwei Square and the magical surgery and penicillin, he became willing. Not only did he not hesitate to call Sun Simiao master, but he also took the initiative to send his disciples and grand-disciples to Xianwei Square. The Xianwei Square, which was originally not small, actually became a little crowded after dozens of the best doctors of the Tang dynasty gathered there. Li Wangyu also felt that it was a waste for Sun Simiao and the others to gather in Xianwei Square. After all, the medical conditions in the Tang dynasty were really not good. Even in the capital of Chang, and when most people fell sick, they just relied on those unreliable medical workers. After the fops mentioned this, Li Wangyu thought about whether he should invest in building a hospital in Chang and city. Huaxia was actually the first country in the world to set up hospitals. As early as the Western Han Dynasty, Emperor Wu of Han Dynasty, Lu Che, set up medical centers everywhere. People with diseases and epidemics give up empty houses to buy medicine, equipped with doctors and medicine, and treated the people for free. However, hospitals similar to modern hospitals in the future, which recruited and treated patients according to their categories, only appeared in the southern Song Dynasty. Li Wangyu felt that since the charity hall was going to treat the poor, this kind of free medical treatment was just a temporary act. It was better to take out gold to open a hospital. After all, with Sun Simiao, the great god, there was no need to worry about not having enough good doctors. As for money, it was even less of a problem. Not to mention that Wang You's charity hall earned more than 200,000 strings of cash every year by collecting feces in Chang and city. Even with his current wealth, it was not difficult to use it to maintain a few free hospitals. The more Li Wangyu thought about this matter, the more feasible it was, so he simply told the fops his idea and wanted to hear their opinions. Chapter 706. After listening to Li Wangyu's explanation about the hospital, Cheng Chumo and the others naturally applauded and cheered. However, Fang Yai glanced at Li Wangyu vigilantly and asked, "Zio, what kind of hospital is this? Don't tell me you intend to be a hands-off shopkeeper and leave it to us to manage? No way, you don't even need to think about it." Fang Ai's words reminded the group of silk pants that this was indeed the case. Li Wangyu, this bastard, all of his ideas were good. It was just that this fellow was lazy to the bone and belonged to the type of person who only cared about killing and not burying. This was the case with the charity hall. Although the playboys also enjoyed it, when they thought about how they were running around outside every day while this guy was eating, drinking, and having fun in the manor, they couldn't help but feel angry. Li Wangyu couldn't help but have a few black lines appear on his face. Damn, how did this group of playboys see through my thoughts? When did these bastards become so smart? He quickly coughed dryly and said, "Ahem, brother, what are you thinking? How could this little brother think that way? Hee, you all misunderstood this little brother. This hospital, and we naturally can't manage it. After all, we don't know medicine. This little brother is going to let old Immortal's son manage the hospital. Our Wangyu Charity Hall will only be responsible for providing money and food. What do you all think?" "That's fine. The charity hall can take out 1,000 copper coins every month." He was now responsible for the account books of the Wangyu Charity Hall, so she naturally knew. Li Wangyu said, "If the hospital's expenses are not enough in the future, this little brother will pay for it out of his own pocket. This is nothing. Since all the brothers have no objections, I will go to Xianwei now and find old Immortal's son to settle this matter." Cheng Chumo impatiently waved at him, motioning him to go quickly. He then turned to the old housekeeper Li Heng and asked, "Housekeeper Li, may I ask if there are any cows that have just fallen to their deaths recently? If there are beef, cut a few catties for us." Li Wangyu was getting up and walking out. When he heard Cheng Chimo's words, he almost staggered and fell to the ground. F***ck, this bastard who doesn't want firth. Who would cut a few kilograms of beef for breakfast? What was even worse was that he actually asked Li Heng if there were any cows that fell to their death recently. Obviously, this was the aftereffect of the stewed beef with potatoes that he had treated Pai Lupi, Fong Xianling, Qing Yaojin, and Du Ruhui to. Li Wangyu pretended not to hear Cheng Chimo's words. He comforted himself while muttering, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. If you get sick from anger, no one will take your place." Then he went out to look for Sun Simiao. Li Wangyu, Sun Simiao, and Zhang Baozong greeted each other before taking their seats in a private room. "Old Immortal's son, Mr. Treasure, I'm here today because I have a request." After seeing Sun Simiao, Li Wangyu came straight to the point and said, "I see that in Chang and City, when ordinary people fall ill, they lack doctors and medicines. It's very pitiful. So I want to do something for them." Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong looked at each other. They did not quite understand what Li Wangyu meant. "Zio, I know this too. I often go to the mountains to collect herbs and treat the people for free. But it's just a drop in the bucket. Immeasurable deity, I can't do anything about it. There's always a limit to human power." Sun Simiao sighed. "Old Immortal son, because of this, I plan to open a hospital in Chang and City. There will be outpatient clinics and inpatient clinics to treat the patients." "Oh, outpatient clinics are where the patients come to see the doctor and get medicine. Inpatient clinics are where the patients who have difficulty moving and are easy to infect will be opened. I'll pay for all the medical expenses and medical expenses of the ordinary people's families. Although I don't charge any money, I'll treat the patients and the medicine will be good. What do you think, Old Immortal's son and Mr. Treasure? Free consultation fees and medicine? Zio, you'll pay for it? That's not a small sum. Zio, are you really willing?" Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong did not expect Li Wangyu to be so generous. They could not help but be surprised. This was not something that could be done with a few thousand strings of cash or even tens of thousands of strings of cash. They estimated that the hospital would have to spend hundreds of thousands of strings of cash or even more every year. Li Wangyu smiled and said, "I won't hide it from you, Old Immortal's son and Mr. Treasure. Do you know about the Wangyu Charity Hall in Chang, in City? I'll donate all the earnings from the toilets in Chang and City. It's a charity hall led by Empress Zhangsun. Now, the charity hall earns up to 200,000 strings of cash every year. It won't be a problem to use part of it to set up this hospital." Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong were impressed by Li Wangyu's generosity. They looked at each other and nodded in approval. Zhang Baozong stroked his beard and said, "County Count who is indeed extraordinary. I've wronged you. Since County Count who is willing to set up this hospital, I don't have any other abilities, but my medical skills are not bad. If you need my help, County Count who only has to ask." Sun Simiao said, "Zio, if you're really willing to pay for the medicine for the people of Chang and City, I'm naturally willing to help. However, I haven't been in the secular world for a long time and am unable to manage a hospital. Why don't I let Baozong manage it? If you have any difficult or complicated illnesses, you can come find me." Li Wangyu hurriedly looked at Zhang Baozong and said, "If Mr. Treasure doesn't mind, why don't you take the position of director of the hospital?" Zhang Baozong smiled and said, "If County Count who trusts me, I'll cooperate." Li Wangyu said, "With Mr. Treasure taking charge, there naturally won't be any problems. However, the scale of the hospital I plan to set up is not small. When the time comes, I'll have to ask Old Immortal's son and Mr. Treasure to send some of your disciples to the hospital." "Of course, no problem." Sun Simiao and Zhang Baozong both nodded in agreement. After the three of them discussed the details of setting up the hospital, Li Wangyu proposed that Sun Simiao send a few of his disciples with good medical skills to help out with the charity's preparations to go to Chang, and City's Ping and City and Yongyang City's Fang Yi City. Of course, Sun Simiao would not refuse. He immediately had the little Daoist boy in the temple call for a few disciples and had them follow Li Wangyu to Chang and City. Li Wangyu led Sun Simiao's disciples and grand-disciples to meet up with the foppish young masters. Then, they rode towards Chang and City. Since Cheng Chumo and the foppish young masters wanted to do good deeds, Chang and City naturally had to cooperate. When they arrived at Yongyang City's Fangyi City, the bailiffs of Chang and City who came to maintain order were already waiting there. The Li Zheng of Yongyang City was also waiting there respectfully. What made Li Wangyu speechless was that Cui Zhua, the county magistrate of Chang and City, was also waiting at the entrance of Yongyang City's Fangyi City. Li Wangyu did not know that in this period of time, Wang You's charity hall had become famous in Chang and City. Empress Zhang Sun personally took the lead. Duke Zheng, Duke Lai, Duke Lu, and the other young masters of the Duke's Manors were personally in charge. Chang and City and Wanyan City naturally had to cooperate fully with Wang You's charity hall. Cui Zhua and Lu Deheng were not fools. As the two county magistrates of Chang and City, how could they let go of this opportunity to improve their reputation and flatter Chang and City's Fangyi City? Knowing that a group of young masters were coming to Yongyang City and Ping in City to give food and clothing, Cui Zhua did not even care about his official duties. He personally came to Yongyang City to wait. He was prepared to accompany the playboys to help the poor. Today, the clothes and food used to help the people of the two cities would naturally be delivered by the charity hall's steward. These things did not need the playboys to personally take care of. When Cui Zhua saw that Li Wangyu had also come today, he quickly went forward to greet him. Greetings to the county magistrate. Today, the county magistrate has actually come to Yongyang City to help the poor. I am very impressed. Thank you for your trouble, Ming House. Li Wangyu politely returned the greeting. Looking at the young man smiling at him, Cui Zhua could not help but feel a little absent-minded. The scene when he first met Li Wangyu outside Dingzhou village was still vivid in his mind. Who would have thought that this young man, who was chased out of the clan by the Li clan of Hu County, would become the county magistrate of the founding dynasty within a year, a level 4 official. And he was still the level 6 county magistrate of Chang and City. Cui Zhua could not help but feel that he had lived for so long in vain. Chapter 707. Let's not talk about Cui Zhua, the county magistrate of Chang and County. Li Wangyu and the foppish sons were carefully escorted by the Li Zheng of Yongyang Lane. Behind them were several carriages piled with grain sacks, salt, clothes, and other supplies. Whether it was in the future or the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu had never personally done such a thing to help the poor. He had seen a lot of it on television in the future. The general idea was to distribute the food and other supplies to each household and then say a few words of comfort. Actually, Li Wangyu did not agree with this method of giving people fish to feed the poor. Even the poverty alleviation in the future was not so simple. Simply giving the poor people some money and food could only relieve them of their poverty for a while. It could not change their poor lives. Continuously giving them money and food would only raise lazy people. It would not help at all. The poverty alleviation in the future of Wuxia was more about helping the poor find jobs, providing them with vocational training and jobs. This was the reason why it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him fish. But now, Wang You's charity was only blood transfusion. It did not have the effect of creating blood. Li Wangyu could not help but shake his head when he thought of this. But the wastrels were in high spirits. It could be seen that this group of wastrels was sincerely doing good deeds. Even though the clothes of the people in Yongyang Lane were shabby and dirty, Cheng Chumo and this group of wastrels who were used to living like princes did not mind. They even personally carried bags of food from the carriages and sent them to the people's homes. Sun Simiao's disciples also began to treat the illnesses of the people in the homes. Yongyang Lane was very lively at this time. The streets and alleys of the lane were filled with children running around. There were also voices of people bowing and thanking the wastrels. There were even some who were so excited that they directly knelt down in front of the wastrels and knocked their heads against the stone slabs. This scene fell into Li Wangyu's eyes, but he was silent. Fang Yai had just personally delivered the food to the two families and was sweating profusely. However, it could be seen that he was in an extremely good mood at the moment. Not only was Fang Yai like this, but Cheng Chu Imo and the others were also like this. Amidst the constant thanks and gratefulness of the common people in the square, the debauches were all flushed with excitement, their spirits high. Li Wangyu now understood why the Silk Pants were so concerned about doing good deeds. This group of playboys used to run amok in Chang and city. Although they were not as bastards as Wang Ziqiao and Jing Konghua, they often caused trouble and fought. They were full of playboys. The commoners feared them, but they did not have any respect for them. Since this group of playboys began to run the Wangyu Charity Hall and learned how to be kind to the young, the elderly, the poor, and the sick in Chang and city, they naturally won the heartfelt respect and gratitude of the people. To put it bluntly, it was a sense of satisfaction that they had never felt before. Li Wangyu naturally knew that Cheng Chu Mo and the others were not saints. Their ability to do good deeds was also for the sake of reputation, and they had a strong utilitarian heart. But just like what he said to Pai Lupi in Dingzhou village, Zi Lu receives cows. Doing good deeds with a utilitarian heart was not a problem and should even be encouraged. He just felt that the way the Silk Pants did good deeds was not appropriate. Fang Yai strode back to the carriage, picked up the water bag, and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. He wiped the water stains on his lower lip and the sweat on his forehead, and then slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder heavily. "Ha, Ziyo, your decision to run the charity hall that day was indeed very correct. Doing good deeds and helping the poor really makes one feel happy." The Silk Pants at this time also leaned against the carriage and took water to drink. It was obvious that everyone had put in a lot of effort. Cheng Chu Mo pointed at Li Wangyu and scolded with a smile. "That rascal, Ziyo really knows how to be lazy. We are all sweating, but this rascal is actually hiding on the side to watch the fun." That's true, this rascal really is very tired. It was Du He who was more careful and saw that Li Wangyu did not seem to be in a good mood. She could not help but say, "Ziyo, why don't I see a smile? Could it be that you are distressed about the copper coins that you spent?" Du He's words were naturally a joke, but she just wanted to tease Li Wangyu to make him happy. Li Wangyu looked at the Silk Pants and then looked at the smiling people in the square, but did not know how to answer. However, on second thought, he remembered a joke he had seen in the future. He said to the Silk Pants, "Brothers, I thought of a joke. Are you interested?" "Oh, a joke. Let's hear it." It was said that in a certain place, there was a man who was famous for being charitable. Every day when he went out, he would meet a beggar, and he would give the beggar 10 copper coins. It was like this every day. A year later, one day, the man went out and met a beggar. He only gave 1 copper coin. So the beggar asked him why he only gave 1 copper coin today. The man replied that he was married and needed to support his wife and children. Who knew that the beggar would fly into a rage and actually slapped the man and angrily scolded, "How can you use my money to support your wife and children?" After Li Wangyu finished his joke, the Silk Pants did not laugh and looked at each other suspiciously. Cheng Chumo, Yuchi Bao Lin, and a few others with fiery tempers immediately scolded, "What kind of nonsense is this? That beggar is so unreasonable. How did it become his money? This kind of beggar should be arrested and thrown into prison, and the heaviest punishment is 50 strokes. If I meet this kind of beggar, I will definitely beat him." Chai Lingwu, Du He, and the others could hear the hidden meaning in Li Wangyu's joke and could not help but frown. After a long time, Chai Lingwu asked uncertainly, "Ziyo, do you mean that what we are doing now is the same as that man? It can't be, right? The common people are mostly simple. How can they be as shameless as that beggar?" Du He turned her head to look at the smiling common people and asked with uncertainty. Li Wangyu said, "Brothers, as the saying goes, if you raise the rice, you'll be grateful, but if you don't, you'll be hated. If one is used to being helped and given, they will openly ask for more from you." His words moved the group of Silk Pants. After thinking about it carefully, they felt that it made some sense. Cheng Chumo muttered unhappily, "Ziyo, it was you who said that you wanted to set up a charity hall. Why are you the one pouring cold water on us now? Are you not going to help the poor anymore?" Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Brother Chumo, you misunderstood my meaning. This kindness to the young, to the old, to the poor, to the sick, naturally still needs to continue. Otherwise, there is no meaning in setting up a charity hall. I just feel that we should think of a way to let these common people have the ability to earn more copper coins themselves and not rely on our charity. Of course, for the old, young, sick, and disabled, it is a different matter. Regularly giving them some money and food is something that should be done. The silk pants pondered for a while and nodded. Ziyo's words are reasonable. The common people in the south of the city have a hard life, but relying on us to give them some copper coins to eat is not a long-term solution. Ziyo, you have many ideas. Tell us, how can we help these common people find a livelihood? Seeing that the silk pants threw the difficult problem back at him, Li Wangyu was also depressed. In such a short time, how could he think of a good idea? Chapter 708. Li Wangyu really didn't know how to help these poor people in Chang and make a living. Poverty alleviation in later generations was supported by a huge amount of government data and targeted reemployment training for the poor to help them find suitable jobs. However, these people in the Tang dynasty were illiterate, and the only thing they could do was labor. Even so, most of the people in the south of the city could only farm a few acres of land in the inner square and occasionally find some odd jobs to earn some copper coins. It was not that there were no jobs for them in Chang. As the most prosperous and populated city in the world today, it actually required a lot of labor, whether it was the shops in the east and west markets or the caravans that shuttled back and forth in Chang and every day. However, in the Tang dynasty, it was not easy for these people to find a job or hire people in the shops. There was no other reason, no other information. In the Tang dynasty, there were number 58 cities, gathering websites, recruitment websites, direct recruitment websites, and so on. Even powerful people like Jiang Zia and Zhuge Liang had to find willing people to take the bait to find a job, let alone these ordinary people. It was not easy for the merchants in Chang and to find people. Most of them had to ask the middlemen of the broker house to help introduce them. And the people who were introduced may not be suitable. There was no situation like in later generations, where hundreds or thousands of people competed for a job with a recruitment advertisement. Li Wangyu felt that he should have thought of this. He had heard his beautiful boss complain many times that it was really difficult to recruit people for her family's businesses. Thinking of this, and looking at the Dazhao baseball field not far away, Li Wangyu couldn't help laughing. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. "Brothers, I have an idea." Hearing this, the playboys looked sideways. "Ziyo, what's the idea? Tell us." Li Wangyu pointed to the Dazhao baseball field and said with a smile, "The idea lies in the baseball field." The playboys were stunned and then shook their heads. "How many people can you use in your baseball field?" "It's just more than 100 people." "Ziyo, don't joke." Li Wangyu said, "Brothers, have you forgotten about the Ball newspaper? Now, every issue of the Globe could sell tens of thousands of copies in Chang and City. Since that was the case, why not help these people publish information in the global newspaper? I'll just create a job search column. In this way, whether it was merchants or shops, when they needed people, they would be able to follow the map. Since we can help these people find a source of livelihood and also solve the needs of the merchants, why not?" Job search column? Every word Li Wangyu said was understood by the rich kids, but when put together, they were completely dumbfounded. They didn't understand what he meant. "Ziyo, why is there a job hunting column?" "Hehe, it's simple. Just gather the information of these people, such as their name, age, where they live, what specialties they have, and so on. Then, publish this information on the global newspaper. Now, everyone in Chang and would read this newspaper, including the merchants and shopkeepers of the eastern and western cities. If they need help in their shop, they can choose from among them. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" When the silk pants heard this, they more or less understood what Li Wangyu meant. He pondered for a moment, but shook her head. No. "Ziyo, do you know that there are tens of thousands of people in the southern part of the city? How can a small globe publish all of them?" Li Wangyu was stunned. This seemed to be a problem. However, looking at the smiling Chang and County Magistrate Cui Zhuo, Li Wangyu smiled again. "Brothers, this is simple. We'll have to trouble Cui Ming House with this matter. Why don't we ask Cui Ming House and Lu Ming House of Wanyan County to send out their scribes to gather the information of the people in the two counties in detail and compile it into a book? We'll publish the information on the globe and let the merchants who need help go to Chang and Wanyan counties to inquire. Then, we'll let the county magistrate bring the people that the merchants have taken a fancy to the county magistrate. Both sides can meet face to face. Isn't that enough? Li Wangyu's idea came out of his mouth. The fancy pants nodded in agreement with his words, but Cui Zhuo's expression did not look so good. If the county magistrate did as Li Wangyu said, wouldn't it become a middleman? What kind of scandal would that be? Moreover, how many people would the county magistrate need to do such a thing? If Cui Zhuo nodded and agreed, wouldn't he be scolded to death by the scribes and bailiffs in the county magistrate? However, Li Wangyu, the county magistrate who founded the country, said these words, and a group of nobles stared at him. Although Cui Zhuo was unwilling, he couldn't say a word for a long time. Li Wangyu saw Cui Zhuo's constipated expression and immediately understood what he was struggling with. He couldn't help but laugh. Cui Minghouse, don't think it's troublesome. This is actually a good thing. Cui Zhuo's expression was bitter. He cupped his hands toward Li Wangyu and said, "Please advise me, county magistrate who?" Li Wangyu said, "The people under the Ming House's rule have a stable livelihood. I think it's also good for the Ming House, right?" Cui Zhuo naturally nodded. These words were not wrong. For a county magistrate like him, the people under his rule could live and work in peace and contentment. Whether it was his political achievements or his reputation, it was a good thing. I naturally understand what county magistrate who is saying. However, if we want to manage this matter, we need a lot of people. I'm afraid that the bailiffs and scribes in the county magistrate will have many complaints. Li Wangyu said, "The county magistrate can make a lot of money from this matter. I think it should be enough to dispel the people in the county magistrate's complaints." Cui Zhuo couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are the benefits? Please advise me, county magistrate who?" Li Wangyu said, "Simple, collect money." Collect money? Cui Zhuo and the other playboys were all confused. Yes, collect money. Since the middlemen can collect money, why can't the county magistrate take money? The county magistrate has calculated the data. If the merchants want to hire people, they naturally have to pay. The Cui Ming House can collect copper coins from the merchants based on the number of people they hire. For example, for every person the merchants hire through the county magistrate, they will give the county magistrate 500 copper coins. Although this is not a lot, many little drops make a mickle. Under the rule of the Ming House in Chang, and there are tens of thousands of poor people. Is the Ming House afraid that the county magistrate won't be able to make money? The Ming House can take out a portion of this money and use it to subsidize the bailiffs and scribes. Would they have any complaints after taking the money? Li Wangyu's words made Cui Zhuo's eyes light up. It seemed to make sense. If the middlemen could collect money, so could the county magistrate. However, for the county magistrate of Chang and Wanyan to collect money, he didn't know if the imperial court would allow it. Li Wangyu saw Cui Zhuo's concerns and continued, "The Ming House doesn't have to worry about the imperial court opposing it. Hee, isn't there still Brother Eai and Brother Du? I think Prime Minister Fang and Prime Minister Du will give us some face." Cui Zhuo immediately looked at the playboys inquisitively. He wanted to see their opinions. Fang Eai, Du He, and the others looked at each other and nodded with a smile. It seemed that the officials in their manners wouldn't object to something that was beneficial to the people. Seeing that the playboys also supported his actions, Cui Zhuo became interested. Since County Magistrate Hu and the other princes say so, then I will give it a try. Chapter 709. 10 days later, a new issue of the newspaper was released. Nowadays, reading the newspaper had become a trend in Chang. Whether it was the ordinary people, the shopkeepers in the two markets, or the officials and nobles in the imperial court, they were used to buying a copy of the newspaper and reading it carefully after it was published. It was not that everyone liked to watch the batting game or buy lottery tickets, but because everyone read the newspaper. If they didn't read it, they wouldn't even have a topic to chat with others. Therefore, whether they liked it or not, they would read the newspaper carefully. However, today's newspaper was a little different from the past. People were surprised to find that there was a content that had nothing to do with the batting game at the bottom of the newspaper. The newspaper stated that the Wangyu Charity Hall, which had recently become famous in Chang, and was now cooperating with the two counties of Chang and Wanyan to help the poor. The two counties had registered the people in Chang and who had difficulty making a living, and there were tens of thousands of people who were willing to go out to work. Any shopkeeper in Chang and who needed to recruit workers could go to the two counties of Chang and Wanyan to recruit workers. This piece of news that had never been heard before immediately made the two markets, Ping Kong Square and Chongren Square, lively. Many shopkeepers gathered together to discuss this matter. Shopkeeper Zhang, have you read today's newspaper? It's interesting. The two counties of Wanyan and Chang are also doing business as brokers? I was just about to talk about this with shopkeeper He. This is new. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, even in the previous dynasty, there was no such thing as a broker. Tut, it also said that the government doesn't do it for free. Every time they recruit someone through the government, they have to pay the government 500 coins. Chang and Wanyan counties are so poor that they are crazy. Shopkeeper He, you're wrong. I think it's a good thing. Oh? What do you mean? Shopkeeper Zhang, please enlighten me. Shopkeeper He, you were also recruiting workers a few days ago, right? Yes, that's right. Shopkeeper He, are you satisfied with the workers introduced by the broker? It's just a After all, it was recommended by the broker house. We can only make a final decision after half a year of trial work. The trial period was the probation period. The merchants of the Tang dynasty were even more black-hearted. The probation period was as long as half a year, during which they were only given basic food, lodging, and a few copper coins. If he was an apprentice, it would be even worse. He would have to be an apprentice for at least a year. During that time, he would not be able to earn a single copper coin. She could tell that shopkeeper He was not very satisfied with the servant introduced by the broker house. This was also very normal. His shop needed workers, so he went to the broker house, and through various connections he found someone to bring over for the shopkeeper to take a look. Regardless of whether it was good or not, he could only give it a try first. As for whether this person was suitable or not, and whether he could satisfy the shopkeeper, that was up to fate. Shopkeeper He, look at what's written in the newspaper. There are tens of thousands of people in Wanyan and Chang and counties. When we need to recruit people, won't we be able to choose at will? Wasn't that a good thing? In this old man's opinion, although I've never heard of the county yamen doing this, it's more reliable than finding a broker. Even if we were to pay the broker house, it would be more than 500 copper coins. Moreover, this was done by the Wang Yu charity hall behind the scenes. What's wrong with that? The broker house in Chang and city was similar to the headhunting company or employment agency in the modern world. Naturally, they would charge a fee for introducing workers to these shops. Most of the workers in Chang and city were paid about 1 copper coin a month, and the broker house would charge a month's salary as a reward. In comparison, the fees in Chang and Wanyan counties were half of the price of the broker house. Shopkeeper Lu's words make sense. No, I have to go to the Chang and county yamen to take a look. If I can really find suitable workers, that would be a good thing. Shopkeeper He thought that it was very reasonable, so he said this and hurried to the county yamen. At this time, in the Chang and county yamen, the 3 groups of yamen runners and the scribes of the yamen were chatting together. Leader Zhao, do you think that the Ming House has nothing better to do when they asked us to register the information of those people? For this matter, my legs are about to break from running. It's really the case that once the higher-ups ask, the subordinates run until their legs break. Who says they aren't? The Ming House can really think of something like this. What's wrong with the yamen? Do they want to do business like the broker house? Everyone be quiet. If the Ming House hears you, you'll have to bear the consequences. A scribe was afraid of trouble and quickly stopped them. Leader Zhao glared at them and said, "What? My legs are about to break from running. Can I say a few words?" "Shu, do you know who gave the Ming House this idea?" "Who? If I find out, I'll beat him up." "What kind of idea is that?" Leader Zhao glared at them. That was the idea of County Count Hu, Duke Lu, Duke Lai, and Duke Sheng. Leader Zhao, go beat them up." A scribe who knew what was going on made fun of him and said. After he said this, Leader Zhao, who was shouting at the top of his lungs, as well as the yamen runners and scribes who were complaining, immediately shut their mouths. They even looked around with a guilty conscience. After making sure that no one was paying attention to them, Leader Zhao lowered his voice and said, "Even if it's County Count Hu, he can't make fun of us like this." Someone laughed out loud. "I say, Leader Zhao, aren't you always very bold? How come you're even calling him County Count Hu? County Count who hasn't been born yet and has just turned 17. Ha, don't those scholars say that those who are more accomplished are more important? Aren't I just respecting County Count Hu?" Although Leader Zhao was an unreasonable person, he still knew who he could provoke and who he couldn't. The Ming House said that there are benefits to helping those merchants recruit people. They'll charge us 500 copper coins per person. The Ming House said that they'll reward us with half of the money. Leader Zhao wasn't happy and glared, "Nonsense. Even if it's 250 copper coins, how much can you get? Don't forget that our Chang and county has 3 groups of yamen runners and scribes. There are over 100 people. Do you think that you'll get 2 or 3 copper coins per person? But we've registered tens of thousands of people in the past few days. If we introduce all of them, we'll get a lot of money." A scribe argued. 10,000 people. If each person received 500 copper coins from the merchants, that would be 5,000 strings of copper coins. If half of the money was given to the yamen runners and scribes, each person would get around 20 strings of copper coins. This wasn't a small amount. It was equivalent to a year's salary for the yamen runners and scribes. Leader Zhao's face was filled with disdain. "Come on, you believe that? The yamen has a lot of information about the people, but it's not enough to introduce them. This county government isn't a broker house. How can there be so many merchants coming to the county government to recruit people? If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. If 10 merchants come to the county government to recruit people within a month, I'll lose and bark like a dog. How about that?" "Okay, it's a deal." While the crowd was chatting, the yamen runner who was on duty outside the yamen rushed into the county yamen. "Quick, quick, someone's here." Leader Zhao slapped him on the head. "What nonsense are you talking about? More people are here. What's going on?" "People, there are a lot of people outside the yamen. There are hundreds of people. They're all merchants from Chang. They want to recruit people." The yamen runner was out of breath and quickly answered. Leader Zhao's face changed when he heard this. He quickly led the yamen runners and scribes outside. Outside the county government of Chang and County, there were hundreds of merchants wearing all kinds of silk and satin gathered. Leader Zhao was stunned and asked, "Why have you come to the county government?" "Thank you. We're here to recruit people." "Where can we do it?" "Yes, I want to recruit 3 workers in my shop." "Where can I recruit them?" "The newspaper said that Chang and County can recruit people. Is that true?" Leader Zhao was stunned for a while. Then he turned his stiff neck and looked at the person who made the bet with him. Woof, woof, woof. Chapter 710. Shopkeeper Ren of the Renji Saddle Shop in Shi City had also been worrying about the recruitment of shop assistants and apprentices. Ever since he won the lottery, the business of the saddle shop was getting better and better. However, he was lacking in manpower. Shopkeeper Ren had already asked the broker to help him find suitable workers. However, he was not satisfied with the few people sent by the broker. After all, he wanted to find skilled workers. How could he find them in such a short time? Shopkeeper Ren naturally saw the news in the Chiu newspaper. After seeing the news, Shopkeeper Ren was overjoyed. He immediately left the shop and rushed to the Chang and County Yamen. However, when Shopkeeper Ren arrived at the Chang and County Yamen, he was shocked to find that the Yamen, which was usually quiet, was as busy as a market. Noda's Yamen was filled with merchants who came to recruit workers. Some merchants who were familiar with each other greeted each other loudly and asked how many people they were going to recruit today. It was very lively. Fortunately, this was the Chang and County Yamen and there was no shortage of Yamen runners to maintain order. Under the urging of the Yamen runners, the merchants lined up and went to the Yamen runners to register what kind of people they needed and how many people they needed. Shopkeeper Ren saw the situation and did not bother to greet his acquaintances. He quickly went to line up. Cui Zhuo, the Chang and County magistrate, did not expect that the Chiu newspaper would attract so many merchants. He was also shocked when he received the report from the Yamen runners. He ordered people to summon all the scribes in the county Yamen to greet the merchants, register them, and inquire about them. He also sent Yamen runners to ride horses to each lane to inform the commoners who met the needs of the merchants to come to the county Yamen to work according to the information given by the scribes. The Yamen runners of Chang and county were like the delivery men in the future. They were constantly going back and forth between the Yamen and each square. However, no one complained now. Even a fool could see that Chang and county was going to make a lot of money. The Yamen runners and the Yamen runners would also get a share of the rewards. After dealing with the matters in the Yamen, Cui Zhuo hurriedly sent someone to deliver a letter to the rich playboys. Cui Zhuo was clear about this matter. Although he and Lu Dehang were the two county magistrates who did the hard work, the Wang Yu Charity Hall deserved the credit. However, the benefits that he and Lu Dehang received were real. Not to mention the merits of governing, even if the people had a stable livelihood, it would be of great benefit to him as the county magistrate of Chang and county. Cui Zhuo looked at the bustling scene in the county government office and admired Li Wangyu to the extreme. Cui Zhuo couldn't help but sigh with emotion when a random idea had such an effect. The same thing happened in the county office of Wanyan County. The scene of the two counties in Chang and that had lasted for 10,000 years had even spread throughout the city. The Tangs had never seen any job fairs, much less hundreds of merchants running to the county Yamen to recruit workers. As a result, countless people who were bored and wanted to watch the fun also rushed to Chang and Wanyan counties to join in the fun. The Changshu Square and Xianyang Square where Chang and Wanyan counties were located were crowded. It was even livelier than during the Lantern Festival. Today's job fairs in the two counties were obviously successful. Many merchants, including shopkeeper Ren, had found suitable workers. In just one day, more than 1,000 people in Chang and Wanyan counties had found jobs. In the eyes of the Tangs, this was simply a legend. For this reason, even the big shots like Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui solemnly submitted a memorial to Pai Lupi the next day in the Chang and imperial court to commend the two county magistrates, Cui Zhuo and Lu Dehang. Wang Yu Charity Hall also became famous in the hearts of the people because of this. In addition to the merchants who were stomping their feet and cursing in the streets, nearly 1 million people in Chang and almost praised Li Wangyu and the rich playboys to the skies. In this regard, the rich playboys naturally became more excited and more diligent in managing the affairs of the charity hall. Li Wangyu didn't feel very happy. Since the day he and the rich playboys went to Yongyang and Hepping Square to help the poor, he had been thinking about something and frowning every day. Seeing him like this, the beautiful boss couldn't help but be curious. Wangyu, why have you been so worried recently? What are you thinking about? Li Wangyu sighed deeply and pulled the beautiful boss to sit beside him. Changqing, recently I've been thinking about why God sent us back to the Tang dynasty. The beautiful boss seemed to understand his meaning, but she didn't say anything. She just quietly looked at the little man in front of her and waited for him to continue. In fact, when I first came to the Tang dynasty, I'm not afraid of being laughed at by you. My idea was very simple. I just wanted to be a small landlord. My family had good land, thousands of beautiful concubines. When he said this, he felt a pain in his waist. Li Wangyu knew that he had said something wrong and hurriedly begged for mercy. It hurts. I was wrong. I was just thinking about it. Humph, pig trotter, don't even think about it. The beautiful boss said angrily. Li Wangyu quickly grabbed her soft hand and gently stroked it. He continued to say, Yes, I don't want to. Listen to me and don't interrupt me. I originally just wanted to live a leisurely life in the Tang dynasty. I didn't have to worry about food and clothing. I really didn't have any ideals or ambitions. You see, I can't be like those pig trotters in time travel novels and usurp the throne. I can't deal with that old man Li Shimin. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Changqing, you also know that I'm not an engineering student. I'm just a bad student. I don't even know how to make steel, let alone make a steam engine in the Tang dynasty. So, I can't start an industrial revolution, right? The Tang dynasty is so powerful. You and I both know the following history. The rule of Zhenguan, the prosperous Tang dynasty. As for the Lushan rebellion, there's still more than 100 years. I guess no matter how hard I work, I won't be able to live until then. It has nothing to do with us. Li Wangyu stood up and paced back and forth with a slightly irritated mood. Chongqing, you see, we have money and a house now, but I'm confused and don't know what to do next. Do I really have to live like this in the Tang dynasty for the rest of my life? It's ironic. In my previous life, I envied those rich second generations the most. I thought that they didn't have to do anything every day and were happy to indulge in wine and women. But now that my soul has traveled to the Tang dynasty and I've become a rich first generation, I don't seem to be so happy. Originally, I wanted to do something for the Tang dynasty, so I spent money to do good deeds, thinking that at least I could change the fate of some people. But this time, after going to help the poor with Chengchumo and the others, I felt that even if I gave the people some money and food and helped them find a job, it didn't seem to change anything. So I feel more and more irritated. The beautiful boss naturally understood Li Wangyu's thoughts. To put it simply, he couldn't find a goal in life. She didn't know how to enlighten Li Wangyu. After all, even she was still confused. The two looked at each other speechlessly. Su Chongqing suddenly burst out laughing. Hey, pig trotter, don't you think we're a bit pretentious? Li Wangyu was stunned, and then he also laughed. It seemed that they were really a bit pretentious. Su Chongqing covered his mouth and laughed for a long time, but suddenly his eyes lit up and he said to Li Wangyu, "It turns out that I have a friend who was heartbroken." She also felt that life was gloomy and there was no meaning in living. Li Wangyu couldn't help but interrupt. Hey, I didn't feel like I was dying and I didn't feel that life was gloomy. I didn't fall out of love, Listen to me, don't interrupt me. Su Chongqing glared at him and continued. Later, she went to the Tibetan area to teach. Chapter 7:11. Later, she went to the Tibetan area to teach. The beautiful boss continued. A year later, when she appeared in front of me again, I almost couldn't recognize her. Although her appearance has darkened a lot, what's more important is her spirit. Wangyu, do you understand that feeling? It's like she's a completely different person, full of confidence and happiness. I asked her why she had such a big change. She said that when she was teaching, she felt the happiness and satisfaction of being respected, needed, and cared for. These were all things she had never experienced in her previous life, so she felt confident and happy. Li Wangyu was a bit confused. He looked at Su Chongqing in puzzlement and asked, Chongqing, what do you mean? The beautiful boss poked his forehead with her slender finger and said, You're so stupid. I mean, since you can't think of anything to do for the time being, you might as well teach. Yes, since you want to do something for the Tang dynasty, you might as well teach and educate people. You can't change this era, but you might as well change a person's fate. Isn't that meaningful? Have you forgotten that sentence? Knowledge can change fate. Although you're a bad student in the Tang dynasty, well, you can barely be a teacher. Ma Zhou and Yan Liben were fooled by you, weren't they? The beautiful boss laughed. Li Wangyu said, Don't you know how to chat? What do you mean by fooling? They were the ones who begged me to be their teacher. By the way, do you mean that I should take in a few more disciples? The beautiful boss was speechless. She directly rolled her eyes and said, You're so stupid. Why take in disciples? What I mean is that you should run a school. Speaking of which, Dingzhou village doesn't even have a private school now. Aren't you embarrassed to watch those naughty kids run around the village all day long? In the future, at this age, they've already gone to school. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel embarrassed after hearing the beautiful boss's words. He muttered, Chongqing, don't joke around. Run a school? If my primary school's homeroom teacher heard this, he would probably laugh his head off. He didn't think that he could start a school. Wasn't this a joke? A flunky from a second-tier university came to the Tang dynasty to engage in education? The beautiful boss glared at him. Why not? Don't forget that Li Chengqian and Li Tai are all learning from you, as well as Ma Zhou and Yan Liben. Since that's the case, what's wrong with being a teacher for those brats? Li Wangyu was speechless. He raised his head and stared at the ceiling for a long time before finally nodding. All right, then let's give it a try. It's just misleading the students. Anyway, Illiterate people were everywhere in the Tang dynasty. Since he dared to be the emperor's tutor, teaching a bunch of brats shouldn't be a big deal. Li Wangyu also agreed with the beautiful boss's words. Since knowledge could change one's fate, he might as well try and see if he could change the fate of some brats. Since we're going to open a school, why don't we just waive all the fees? I'll take care of the students' food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Let those naughty kids in the village go to school as well. It'll be a dormitory system, and they'll go home every 10 days. What do you think? Li Wangyu thought for a while and discussed with his beautiful boss. Of course. How many students are you going to recruit? Li Wangyu said, let's recruit 100 people first. We'll see how it goes. The beautiful boss asked again, where are you going to set up the school? Li Wangyu remembered that he had asked Pai Lupi for the land on both sides of the Gan River. He couldn't help but smile and said, let's set it up next to Dingzhou village. Some time ago, because of the potato incident, Li Shimin rewarded me with 10,000 mu of land. It's right next to the Gan River. I'll take out 100 mu of land to build the school first. If the school wants to expand in the future, there will be enough land. The beautiful boss naturally had no objection to this. After confirming that they were going to build a school, both of them became interested. They immediately found a pen and paper and began to write and draw on it, thinking about how to build the school. Sports field, track, canteen, dormitory, teaching building, swimming pool, horse racing field, archery range, auditorium, lake, lawn. It was as if the two of them had found a fun toy. They were constantly drawing on the paper according to their imagination and intentions. Li Wangyu had just swindled more than 100,000 taels of gold from the aristocratic families. He didn't treat money as money. He could design the school's blueprint however he wanted. Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing began to plan the school's blueprint at noon. They were actually in high spirits all the way until it was time to light the lamps. Li Wangyu stretched his body with satisfaction. He looked at the sketch that was beginning to take shape in front of him. His heart was filled with satisfaction. The beautiful boss looked at the sketch, but suddenly burst into laughter. Chongqing, what are you laughing at? Hee hee, I remember you said you were only going to recruit 100 students? Huh? What's wrong? The beautiful boss pointed to the sketch and asked, look at how big the school we designed is. Let alone 100 students, I'm afraid it can accommodate 10 times more, right? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Li Wangyu was also stunned. It seemed to be true. If the school was built according to this sketch, thousands of acres of land might not be enough. It seemed too exaggerated. The scale was comparable to the scale of the universities in the later generations. But looking at the sketch, he was reluctant to modify it because it was his and the beautiful boss's painstaking efforts. Li Wangyu touched his nose and couldn't help but laugh. Let it be big. Anyway, we have plenty of land and money. Maybe we can recruit more students in the future. The beautiful boss asked, what about the teachers? How are you going to solve it? Li Wangyu didn't think about the teachers. He was stunned for a while before he replied with uncertainty, recruit from Chang and City. Pay more. You can recruit some people, right? The beautiful boss glanced at him. Are you going to find some old masters to teach those students? What's the difference between that and a private school? Why spend so much money to build this school? Li Wangyu couldn't help but be speechless. What the beautiful boss said was right. But there was no solution. He couldn't go back to the later generations and recruit a group of teachers to work in the Tang dynasty, could he? It was even more impossible for him to teach so many students alone. He couldn't do it even if he died of exhaustion. Li Wangyu couldn't think of a solution even if he scratched his head. He simply acted shamelessly and spread his hands. Chongqing, what do you say? I'll listen to you. You're so stupid. You see, the spring imperial examination is just around the corner. There are so many scholars in Chang'an City. These people can't all pass the examination, right? Li Wangyu nodded. Of course. Although the Tang dynasty's imperial examination wasn't as crazy as the Ming and Qing dynasties, only 30 to 40% could pass the examination. You mean, I should recruit those students who failed to pass the examination to be teachers? But aren't they the same? Do you expect these scholars to teach the students we imagined? The beautiful boss laughed. Have you forgotten what was the first thing you did when you just graduated from university? Huh? What was it? Li Wangyu was at a loss. Then he realized. You mean the vocational training before the job? Bingo! Congratulations! You got it right. Chapter 712. Before Li Wangyu could complete his plan for the construction of the school, he was summoned to Chang and city by the palace eunuch sent by Pai Lupi. The reason was that the imperial examination in the third year of Zhengguan had begun. Originally, the imperial examination in spring had nothing to do with Li Wangyu. However, he had been rude and had shown off the imperial examination system in front of Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui. What he had said, such as copying the names, sealing the examination room, searching for smugglers, and forbidding the examiners and assistants from contacting the outside world during the examination, made Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling take his words as the golden rule. It couldn't be helped. Who asked the imperial examination to not be a very strict thing during the early Tang dynasty? Because the examination was not copied and the names were not covered, the examinees could even write their names on the examination paper. The fairness of the examination could be imagined. As for the internal ranking of the examination paper, there were countless cases. The most famous one in history was Wang Wei, a poet in the early Tang dynasty. When Wang Wei participated in the imperial examination and won the first place, he relied on the merit of the examination paper. Therefore, in the early Tang dynasty, the imperial examination was actually a test of connections and connections. As long as the connections were strong, there was no one who could not pass the imperial examination. Among them, the biggest beneficiaries were the aristocratic families. Therefore, Pai Lupi was quite resentful of them. Therefore, when Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi talked about the measures to prevent cheating in the imperial examination, Pai Lupi was wild with joy. At that time, he ordered Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui to follow suit and cut off the hands of the aristocratic families and courtiers that stretched out to the imperial examination system. Now that the imperial examination in spring had begun, Pai Lupi was still worried, so he ordered the eunuch to summon Li Wangyu back to Chang and city and let him accompany him to inspect the examination room. Originally, the examination room of the imperial examination in the Tang dynasty was in the square in front of the Ministry of Rites. Rows of seats were placed in order, and the examinees sat in the open air to take the examination. The examination time was not long, only 1 day, so it was not a torture. In this kind of examination room environment, there was naturally no need for strict confidentiality. After Li Wangyu's suggestion, the examination venue for this year's spring imperial examination was changed. The Ministry of Rites specially vacated a courtyard in Noda for the imperial examination. Under Pai Lupi's orders, Cheng Yaojin dispatched the imperial army of the Golden Guards to surround the examination venue. Outside the examination hall, the candidates who were preparing to take part in the imperial exam this year had already gathered in front of the examination hall, waiting for the examination hall to open. There were many subjects in the imperial examinations, such as Ming Fa, Ming Swan, and Ming Ci, which were not taken seriously by others. Even if one passed the imperial examinations, one would only be appointed as a small official by the imperial court. The elementary scholar section was abolished because it was too difficult. The earliest Xiuzai was worthy of being called a talented scholar. It was not something that the scholars of the Ming and Qing dynasties could compare to. At this time, the imperial examination of the Tang dynasty paid special attention to the Jinshi and Ming Jing examinations. Jinshi was tested on current affairs, poetry, and essays. Ming classics was tested on current affairs, calligraphy, and moi. However, Li Wangyu knew that many of the prime ministers of the Tang dynasty were Jinshi. Therefore, the Jinshi examination was the most important. The advanced examination naturally did not test on the Ming and Qing dynasties. Instead, it focused on poetry. Therefore, when Yu Shinan saw Li Wangyu plagiarizing 2 of Li Taibai's poems, he was certain that he would pass the spring imperial examination. The Ming Jing examination was about calligraphy and moi. In layman's terms, it was about filling in the blanks and writing from memory. It was relatively easy. After all, One only needed to be familiar with the calligraphy and annotations to pass the intermediate examination. On the other hand, composing poems required a certain amount of talent. Therefore, it was very difficult to pass the Jinshi examination. In the Tang dynasty, there was a saying, 30 years old Ming Jing, 50 years old Jinshi. It meant that if one passed the Ming Jing examination at 30 years old, one would be considered old. However, if one passed the Jinshi examination at 50 years old, one would be considered very young. The advanced examination had the lowest admission rate. On average, there were only 20 people on each roll. The rate of passing the Jinshi examination was only 1 in 60. At this time, more than 1,000 examinees had gathered outside the examination hall. It was a spectacular sight. Pai Lupi, in casual clothes, stood outside the crowd with Li Wangyu. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and a few others were also in casual clothes. Pai Lupi looked at the thousands of examinees and was very satisfied. Zio, look at these examinees. They are the foundation of the Tang dynasty. I wonder how many of them will be able to pass the Jinshi examination and serve the imperial court. Li Wangyu was very tactful and flattered. Congratulations, uncle. All the heroes in the world are in your hands. Ha, you bastard. I said this in the beginning, but later I found that it was not completely true. However, with Zio's good plan to improve the imperial examination, I can now say this again. Pai Lupi was very proud. Fang Xianling suddenly smiled at Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, speaking of the imperial examination, Zio mentioned something interesting a few days ago. What is it? Tell me about it, Fang Gonggang. Fang Xianling twirled his beard and said with a smile, I also heard from my son that Zio was drinking in a restaurant and happened to meet several examinees participating in this year's spring imperial examination. 2 of the examinees wanted to be Zio's disciples, but Zio told them to go to your residence to be Zio's disciples after passing the Jinshi examination. Your Majesty, don't you think Zio is deliberately making things difficult for them? Du Ruhui also said, Ha, that's right. I also heard about it. It is said that Zio said with certainty that the 2 examinees will pass the Jinshi examination this year. I don't know why Zio is so confident. I heard that the 2 examinees are not yet 30 years old. If it is the Ming Classics examination, it will be fine. But it is the Jinshi examination, I'm afraid it will not be easy. Pai Lupi was interested and asked Li Wangyu, Oh? Is there really such a thing? Ziyu, you rascal, you're too wicked. If you don't want to accept them as disciples, just say it. Why do you have to make things difficult for them? Ha! You only accept them as disciples when they pass the Jinshi examination. It is really difficult for them. Li Wangyu laughed in his heart. What a joke! If the 2 future prime ministers of the Tang dynasty failed to pass the Jinshi examination, wouldn't it be funny? However, the admission rate of the Jinshi examination was too low. Li Wangyu did not dare to guarantee that Lu Rengei and Shangguan Yi would pass the Jinshi examination this year. After all, he only knew that the 2 of them had passed the Jinshi examination in history. But who knew when they passed the Jinshi examination? Li Wangyu could only pretend to be mysterious when Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and others made fun of him. He said, Hey, Uncle Master Fang and Master Du, let's wait and see. Pai Lupi said, I don't believe that Zio, you can casually pick 2 examinees in a restaurant and pass the Jinshi examination. Tell me the names of the 2 people. I want to see the results when the list comes out this year. The 2 people are called Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengei. They are both examinees from Hunan province. Hey, Uncle, maybe the Jinshi examination this year will be one of them. Li Wangyu said. The Jinshi examination was the Zhuangyan, but there was no such thing in the Tang dynasty. The term Zhuangyuan was later changed to Jinshi because people thought that Jinshi was too indecent. Li Wangyu was just saying it casually. Anyway, Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui must have real talent. As for whether they passed the Jinshi examination or not, it didn't matter. Anyway, bragging didn't pay any tax. However, Pai Lupi took his words seriously. Chapter 713. The drum outside the Ministry of Rites sounded 3 times, signaling the opening of the examination hall. the examinees waiting at the examination hall began to line up and prepare to enter. However, when they entered, some unpleasantness occurred. The reason was that the imperial army of the Golden Guards who were guarding the examination hall wanted to search the examinees' bodies to see if they had any notes. When this news spread, the entrance of the examination hall at the Ministry of Rites was instantly thrown into chaos. This year's spring examination was too different from previous years, causing the examinees to be caught off guard. In particular, the examinees were actually being searched by the imperial army. This made the examinees even more dissatisfied. This was something that had never happened before. This is a disgrace to the educated, truly a disgrace to the educated. We are all examinees participating in the spring examination. Why are we being searched by the imperial army? I have also participated in the spring examination a few times, but I have never been searched like this before. Why are we being searched this year? The entrance of the examination hall was in chaos. There were even people who shouted to charge in. Such provocative words made the scene even more chaotic. Seeing this situation, Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown. His good mood from before was instantly ruined. Nonsense. How dare these examinees be so impudent? Me too, pass down my decree. Those who cause trouble will be disqualified from this year's spring examination. Pai Lupi ordered Mitua, who was serving behind him. Mitua replied. He turned around and prepared to pass down the decree to the imperial army, but he was stopped by Li Wangyu. Uncle, let's give them a chance. These rules have just been implemented this year. These examinees don't have it easy, so let them off, Li Wangyu persuaded. Speaking of which, he also held some responsibility for the commotion in front of the examination hall at the Ministry of Rites. After all, he was the one who suggested the rules for the spring examination to Pai Lupi. If many examinees couldn't participate in this year's spring examination and wasted a year's worth of time, Li Wangyu would feel apologetic. Although Pai Lupi was displeased, he didn't continue to insist on Li Wangyu's words. Since you are pleading for the examinees, I will let them off this time. But now that things have turned out like this, what kind of scandal is this? Li Wangyu could only brace himself and say, let me persuade them. Pai Lupi nodded slightly in agreement. With Pai Lupi's permission, Li Wangyu quickly walked towards the entrance of the Ministry of Rites. Niu Wu was afraid that the examinees would bump into him, so he wanted to lead his troops forward to protect him, but he was stopped by Li Wangyu. At this time, it was better not to add fuel to the fire. If he led a group of troops to appear, it would be easy to make the examinees feel disgusted. Anyway, they were just some weak scholars. There was nothing to worry about. Li Wangyu squeezed through the crowd and walked to the entrance of the examination hall in 2 or 3 steps. Leading a group of Golden Guards to guard the entrance of the examination hall, the one who was currently arguing with the impulsive examinees was a lieutenant of the Golden Guards. Li Wangyu stepped forward and was about to reveal his identity to the captain and show him his goldfish talisman when he saw the captain bow to him. Greetings, County Earl of Huizhou. Li Wangyu curiously asked, Oh, you know me? The captain smiled and said, when County Earl of Huizhou and the young dukes were practicing at the Golden Guards, it was this lowly official who led them to practice with County Earl of Huizhou. Only after he said this did Li Wangyu realize that this captain was very familiar. It turned out that when he and Cheng Chumo were practicing at the Golden Guards barracks, Cheng Yaojin had called him over to be their practice partner. Since he was an acquaintance, this matter was easy to handle. Li Wangyu smiled and whispered into his ear, the sage is watching, so don't let these examinees continue to cause trouble. Have them quiet down, I want to say a few words to them. Hearing that Pai Lupi was also here, the captain did not dare to hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. He called over several Golden Guards and gave them a few orders. Then, he stood on the stone steps in front of the Ministry of Rites and loudly shouted at the crowd below, Silence! Everyone be silent. If there is any more noise, you will be severely punished. The soldiers of the Golden Guards also shouted in unison. Everyone shouted in unison, and their voices were quite loud. Very quickly, those noisy examinees were suppressed. Out of the thousands of people present, no one said anything. Seeing that the crowd had finally quieted down, the captain invited Li Wangyu to the steps and then shouted at the examinees, "This is County Earl of Huizhou. He has a few words to say to all of you. All living beings must be silent." When the captain's words reached the ears of the examinees below, they naturally caused a buzz of discussion. How could these examinees not know who Li Wangyu was? They were all examinees participating in the advancement examination, so poetry was the most important thing to them. And in Chang'an, who did not know that County Earl of Huizhou, Li Wangyu, was the famous immortal poet? These examinees had carefully analyzed the poems that Li Wangyu had spread out countless times. The name Li Wangyu was a celestial figure in their hearts, an idol among idols. When they heard that the young man standing on the steps of the Ministry of Rites was County Earl of Huizhou, Li Wangyu, all of the examinees were extremely excited. "Greetings, teacher." "Greetings, County Earl of Huizhou." "Greetings, immortal poet." The 1,000 examinees on the field all bowed to Li Wangyu in unison, and all sorts of names came out of their mouths. Li Wangyu, this outwardly passionate man, hadn't thought that he would have such a high status in the hearts of these scholars. He couldn't help but feel somewhat proud. He hurriedly returned the greetings, then stood up straight. Gathering his qi in his dantian, he loudly shouted, "Everyone, I know that many people are dissatisfied with the change in the rules of this year's spring examination. I won't hide it from everyone. In truth, these ideas were suggested by this one to the saint." Li Wangyu's words caused another round of discussion below. The lieutenant could only shout for silence once more before the examinees quieted down. "Everyone, the reason I asked the saint and the imperial court to ban this topic and change the spring examination was for everyone's sake. In the past spring examinations, names were not masked, scrolls were not copied, and bodies were not searched. If someone cheated, wouldn't all of your years of hard work have been wasted by these black sheep? The imperial court selects scholars, and naturally selects the best of the best. How can we tolerate those who cheat for personal gain? Everyone, are you willing to let these cheaters ruin all of your years of hard work?" The examinees who had caused a ruckus earlier all fell silent after hearing Li Wangyu's words. The Grand Scholar examination was already extremely difficult, not to mention that there was a tendency to throw in papers. Of the 1,000 or so examinees present, how many of them truly had connections and backgrounds? The vast majority of the examinees naturally hoped for a fair chance to compete. They didn't want the spring examinations rankings to be decided before they even stepped into the examination grounds. "Teacher, we naturally don't want to. Teacher, we only want to rely on our years of hard work to become a grand scholar. We never thought of cheating." County Count who we were wrong. Li Wangyu was quite satisfied with the examinees' reactions. He continued, "Today, whoever incited the examinees to cause a ruckus must be the cheaters. Everyone open your eyes wide. Do not associate yourself with such people." After he finished speaking, the examinees who had been shouting insults all shut their mouths. Regardless of whether they had connections or not, how could they bring this matter to the table? As a result, the entrance of the Board of Rites examination hall became much more orderly. Chapter 714. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui and the other officials nodded in satisfaction when they saw that Li Wangyu was able to subdue the thousands of troublemakers with just a few words. Fang Xianling smiled at Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, although Zio is young, he is very methodical in his actions. He is so steady that he doesn't seem like a 17-year-old boy. In the future, this boy will definitely be the right-hand man of the Tang dynasty and your Majesty's right-hand man." Pai Lupi was naturally happy when he heard this, but he still pretended to be angry and said with a straight face, "This boy has always liked to cause trouble. He still needs to be taught more." Since ancient times, Huaxia was particular about the country and the world. Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi were uncle and nephew, so they were naturally close. Moreover, someone as excellent as Li Wangyu was, Pai Lupi, as the head of the Li Tang clan, was naturally proud that the Li clan could produce such a talent like Li Wangyu. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were both shrewd people. How could they not see the pride in Pai Lupi's heart, but they didn't point it out. They just smiled and didn't say anything. In front of the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites, Li Wangyu ordered the captain of the Jinwu guards to find a black curtain and encircle a passage in front of the examination hall. Everyone was confused and looked at Li Wangyu, wanting to know what he meant. Li Wangyu stood on the stone steps of the examination hall and shouted to the crowd, Everyone will enter the examination hall after passing through this curtain. Before entering the examination hall and being searched, if anyone carries something that they shouldn't have, they can throw it away in this curtain. Everyone has studied hard for many years. Whether or not you can pass the examination depends on today. Everyone, please don't make a mistake. If someone is found to be carrying a cheat sheet, then it is really a self-inflicted evil. You can't blame others. Am I right? The reason why Li Wangyu did this was because he could tell that even though the scholars no longer objected to the golden guards searching their bodies, he could also see that many of the examinees were avoiding his gaze with fear on their faces. Clearly, they were carrying something that they shouldn't be carrying. This was actually normal. After all, the previous spring imperial examinations were very lax. Li Wangyu reckoned that it was common for someone to find a gunman to take the test for them, let alone bring along a cheat sheet. Because of his advice to Pai Lupi, the spring quarter examinations had suddenly become much stricter. It was normal for the examinees to feel uncomfortable. That was why Li Wangyu came up with this idea. He wanted to let the examinees who brought along their notes to discard their contraband without hurting their reputation. Thank you for your protection, sir. Thank you for your kindness, teacher. The group of examinees were sincerely convinced and bowed to Li Wangyu once again to express their gratitude. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of Lu Quan, the Minister of Rights. Lu Quan had originally heard an official from the Ministry of Rights report that the examinees were causing trouble in front of the examination hall because of the body search. Lu Quan, who was startled, hurriedly rushed over and happened to see the scene of the students bowing to Li Wangyu. Seeing that order had been restored in front of the examination hall, Lu Quan's hanging heart finally relaxed. The official from the Ministry of Rights hurriedly explained to Lu Quan how Li Wangyu had handled the situation. Lu Quan repeatedly nodded his head in praise. As expected of County Count Hu. Such an exquisite heart is truly hard to come by. I was worried that something big would happen in the spring quarter examinations today, but I didn't think that County Count Hu would be able to resolve this matter with just a few words. Okay, quickly arrange for the examinees to enter the examination hall. Don't delay the start of the examination, Lu Quan instructed the official from the Ministry of Rights. At the front of the examination hall, thousands of examinees walked through the black curtain under the direction of the official from the Ministry of Rights. Then, they handed in their certificates for public examination. After verifying the examinees' identities, they were searched by the Imperial Guard before being allowed to enter the examination hall. Li Wangyu stood beside the stone steps of the examination hall with his hands behind his back. He smiled as he watched the examinees enter. When the examinees passed by him, they all respectfully bowed to Li Wangyu before stepping into the examination hall. Shengguan Yi and Lu Rengui were also in the crowd. They slowly walked in front of Li Wangyu and bowed to him. Greetings, teacher. Li Wangyu smiled and nodded at them. Do well in the examination and strive to get a good result. As the saying goes, no one asks about you for 10 years, but you become famous in one fell swoop. Today is the day that the two of you become famous. Shengguan Yi and Lu Rengui looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with excitement. Thank you, teacher. Li Wangyu nodded pretentiously. I'll give you another poem. The past was filthy and not worth praising, but the present is debauched and boundless. Riding the wind and galloping horses, I've seen all the flowers in Chang and in a day. Go, do well in the examination. I'll be waiting for you in Dingzhou village. Teacher, you mean? Li Wangyu's words made Shengguan Yi and Lu Rengui's eyes widen. Did this mean that the immortal poet was willing to accept them as disciples? In their surprise, they didn't even have time to ponder over Li Wangyu's poem. That day in the restaurant, Li Wangyu had said that he would accept them as disciples when they passed the Grand Scholar examination. But now that Li Wangyu had called himself a teacher, it naturally meant that he had acknowledged their identity as disciples. How could they not be surprised? Li Wangyu smiled. I've boasted to the saint that one of you will definitely pass the examination. Don't let me go back on my words, ha. Yes, we won't let you down. After Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui finished speaking, they knelt down respectfully and kowtowed 3 times to Li Wangyu before getting up and entering the examination hall. After everyone had entered the examination hall, the door of the Ministry of Rites closed with a bang. The 3rd year of the Jingguan imperial examinations had officially begun. After the black curtain in front of the examination hall was removed, Li Wangyu looked at the scattered pieces on the ground. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not only were the pieces of paper full of small words, but there were also dozens of books of the 5 classics on the ground. Li Wangyu was speechless. Damn, did they think that the examiners were blind? The 5 classics on the 5 classics was a book that examined the Book of Changes, Shangshu, Maoshi, Book of Rites, and Zhuozhuan. It was the official textbook of the Tang dynasty. Could it be that those examinees were still hoping to openly flip through the books and copy the answers during the spring imperial examination? What was even more strange was a robe that was thrown on the ground. Li Wangyu was curious and picked up the robe. He couldn't help but be amused after taking a closer look. The inner lining of the robe was actually filled with small words, which were all the contents of the Moai scriptures. This guy was really a genius. He could even think of such a way to cheat. Pai Lupi led Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others over. They couldn't help but be a little unhappy when they saw the mess on the ground. Sure enough, Zio was right. If it weren't for this spring examination, Zio, who asked for a body search, I wouldn't have known that these examinees were so daring. Everyone look at this. What do you think of this? Fang Xianling and the others looked at the various cheating tools on the ground and couldn't help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. Li Wangyu felt that the examinees couldn't be blamed for this. Speaking of cheating, in fact, he had done it a lot when he was in school. Cheating and anti-cheating had always been the time when the underachievers were most willing to compete with the teachers. So many people were ready to cheat. It could only be said that the spring examination back then was too lenient. The spring examination was like the college entrance examination of the modern era. Naturally, it needed to be restrained by rules. Li Wangyu was an underachiever. He dared to cheat in the school exams on weekdays, but how many people dared to cheat in the college entrance examination? Therefore, to prevent cheating, it should rely on the system, not the self-awareness of the examinees. However, he couldn't refute Pai Lupi's words. He could only change the topic. Speaking of the spring examination, I thought of a joke. Uncle, are you interested in hearing it? Chapter 7:15. Pai Lupi asked, What joke? Tell me about it. Hey, Uncle, there are 4 joys and 4 sorrows in life. Do you know what they are? I don't know. Tell me about it. Li Wangyu smiled and said, The 4 joys of life are the sweet dew after a long sweat, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the wedding night, and the nomination for the imperial examination. These 4 sentences came from the Southern Song Dynasty's poem of Joy and Disappointment. It was a very appropriate summary. Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling thought about it and nodded with a smile. Yes, these are indeed the 4 joys. What are the 4 sorrows? Du Ruhui said, Is it a widow crying with her son, a general being captured by the enemy, losing the face of the Lord, and losing the support of the imperial examination? Li Wangyu shook his head. What Mr. Du said is sad, but it is not the 4 sorrows of life. Pai Lupi asked, Then what are the 4 sorrows? Don't keep us in suspense. Li Wangyu coughed softly and said, There are 4 sorrows in life. A drop of sweet dew after a long drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, a creditor, on the wedding night, next door, on the imperial examination, the same name. After he finished speaking, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui were all stunned. Then, everyone burst into laughter. Sure enough, these were the 4 sorrows of life. After a long drought, it finally rained, but it only rained a drop. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land, but meeting the creditor that you don't want to see the most. On the wedding night, it was the neighbor's family. The worst was when you got the imperial examination, you were happy for nothing. It was just the same name. Wasn't the most tragic thing in life to be happy for nothing? After Pai Lupi and the others figured it out, they laughed until tears came out. Zio, you bastard, you are too mischievous. Ha, interesting, interesting. Pai Lupi laughed. After being interrupted by Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi forgot about his unhappiness. Everyone chatted for a while before heading back to the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites. Pai Lupi planned to personally inspect today's examination. The entrance exam was divided into 3 subjects. First was the most basic, which was the scriptures. In other words, he had to fill in the blanks from memory. The standard answer was the fixed text of the 5 classics. Li Wangyu felt that the examinees who cheated in the scriptures exam and even tried to smuggle in scriptures were most likely the same as him in his previous life. After the basic examination, it was time for the essay examination, which was also the poetry examination. Composing an essay or a poem was the most difficult and important part of the advanced placement examination. Finally, there were 5 questions on current affairs policy. This was very similar to the civil service examination in the future. It was aimed at practical matters and required the examinees to come up with policy theories. Whether it was Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, or Zhang Sun Wuji, these big shots, they were all very pragmatic. The contents of the Jinshi Imperial examination placed more emphasis on the examinee's ability, unlike the Ming and Qing dynasties, where they relied on an empty 8-legged essay. Li Wangyu accompanied Pai Lupi and a group of big shots into the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites. Under the accompaniment of the Minister of Rites, Lu Quan, they began to patrol around the examination hall. More than 1,000 examinees were currently taking the scriptures exam. Li Wangyu looked around. The performance of these examinees was not much different from the students in the future. Top students like Sheng Guanyi and Lu Rengui were definitely focused on writing. Their expressions exuded a kind of brilliance that said, "This question is so easy." This kind of expression was what Li Wangyu hated the most. On the other hand, those who were biting their pencils and pondering hard with a conflicted expression on their faces were obviously bad students. Some of them had even begun to daydream. They were undoubtedly bad students. Li Wangyu was also like this in the past, so he was very clear about the meaning of this expression. Thinking of the scene of being tortured by exams when he was in school, and then looking at the examinees of the Tang dynasty in front of him, Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Pai Lupi glanced at him. "Ziyo, why are you laughing?" Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He could only vaguely answer, "Hee, nothing. It's just that some of the examinees seem to be a little interesting." "What's so interesting about them? Tell me about it." Pai Lupi still asked, making Li Wangyu speechless for a while. He couldn't say that looking at those examinees reminded him that he was also a bad student in the past, right? Li Wangyu could only point to those bad students and say, "Uncle, look at those examinees. They are gnashing their teeth. You know that they are thinking hard, but if you don't know, you will think that they have a grudge against this exam paper." I found it interesting, so I laughed. Pai Lupi looked in the direction of his finger. Sure enough, there were a few examinees with abnormally ferocious expressions on their faces. Pai Lupi couldn't help but smile. "Hee, what do you mean by thinking hard? It seems to me that you have been studying in the past and haven't been paying attention. Now you are scratching your ears and cheeks, thinking about how to answer." Li Wangyu said, "Hee, this is what it means to regret not having enough knowledge when you need it. You don't know how difficult it is until you experience it." He said this casually, but it made Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others nod their heads. "Zio's words are wonderful. Endless charm. It's true that you only regret not having enough knowledge when you need it." Pai Lupi looked at those examinees and said to Li Wangyu, "Zio, as a teacher, you must seriously supervise Chengqian and Qingxue's studies. You must not be like those examinees who only regret not having enough knowledge when they need it." Li Wangyu hurriedly nodded. "Yes, uncle, don't worry. I will definitely supervise the 2 of them to study hard and improve every day." Pai Lupi laughed. "Zio's words are interesting, huh? What a good, study hard and improve every day. Yes, this is how studying should be." Fang Xianling also laughed. "Looking at what Zio said today, your words are concise and profound, and every sentence is a gem. Zio, have you been writing again recently? Why don't you read it to me?" Li Wangyu's head was full of sweat. He had just said it casually. Especially studying hard and improving every day, this was the catchphrase of the teachers and parents of the later generations. How could Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling see so many profound meanings? However, Li Wangyu remembered after Fang Xuanling's words that the two sentences he had just said seemed to have come from Han Yu's ancient and modern literature, encouraging study. In the later generations, the phrase, studying hard and improving every day, was famous in China because the chairman wrote the inscription for a primary school student. However, the original source was Han Yu's article in the Tang dynasty. When Li Wangyu was studying Han Yu's encouraging study, every time he read the phrase, studying hard and improving every day, he always felt a sense of disharmony. It felt like the modern slogan had been transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. It seemed that after taking advantage of Han Yu's teachings of teachers, it was inevitable that he would steal the ancient and modern virtuous literature, encouraging learning as well. After Li Wangyu silently apologized to Han Yu in his heart, he calmly nodded at Fang Xianling and said, Fang Gonggong, I recently wrote an article called Persuasion. Fang Yai clapped his hands and applauded. As expected, I guessed correctly. I haven't heard Ziyou's article in a long time. Ziyou's Love Lotus, Epigraph of My Shack, Teachings of Teachers, and The Oil Cellar, I can't put them down and study them every day. It seems that I have another masterpiece to go with wine today. Du Ruhui and Lu Quan also looked expectant. Yes, that's right. Ziyou, quickly read it. If it's the same as your previous articles, I'll invite you to a restaurant to drink. Chapter 716. Li Wangyu coughed pretentiously, once again apologizing to Han Yu in his heart. Only then did he open his mouth and recite, A withered tree sprouts again in the spring, no one can be young twice. If the young don't work hard, the old will be sad. Study hard and make progress every day. There are 360 professions, and every profession has its own master. When it's time to learn, one will regret not having enough knowledge. There's a path to the mountain of books, and a boat to the sea of learning. The teacher leads the way, but one's own cultivation depends on oneself. Practice makes perfect, and hard work makes perfect. Li Er, Fang Xianling, and the others began to ponder the meaning of the 200 words, ancient and modern literature, persuasion to learn. Han Yu's article couldn't be said to be very beautiful, but as Fang Xianling had said before, it was concise and profound, and every sentence was a gem. Li Wangyu only learned many of the famous sayings in the future after learning this article. It turned out that they all came from this 200-word article. Something like, if the young don't work hard, the old will be sad. The new generation excels the old. There's a path to the mountain of books, and a boat to the sea of learning. Almost every sentence was familiar to the later generations. An article that could be passed down for thousands of years was extraordinary. Pai Lupi couldn't help but nod and clap his hands in praise of this article. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui immediately said, Ziyu's article is really thought-provoking, and every word is a gem. When it comes to persuasion, there's no other article that can compare. Your Majesty, I ask Your Majesty to issue an imperial edict to publish Ziyu's article to the world so that everyone can read and recite it. Lu Quan was even more excited. He bowed to Pai Lupi and said, Your Majesty, I have a presumptuous request. Could Your Majesty please write down this article in your own handwriting? I want to ask the craftsman to carve it into a stone tablet and place it outside the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites, so that all students can remember this article in their hearts and remind themselves at all times. Pai Lupi naturally smiled and nodded in agreement. Lu Quan immediately motioned for an official from the Ministry of Rites to bring over a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He then asked Pai Lupi to paint. Li Wangyu did not feel the slightest bit ashamed of being praised by the crowd. After plagiarizing so many times, his face was already as thick as the wall of Chang and city. Today, coincidentally, Li Wangyu took advantage of Pai Lupi's good mood and said, Uncle, I'm planning to build a school next to Dingzhou village. I'm preparing to recruit students to teach and dispel doubts. I wonder if Uncle will allow this nephew to ask the craftsman from the Ministry of Works to help this nephew with the construction? Ziyu, why do you want to build this school? Imparting the Tao and dispelling doubts? But a private school? It's just a private school, and you have the nerve to ask the Ministry of Works for help? Pai Lupi asked, puzzled. In his opinion, how big could a private school be? It was just a small courtyard. It was making a mountain out of a molehill to ask the Ministry of Works for this. Li Wangyu scratched his head and did not know how to explain the word school to Pai Lupi. In ancient times, educational institutions were called xiang, su, shui, shu, and so on. However, the word school only appeared in the Republic of China. In the late Qing dynasty, modern educational institutions were called schools. In the Republic of China, they were called schools. Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling naturally did not understand, but they could roughly guess the meaning of the two words school and study. Li Wangyu touched his nose and said with a smile, "Hey, uncle, it's not a private school. The school I'm planning to build is actually an academy." In the history of Wuxia, the earliest academy was the Lijing Academy, founded by Pai Lupi's great-grandson, Li Longji of Tang Xuanzong. However, Pai Lupi and the others understood the word academy. Even if it's an academy, Ziyo, you don't need to ask the Ministry of Works to help you build it, right? Li Wangyu shook his head and said, "No, uncle. My academy covers a large area. Hey, to tell you the truth, in my plan, the academy covers an area of nearly 1,000 acres. There are dozens of buildings, lakes, pavilions, and so on. The amount of work required is huge. That's why I want to ask the officials and craftsmen of the Ministry of Works to help me build it. Uncle, don't worry. I'll pay for all the expenses myself." His words shocked Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others. An academy covering an area of more than 1,000 acres? Was this an international joke? The Imperial College, the Hongwen School, and the Chongwen School together covered an area of less than 100 acres. Li Wangyu actually wanted to build an academy covering an area of more than 1,000 acres. Pai Lupi thought he had misheard. He stared at Li Wangyu and asked, "Ziyo, say it again. How big is the academy?" 1,000 acres. After confirming that he didn't mishear, Pai Lupi couldn't help but take a deep breath. "You scoundrel, what's wrong with you? Do you know how much gold it will cost to build such a big academy? Your Dingzhou village only has a few dozen children. Why do you need to build such a big academy?" Fang Xianling also tried to persuade him, "Ziyo, it's good that you're willing to build an academy, but you don't need to build it so big, right?" Li Wangyu smiled indifferently and said, "Hey, uncle, Fang Gonggong, didn't I just make a fortune? No problem, this cost is nothing." In front of Lu Quan, Li Wangyu naturally couldn't say it out loud. However, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui naturally understood what he meant. They couldn't help but be speechless. This time, the 5 families and 7 kings lost their pants and each of them earned more than 100,000 taels of gold. Since Li Wangyu was willing to use part of it to build an academy, it really didn't matter. Pai Lupi still shook his head and said, "Ziyo, tell me clearly, why does it need to be so big to build an academy?" Li Wangyu knew that he was going to meet Pai Lupi today, so he was prepared to bring up this matter. Therefore, he always carried the sketch of the academy with him. When faced with Pai Lupi's question, he immediately took out the sketch. "Uncle, everyone, please look, this is the sketch of the academy that I'm going to build." Li Wangyu pointed at the sketch and introduced it to Pai Lupi and the others. "The academy that I'm going to build is unprecedented. It includes all kinds of libraries, classrooms, dormitories, cafeterias, sports fields, horse racing fields, kuju courts, and baseball fields. Hey, so it's going to take up a lot of space." Pai Lupi and the others carefully looked at the sketch of the academy and shook their heads. Li Wangyu's generosity was unheard of. Fang Xianling asked curiously, "Ziyo, how many students do you plan to enroll? It's such a big academy, are you going to compete with the directorate for students?" Li Wangyu shook his head and said, "Master Fang, the students I plan to teach are not the same as the scholars today. That's why I'm only going to enroll children who are under the age of 10. Pai Lupi and the others were even more speechless. Thousands of acres of land might cost tens of thousands of taels of gold, but the academy was only going to enroll children? In everyone's eyes, it was simply wasteful to the extreme. Although the money was not his own, Pai Lupi still felt the pinch for Li Wangyu. He asked puzzledly, "Ziyo, it's not worth it to spend so much just to teach some children." Li Wangyu said, "Uncle, what I want to teach is not the scholars of the Tang dynasty today. I'm going to open courses for the children in the academy. In addition to learning the 5 classics, they also need to learn arithmetic, calligraphy, painting, musical instruments, archery, batting, riding, sword dancing, military tactics, and so on. After a child enters the academy, I'm going to divide them into 3 stages: primary school, middle school, and university. It will take about 10 years to teach a child to become a pillar of the country. Hey, so this 1,000 acres of land is not a lot. I'm going to continue to expand in the future. The 10,000 acres of land that you gave me last time may all be used to build the academy in the future." His words shocked Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others. Chapter 717. Speaking of which, the education system of the Tang dynasty was also very developed. Especially after inheriting the system of the Sui dynasty and improving it, its ideas and system were not considered backward. Even many education experts in later generations thought that the education system of the Tang dynasty was worth learning from. In addition to the Guixue and the Imperial College, all the provinces and counties of the Tang dynasty had official schools. Pai Lupi also attached great importance to education. During the Zhengguan year when he was the emperor, the number of official schools in the Tang dynasty increased by more than 1,200. The private schools run by the people were not recorded in the records. The Tang dynasty also encouraged the existence of these private schools. However, no matter how advanced the education system of the Tang dynasty was, no one had ever heard of the idea of modern schools proposed by Li Wangyu. When Pai Lupi and the others heard that Li Wangyu was also planning to recruit children from poor families in Chang and city and let them enter the school for free, they were even more shocked and speechless. When Li Wangyu told them his idea, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others were silent. They were each thinking about the differences between the school and the official schools and the private schools of the Tang dynasty, and comparing the advantages and disadvantages. It seemed that spending 10 years to systematically teach a young child like Li Wangyu's idea was an unprecedented initiative. If a young child could systematically learn the lessons that Li Wangyu mentioned from a young age, what would happen when he became an adult? Thinking of this, Pai Lupi looked at the examination hall and the examinees who were immersed in answering questions. He couldn't help but think about what would happen if the students of Li Wangyu's school came to the examination hall of the Ministry of Rights to participate in the spring examination 10 years later. Pai Lupi suddenly turned to Li Wangyu and said, "Ziyo, the Ministry of Works will naturally send people to help you build the school. However, including Chengqian and Qingke, my princes will also have to enter the school." He now had a total of 9 princes including Li Ji. Prince Jiang Li Yun, Prince Yu Li Zhen, and Prince Jin Li Ji were still young, while Prince Chu Li Quan had died early. Other than Li Chengqian and Li Tai, there were also King of Wu, King of Qi, Li Wangyu, and King of Shu, Li Gui. Li Wangyu seemed rather troubled. "Uncle, your nephew's academy has a dormitory system. All of the students live in the academy, and they only have 1 day off every 10 years. Are you willing to let Chengqian study in the academy?" The other princes were fine, but Li Wangyu was the crown prince. Li Wangyu wasn't sure if Pai Lupi and Empress Zhangsun would be willing to let him study at the academy. Furthermore, the Eastern Palace had the crown princes left Shu's son and other officials in charge of teaching and assisting the crown prince. Even Li Gang had just been recruited by Pai Lupi to be the crown prince's grand tutor. It seemed unreliable to let Li Chengqian study at the academy at this time. Pai Lupi nodded. "Ziyo, didn't you say so just now? You don't have to worry about being too old to accomplish anything, you only have to worry about being too young to learn. I just thought about it carefully. Your academy has its merits. I trust you and will not hold back Chengqian and the others." Since Pai Lupi had said so, what else could Li Wangyu say? He could only nod helplessly. However, in his opinion, there were benefits to letting Pai Lupi and the other princes study at the academy. letting those little fellows stay away from the palace and interact with people of the same age every day. Perhaps Pai Lupi's unfilial descendants would be less likely to commit treason and suicide in the future? Fang Xianling also said, since that's the case, after Ziyou's academy is built, I will also send my third and fourth sons' legacies to study at the academy. Ziyou, are you willing? Lu Quan also asked, County Count Hu, I also have 2 grandsons. Can they also study at the academy? This time, it was Li Wangyou's turn to be stunned. What the hell was this? He had originally built the academy to teach the children of poor families. Why did they want to send their children and grandchildren to study at the academy after just talking to Pai Lupi and the others? If this news were to spread, wouldn't those officials and nobles all want to send their children and grandchildren to study at the academy? At that time, wouldn't his academy become a replica of the Hongwen School and the Chongwen School? He then looked at Du Ruhui, who actually had a regretful expression. He only had 2 sons, Du He and Du Go, and they were almost 20 years old. Obviously, they couldn't study at the academy. No, he couldn't go through the back door. Li Wangyu smiled at Fang Xianling and Lu Quan. He, Lord Fang, Lord Lu, it's not that I'm pretentious. It's just that there are rules for entering the academy. You have to take an exam. Only after passing the exam can you enter the academy. If I rashly agree to let the children and grandchildren of Lord Fang and Lord Lu enter the academy, there are so many officials and nobles in Chang'an City. Please forgive me, Lord Fang and Lord Lu. Why don't you let them take the entrance exam after the academy is built? With your family's education, wouldn't it be easy for you to pass the entrance exam? Fang Xianling and Lu Quan looked at each other. They understood and nodded with a smile. Li Wangyu then said, however, the academy also plans to recruit girls. If Lord Fang and Lord Lu have girls of the right age, they can directly send them to study at the academy without the exam. His words stunned Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling. Li Wangyu also planned to recruit girls? Although the Tang dynasty was open-minded and didn't have the Ming and Qing dynasties, there were very few girls who went to study at the academy. Ziyou, I'm afraid this is inappropriate. Your academy also plans to recruit girls? If men and women study at the academy together, it will cause a lot of trouble. Ziyou, I advise you not to do this. Lu Quan couldn't help but persuade. Li Wangyu scratched his head helplessly. He also knew that recruiting girls would cause a lot of trouble. In Chang'an City, building a female toilet caused a lot of trouble, let alone a girls' school. Fortunately, he and his beautiful boss had already expected this. Lord Lu, it's not a girls' and boys' school. Instead, it's a girls' school on the side of the academy. Men are not allowed to enter and only female teachers are invited to teach. Li Wangyu pointed to a corner of the sketch and said, in fact, his girls' school was just skirting the boundaries. That area was just the girls' dormitory area. After these girls entered the academy, they would still be in the same academy. Lu Quan didn't know his plan. He sighed and said, Ziyou, what's the use of girls entering the academy? Even if you teach them to be extremely knowledgeable, could it be that they would still be able to become officials? It's enough if they can read and understand the principles. Why do they have to study at the academy? As the saying goes, a wise woman can topple a city. What's the use of girls studying? Li Wangyu smiled and said, Lord Lu, you're wrong. It's always good for girls to study. Even if they marry a husband in the future, they can at least write and calculate. They can also manage the family business. What's more, they have to help their husband and teach their children. If they can't read and write, how can they teach their children well? If the Empress is not talented, how can she write the book, Women's Principles, and teach all the women in the world? Lord Lu, don't you think so? He even mentioned Empress Xiangsun, so Lu Quan naturally couldn't say anything. He just shook his head, obviously not agreeing with Li Wangyu. Chapter 7:18. Even Pai Lupi did not comment on Li Wangyu's intention to recruit girls. Although he did not care much about etiquette, he still felt that it was troublesome. If he nodded his head and allowed his princesses to study at the academy, those old officials in the imperial court would probably start nagging again and be very annoying. Therefore, Pai Lupi did not comment on Li Wangyu's suggestion. He neither supported nor opposed it. Li Wangyu saw that no one wanted to talk about it, so he did not say anything. Anyway, recruiting girls was not something he had to do. He was not a feminist. If it was not for the strong request of his beautiful superior, he would not have bothered. After chatting about the academy for a while, they turned their attention back to the ongoing imperial examination. It was time for the examination. The officials from the Ministry of Rites came forward to collect the examination papers. The examination papers were held by the Imperial Army and immediately sent to a side room. The Ministry of Rites had prepared hundreds of scribes to copy the examination papers and hand them over to the examiners for marking. After the examination, there were officials from the Ministry of Rites who read out the questions for this year's spring imperial examinations to the candidates. The 3 examinations of the advanced examination would be finished in one day. After that, it would take about 3 days to mark the papers and determine the rankings. Pai Lupi remembered that Li Wangyu mentioned 2 people called Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui outside the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites. He could not help but be interested. Zio, just now outside the examination hall of the Ministry of Rites, I saw 2 students kowtowing to you. Were they the Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui you mentioned? Li Wangyu said, yes, it was them. I have decided to take them as my disciples. Pai Lupi smiled and said, oh? You have so much confidence in them? You said before that you would only accept them after they passed the imperial examination. Why did you change your mind? Li Wangyu said, hee, I think that the 2 of them will definitely pass this year's spring quarter examination. Who knows, maybe they will be the Tanhua envoy this year. In fact, Li Wangyu was just bragging. Whether Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui could pass the exam or not was another matter. After all, the admission rate for the advancement course was too low. Out of more than 1,000 examinees, only 20 or so would be accepted. No one dared to pat their chest and guarantee that they would be able to pass the Grand Scholar examination. But since he had already said so much, he couldn't afford to lose face, right? Naturally, he had to say this. When the results were released, it would be great if he won. It would be a good story. Even if they didn't pass, it wasn't a big deal. They could just kidnap Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui to teach in the academy and take the exam next year. As for being mocked by Pai Lupi, would he care? The Tanhua shi that Li Wangyu mentioned was also called Tanhua Lang, but it didn't mean the Zhuangyuan, Banyan, or Tanhua of the later generations. In the imperial examination of the Tang dynasty, other than the Zhuangyan, there was no such thing as the Zhuangyuan. As for Tanhua Lang, it didn't refer to the 3rd place. After the Grand Scholar examination, Pai Lupi would give the new Grand Scholar examination a grand celebratory banquet. This banquet was held in the apricot flower garden of the Xiujiang Pond. The Tanhua banquet, as the name implied, was to select the 2 youngest and most outstanding Grand Scholars to be the Tanhua shi. Their task was to travel around the famous gardens and pick fresh flowers along the way. Then, they would compose a poem in the Qiongling Garden and welcome the Zhuangyuan with fresh flowers. There were unspoken rules for the selection of the Tanhua shi. First, they had to be young, and second, they had to be handsome. Therefore, the person who was selected as the Tanhua shi might not be the Zhuangyan, but they were the most popular people. Every year after the spring imperial examination, the reputation of the Tanhua shi would be much higher than the Zhuangyuan shi. Therefore, looking at one's face was something that had existed since ancient times. It wasn't just the later generations that looked at faces. Every year, the man who came in 3rd place was also the object of the hearts of many unmarried young ladies. After all, he was young, handsome, and talented. Naturally, he would attract the attention of the young ladies. Currently, Shangguan Yi was only 21 years old and had just turned 20. Lu Rengui was only 28 years old. If the 2 of them could pass the Grand Scholar examination, it wouldn't be strange at all for them to be Tanhua shi. Shangguan Yi's appearance was naturally not bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given birth to a granddaughter like Shangguan Wan. Lu Rengui wasn't as delicate and pretty as Shangguan Yi, but he still had a dignified appearance and could be considered handsome. When Pai Lupi heard this, he only smiled and asked Li Wangyu to point out Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui to him. Li Wangyu searched among the thousands of examinees who had their heads buried in their books for a long time before he found the 2 of them and introduced them to Li Er. Not bad, they are indeed two handsome young men. If the two of them can really pass the Grand Scholar examination, then the Tanhua Shi would definitely belong to the two of them. Pai Lupi remembered Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui in his heart. If the two of them could really pass the Grand Scholar examination, he could ask Zhang Sun Wuji to arrange an official position for them to see their abilities. With regards to Li Wangyou's foresight, Pai Lupi was very certain. Not mentioning Yen Liban, Ma Zhou as an imperial censor, did a good job, which made Pai Lupi very satisfied. Since his nephew was willing to take the two of them as disciples, then they must be extraordinary. If they could be like Ma Zhou, then it would be a good thing for the imperial court. The spring imperial examination of the Tang dynasty was different from the Ming and Qing dynasties. After passing the Grand Scholar examination, one would not become an official. It only represented that one had the qualifications to become an official and could not directly become an official. If one wanted to become an official, they would need to pass the Ministry of Personnel's examination. The Ministry of Personnel's selection criteria had 4 criteria. First, body, great appearance. Second, speech, eloquence. Third, calligraphy and calligraphy. Fourth, literature. The Tang dynasty had very high requirements for the basic qualities of an official. Morals, appearance, language, calligraphy, and writing were all indispensable. After touring the Ministry of Rites examination hall, Pai Lupi went to check the situation of the examination papers before returning to the palace with satisfaction. However, Li Wangyu did not leave. After leaving the Ministry of Rites examination hall, he waited with Niu Wu and the others in a restaurant near the examination hall. When this year's spring imperial examination ended, the examination hall's door opened again. Thousands of examinees came out of the examination hall, either excited or depressed. The Li family's troops, who had been waiting in front of the examination hall, found Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui and led them to the elegant room of the restaurant. Li Wangyu invited the two to sit down and personally poured wine for them. Then he asked with a smile, "Shangguan Yi, Lu Rengui, how did you do in the examination today? Are you confident?" Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui were obviously the type of top students who were excited. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. "Teacher, today's examination was not bad. However, whether or not I can pass the Grand Scholar examination will depend on the results released in 3 days." "Ah, that's good. I have confidence in you. In fact, even if you don't pass the examination this year, it's not a big deal. You can continue to take the examination next year. You two are still young. Didn't you say that you will pass the Grand Scholar examination in your 50s? Don't worry. I've been waiting for you here today because I need your help with something." Li Wangyou's words stunned Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengui at first. Then they immediately bowed down and said, "Teacher, please instruct us. We won't dare to disobey." "It's not difficult. It's not that serious." Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand. "You two should be familiar with the examinees who participated in this year's spring imperial examination, right?" Shangguan Yi said, "Yes. Although I don't dare to say that I know all the examinees, I know many of them." "Teacher, do you need to find these examinees?" Li Wangyu said, "Yes, that's right." Chapter 719. In the Tang dynasty, the spring imperial examination did not only consist of advancement and Ming Jing. There were also more than 50 subjects, such as Ming Shu, Ming Fa, Ming Ci, and Ming Swan. The imperial examination was divided into common and composition. Common was an imperial examination held at a fixed time every year, while composition was an imperial examination held by the emperor. Although the subjects of mathematics, and calligraphy were not valued, they were still channels to become officials. Therefore, the number of people who participated was not small. The total number of examinees for these 50-plus subjects was in the tens of thousands. Most of the students who participated in the imperial examination lived in the area around Chongren Lane. Of course, there were also poor people who lived in the southern part of the city. After all, the housing there was much cheaper than near Chongren Lane. The spring imperial examination was the last and most important exam of the imperial examination every year. After today's exam, most of the students rushed to the restaurants in Chongren Lane and the brothels in Ping Kong Lane to relax. Anyway, whether they passed or not would be revealed in 3 days. Even if they did not pass, most of them would take the exam next year. However, after working hard for a year, they had to reward themselves. However, only a small number of students went to Ping Kong Lane to relax. Not everyone was a gentleman, but they did not have enough money. After all, the cost of a night in Ping Kong Lane was not low. Even students from well-off families could not bear to spend a few hundred won or even a copper coin to get close to it. Therefore, most of the students only found a restaurant near the hostel and ordered a table to drink and have fun. In each restaurant, almost all of the students who came to the spring imperial examination were sitting there. It was very lively. In the restaurant, a student suddenly said loudly, "Everyone, I wonder if you have heard? In today's imperial examination, the immortal poet wrote another essay called Persuasion to Study. I was fortunate enough to read it and I really admire it. The immortal poet is really a learned person. She is not an ordinary person." His words immediately attracted the attention of all the students in the restaurant. Someone immediately stood up and asked, "I wonder if this brother can recite it for us? Let us listen to the teacher's teachings." That's right. I'll have to trouble you to recite it for us." The surrounding students chimed in one after another. "That's no problem at all. Everyone, listen carefully. A withered tree sprouts again in the spring. No one can be young twice." The student immediately cupped his hands in salute and loudly recited Li Wangyu's Persuasion to Study. After the 200-word essay was recited, the originally noisy restaurant suddenly became quiet. All the students began to recite the essay in their mouths. "Sir, you are indeed a great talent. Wonderful, truly wonderful." Although the little immortal poet is young, she is indeed very knowledgeable. She is a great sage of the present age. Someone even said in an envious tone, "Speaking of which, Mr. took in 2 more disciples before the Board of Rights examination today. It really makes me envious. How lucky are those 2 to have Mr. as their master?" That's right, I know about this matter. Those 2 students are called Shangguan Yi and Lu Rene. They are the examinees of this year's advanced examination. Originally, teacher had said that if the 2 of them could pass the Grand Scholar examination, he would accept them as his disciples. However, I don't know why teacher changed his mind. The moment before the examination, he made the 2 of them kowtow and acknowledge him as their master. The restaurant was filled with the envious voices of the examinees. If they can acknowledge teacher as their master, what does it matter if they pass the spring examination or not? Yes, teacher's disciple, Imperial Censor Ma, didn't participate in the spring examination. However, he was directly appointed as an imperial censor by the saint. How glorious is that? It's a pity that we can't enter teacher's eyes. It's a pity that we can't be his disciples. Every time I read Mr.'s essays and poems, it makes my respect for Mr. grow even stronger. Let's not talk about teacher's essays and poems. Just talk about the novel, Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. How magnificent is that? Only someone like teacher can write something like that. Sigh, even if I can't acknowledge teacher as my master, it would be good if I could follow teacher and serve him. Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. Stop dreaming. You're not that beautiful young lady. Why would sir need you to serve him? That's the reason. The restaurant was filled with laughter again. At this time, someone loudly said, "Actually, it's not impossible. Do you know? Teacher plans to build an academy in Hu County. He plans to recruit people from the Confucian scholars." His words immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. They all gathered around him and asked him questions at the same time. "Brother, can you explain it more clearly? What academy? Can you recruit us?" "Yes, but can we study under teacher?" That person shook his head. No. The academy that teacher wants to build will only recruit children around 10 years old. What? Only recruit children? This is too much of a waste of teacher's talent. How can teacher teach children? Could it be that there's a mistake? How is this possible? The man who spoke shook his head again. The academy that teacher wants to build will not only recruit children, but it will also teach these children for 10 years until they turn 20. It's said that children from poor families won't have to pay a single copper coin for tuition. Teacher will also provide them with food and lodging for 10 years until they graduate. These words immediately stunned everyone. For a moment, no one said anything. They just looked at each other in dismay. After a long time, someone finally muttered, "Teacher is so generous. Why didn't I be born a few years later?" Hiss. Those children will have to study under teacher for 10 years. This is too inconceivable. The man continued, "Moreover, from what I know, Teachers Academy will not only teach children the Confucian classics, but also mathematics, calligraphy, painting, musical instruments, archery, ball shooting, horse riding, sword dancing, the art of war, and many other subjects. Therefore, they will need to study in the academy for 10 years. Another round of gasps could be heard in the restaurant's lobby. After a while, someone asked, "Brother, what did you mean when you said that teacher plans to recruit people from the Confucian scholars?" Teacher wants to recruit hundreds, if not thousands, of children to study in the academy. With so many people, he naturally can't teach them himself. Therefore, teacher plans to recruit people from the Confucian scholars to teach in the academy. These words caused the Confucian scholars to fall silent. Count who wanted to recruit them to teach in the academy? Teach those children? Everyone began to make all kinds of plans. After all, they were all scholars. Even if they didn't pass the imperial examination this year, they could still take the examination next year and obtain the qualifications to become an official. But if they went to teach in the academy, how could they become an official in the future? Although Li Wangyou's reputation was very attractive, it wasn't enough for these Confucian scholars to give up their aspirations for fame and turn around to devote themselves to the great cause of education. The old teachers in the private schools of the Tang dynasty were all scholars with no hopes of becoming an official. How many people as young as them would be willing to give up on fame? Chapter 720. In the eyes of these students, if Li Wangyou's purpose of building the academy was to recruit them, they would find a way to study in the academy even if they had to sell everything they had. But he just wanted to recruit them to teach a group of naughty children in the academy, which made them hesitate. No matter how famous Li Wangyou was, it was not enough to make them abandon their future to follow him. For a moment, there was an awkward silence in the restaurant. The middle-aged student who spoke before suddenly laughed and said, "Do you think that teaching in the academy will delay your future? Isn't that the case?" Of course not. Not only is there no harm, but there are also great benefits. Please explain it to us in detail. The middle-aged student who spoke coughed softly and said, "Most of you are not from Chang'an, right?" Everyone nodded and said, "Of course. If we are from Chang, then why would we live in a hostel?" Then do you know that the students from Chang and have a big advantage in the imperial examination every spring? Everyone was speechless. They looked at each other and nodded again. Of course. The imperial examination of the Tang dynasty was not very fair. At least the students from Chang and the surrounding provinces had a big advantage compared with the students from other provinces. The reason was simple. It was far away. The imperial examination of the Tang dynasty was held once a year. For the students from Chang, they had to pass the preliminary examination in their original provinces and then go to Chang and to take the imperial examination in spring. If they did not pass, they had to return to their original provinces to prepare for the examination next year. The Tang dynasty was not like the modern era, where there were many means of transportation such as planes and high-speed trains. A round trip, which was far away, might take half a year. Most of the time would be wasted on the road. Therefore, many students who were far away could only take the imperial examination in spring every 2 years. It was not impossible to stay in Chang, but they had to be recommended by high officials to skip the preliminary examination and take the imperial examination in spring directly. That was one of the reasons why the examination was popular. But even if only the students who entered the imperial examination were counted, how many of the thousands of students could be recommended? Most students still had to spend a lot of time and money to travel back and forth. Therefore, The students from Chang and were far superior to the students from other provinces and counties in terms of study time and convenience. Everyone naturally understood this point, but there was nothing they could do. The middle-aged student continued in a loud voice. Do you all know that the teacher has already said that anyone who is willing to teach at the academy will not only be provided with food and accommodation, but will also receive a monthly salary of 3 strings of copper coins. Most importantly, every year before the spring quarter examinations, Mr. is willing to recommend candidates to participate in the spring quarter examinations. His words immediately caused a commotion among the students in the restaurant. Instantly, the sound of everyone's discussion almost overturned the roof of the restaurant. This brother, are you serious? Will sir really recommend it to us? As long as we teach at the academy, you will recommend us? A monthly salary of 3 strings of copper coins? This is equivalent to a 5th or 6th rank official. The middle-aged student laughed and said, of course. Not only that, the teacher also said that he would invite the great scholars of the imperial court to teach law and official document writing in the academy. Even if ordinary commoners were lucky enough to pass the Grand Scholar examination, they still had to go through the selection process of the Ministry of Personnel. On the other hand, the Ministry of Personnel's selection was very practical. It depended on whether the new Jinsher had a good understanding of legal documents and whether they knew how to write laws and official documents. How would those commoners have the opportunity to come into contact with these? Therefore, the imperial examination of the Tang dynasty was not easy for commoners. It was full of difficulties. The middle-aged student's words caused the discussion in the restaurant to become louder. At that moment, many people were already tempted. However, they could not help but ask curiously, this brother, how did you know all this? Haha, to tell you the truth, I also plan to go to Mr.'s academy to teach those students. The 2 disciples that Mr. accepted in front of the entrance of the Ministry of Rites today, Shangguanyi and Lu Rengge, are my good friends. It was Shangguanyi and Lu Rengge who told me about this. As the saying goes, it's better to be happy together than to be happy alone. That's why I told you this. Hearing this, everyone nodded and bowed to the middle-aged student to express their gratitude. However, the middle-aged student continued, however, don't think that it's easy to go to the academy to teach and get Mr.'s recommendation. As far as I know, Mr. will not only interview you, but also give you some pre-job training. Only those who pass the test can enter the academy to teach. May I ask what pre-job training is? This new term naturally attracted everyone's curiosity. They naturally knew that not everyone could go to the academy to teach. However, they did not understand the meaning of training at all. The middle-aged student could not answer. He had only heard this from Shangguanyi and Lu Rengge. He only said that it was Mr.'s request. I don't know. In short, it's not a bad thing. If you don't pass the test this year, instead of going back to your hometown, it's better to go to the academy to try. If you can stay in the academy, you can earn a generous monthly salary. Moreover, you can revise your homework while teaching and prepare for the exam next year. It's not a bad idea. Brother, you're right. In this case, Mr.'s academy should give it a try. I wonder when Mr.'s academy will start recruiting? Where do we go to register? The middle-aged student raised 3 fingers. In 3 days, the Ministry of Rites will release the list. If you don't pass the test, you can go directly to the Imperial College. At that time, Mr. will borrow the Imperial College to interview you. Thank you, brother. The students bowed again and then discussed with each other whether they should go to the Imperial College to take the exam 3 days later. However, it was obvious that the middle-aged students' words had touched most of their minds. If the list was released 3 days later and they failed, they would go to the Imperial College no matter what. In Chongren Square, the same thing happened in several restaurants where students gathered. Someone spread the news to the examinees. This was naturally arranged by Li Wangyu. The reason why he waited for Shangguanyi and Lu Rengge in front of the entrance of the Ministry of Rites was precisely for this matter. Through Shangguanyi and Lu Rengge, he gathered the examinees who failed the exam and selected the teachers to teach in the academy. This was the idea of his beautiful superior. Originally, Li Wangyu only planned to recruit 100 students. However, looking at the attitude of Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling today, Li Wangyu realized that his academy would need to recruit at least a few hundred students. Would those officials and aristocratic families be indifferent when they learned that the crown prince and the prince were going to study in the academy? They would definitely break their heads to send their children of the right age to the academy. With so many children of the officials and aristocratic families going to the academy, would those commoners and merchants not be tempted? As the saying goes, parents in the world love each other dearly. Who would be indifferent? Not to mention recruiting a few hundred students. If the academy was open to enrollment, it was possible to recruit thousands or even tens of thousands of students. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu's forehead was sweating. Why did it seem that he was tricked by his beautiful superior? If so, with so many children in the academy, how many things would happen every day? Wouldn't he go crazy? Li Wangyu couldn't help rubbing his chin, wondering if he should recruit a vice principal to take charge of the academy and shift the blame. However, it seemed that such a person was not easy to find. Chapter 721. Li Wangyu combed through all the people he knew, trying to find a scapegoat. There was no need to consider the group of playboys. If he were to hand over the school to them, who knows what would happen? He did not want the reputation that he had painstakingly accumulated to be ruined by that group of playboys. Merchants like Chou Kun and Chou Yuanyang were also not suitable. Although merchants had management skills, if they were to manage those scholars, it would be strange if they did not cause a scene. This era was like this, even Li Wangyu could not do anything about it. Great scholars like Yu Shernan were the most suitable, but whether it was Yu Shernan or Kong Yingda, Pai Lupi would not let them go. Moreover, he did not have the qualifications to let these big shots give up being third-grade officials and go to the school to be some vice principal. More importantly, this group of old men were too old. To let them work so hard to manage an academy, Li Wangyu could not bear it. After thinking about it, Li Wangyu tragically found that he could not find a suitable candidate. Not only must he have literary talent, he must be able to suppress those scholars who went to the academy to teach. He must also have management skills, and most importantly, he must be young and strong. Where could he find such a person in such a short period of time? In fact, Ma Zhou or Yan Liben were suitable candidates, but Li Wangyu could not bear to drag Ma Zhou and the others back to take the blame for him. Since Ma Zhou and Yan Liben had kowtowed to him to be their teacher, as their teacher, would he want to delay their future? As for Shangguan Yi and Lu Rengge, they were too young and inexperienced. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu painfully scratched his head, extremely distressed. Why couldn't he find a suitable scapegoat to help him manage the school? If he really had to manage such a big school, he might as well not do it. Because of this, he had been worried for a few days, but there was no solution. While he was depressed, Li Wangyu's mind suddenly jumped out a name, making him stunned at first, then ecstatic. Yes, this person was absolutely suitable. Li Wangyu immediately became excited. He got up and paced back and forth, thinking about what he had just thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was feasible. Niu Wu, prepare a horse. Let's go to Chang'an City. I want to enter the palace. Li Wangyu thought it through and punched his own palm. He raised his head and laughed. Niu Wu did not know what was going on. He rushed over and said, Lang Jun, it's already past midnight. The drum of dusk in Chang, and will sound in 2 hours. Are you sure you want to go to Chang'an now? The beautiful boss also walked out and asked curiously, Wang Yu, why are you in such a hurry to go to Chang'an? Li Wangyu laughed and said, Hee, it's about the school. I just thought of who I can find to be the vice principal of the school. Wah, I'm really a genius. The beautiful boss gave him an angry look. She also knew that Li Wangyu had been thinking about this matter these days. In the end, this guy was just lazy and wanted to find someone to help him deal with those tedious matters. Who do you want to find? Ma Zhou and Yan Liben can't do it. Ha, don't worry, of course I won't. Changqing, you know this person too. Li Wangyu moved closer to his beautiful superior's ear and whispered a few words. Su Changqing couldn't help but cover her laughter. This guy is suitable, but are you sure he wants to be the vice principal of the school? Although I don't know him well, I know that this guy is obsessed with official positions. What makes you think you can get him to go to the school? The beautiful boss suddenly asked curiously with her big eyes. Hee, I have my own plan. Anyway, I'll go to Chang'an first. This matter should not be delayed. After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he led Niu Wu out of the castle in a hurry. He mounted a horse and led a group of troops towards Chang'an city. When they arrived at Taiji Palace, the palace gate was about to be locked. Hearing that Li Wangyu wanted to see him, Pai Lupi could not help but be surprised. He did not know why he came to Chang'an city at this time. Ziyo, why are you in such a hurry? Why did you come to see me so late? In the Yin and Yang hall, Pai Lupi asked curiously. Li Wangyu said, Hee, uncle, I came here today because I have 2 things to ask of you. Let me hear it. Li Wangyu said, the first thing is about the academy. I want to give the 6 components of the academy to you, uncle, just like the carriage company and the wine workshop. This academy, well, it should be called the Royal Academy of the Tang Dynasty. Uncle, you will be the dean of the academy. What do you think? Pai Lupi was not happy to hear this. Instead, he was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. The reason was very simple. According to what Li Wangyu said before, he wanted to let the children of poor people enter the academy for free and provide food and accommodation for 10 years. Wasn't this a matter of losing money? Needless to say, according to Li Wangyu's sketch of the academy, it would cost a lot of money to build. Even though Pai Lupi had only taken a few 100,000 taels of gold from the aristocratic families, he could not bear to throw it away. After Pai Lupi returned to the palace from the examination of the Ministry of Rites, he asked the Minister of Works, Wang Lin, about it. According to Li Wangyu's plan, to build an academy that covered thousands of acres, it would cost at least 500,000 strings of copper coins. This scoundrel actually had the nerve to come to him and ask him to give him 60% of the shares. Didn't that mean that he, Li Heir, would help Li Wangyu make up for 60% of his deficit? The stingy Pai Lupi naturally did not want to be such a fool. Pai Lupi coughed lightly. Since this academy is being built by Ziyo, it is inconvenient for me to participate. It is better for Ziyo to manage it yourself. How could Li Wangyu not understand Pai Lupi's thoughts? He silently ridiculed the stingy Pai Lupi in his heart, but pretended to be regretful and shook his head. Uncle, you really don't want 60% of the academy's money? Then 50% is fine too. This is an opportunity to make money. If this nephew takes it all for himself, he will feel uneasy. Pai Lupi glanced at him but did not reply. He thought to himself, you bastard, do you think I am a fool? You clearly want to squander and you still want to drag me into it. Li Wangyu continued, Uncle, do you think that the academy will lose money? Is that not the case? I have asked Minister Duan. If you want to build the academy, it will cost at least 500,000 strings of copper coins, not to mention that you will provide food and accommodation for those children from poor families for 10 years. I have spent a lot of money in Taiji Palace. I don't have that much gold to squander with you. Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu laugh even more happily. He shook his head like a rattledrum. No, uncle, you're wrong. Not only will the academy not lose money, but it will also make a lot of money. Pai Lupi naturally did not believe him. Ziyo, don't try to trick me into subsidizing you. Uncle, Li Wangyu said, I'll do some calculations for you. This academy can only recruit 500 children a year. That is not a lot, right? Of course not. If you are willing to accept, there will be at least a few thousand. Pai Lupi nodded. He naturally understood how attractive Li Wangyu's academy was to the officials, nobles, and merchants. I said that I will let the children from poor families enter the academy for free, but I did not say that the children of nobles and merchants will also enter the academy for free. The children of these people will study in the academy. I will charge them 100 strings of copper coins for a year's tuition, books, uniforms, and accommodation. That is not a lot, right? Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi stunned. He did not react for a long time. 100 strings of copper coins a year, and he dared to say that it was not a lot? Did he have any shame? Chapter 722. Pai Lupi did not know how to complain about Li Wangyu's unscrupulous pricing. In the Tang Dynasty, ordinary private schools only charged a few pieces of dried meat. As for the official schools of the Tang dynasty, all tuition fees were free. However, Li Wangyu actually told him that he wanted to charge 100 strings of coins for a year's tuition. This was simply robbery. 100 strings of coins, if converted to RMB in the future, would be 400,000 yuan a year. Even the aristocratic schools of the future were not that expensive. Ordinary people in Chang and only had an annual income of around 10 strings of coins. 100 strings of coins was almost equivalent to the income of a family without eating or drinking for 7 or 8 years. Li Wangyu did not think much of it. Was 100 strings of coins a lot? Although 100 strings of coins was equivalent to a year and a half of the salary of a first-rank boss, how many of these bosses relied on the monthly salary from the imperial court to live? The officials and merchants of the Tang dynasty were not poor. Who would dare to say that 100 strings of coins was expensive to be classmates with the crown prince and the prince? Li Wangyu began to count with his fingers for Pai Lupi. Uncle, look, if the academy recruits 500 people in one term, 200 of them will be free of tuition fees and 300 of them will be charged. This will be 30,000 strings of coins a year. It may not seem much, but if we recruit 500 people in the second year, 600 people will pay the tuition fees. That will be 60,000 strings of coins a year. In 10 years, the academy will have 3,000 people paying the tuition fees every year. Then this year's income will be 300,000 strings of coins. Hee, uncle, are you sure you don't want to be a part of the academy? Pai Lupi heard this and was stunned for a while. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Zio, you are too ruthless. 300,000 strings of coins was not a small amount. The amount of coins in the Tang dynasty was not much more than that. Thinking of this, Pai Lupi could not help but curse in his heart. Building an academy could make money like this? He did not care about what he had said before. He coughed lightly and said, since Zio has such intentions, then I will take 60% of the academy. Building the academy will cost a lot of money, and I can't let Zio bear it alone. Yes, I will pay for 60% of the expenses. Li Wangyu once again despised Pai Lupi, who was not willing to act until he saw the rabbit. He said seriously, since uncle is willing to fund it, how about we call the academy the Royal Academy of the Tang dynasty? What do you think? Good, of course. Pai Lupi was naturally satisfied. Li Wangyu continued, uncle, in fact, whether the academy makes money or not is secondary. More importantly, the academy can continuously cultivate talents for the Tang dynasty, the imperial court, and uncle. It can cultivate talents who are loyal to the Tang dynasty and the imperial court. This is the key. Oh? What do you mean, Ziyu? Pai Lupi asked curiously. Li Wangyu did not speak at this time. He looked around at the maids in the Yin and Yang palace, which meant that Pai Lupi asked them to leave. Some words could not be heard by others. It was rare for Li Er to see Li Wangyu so serious, so he also put away his smile. He signaled to the palace maids and ordered them all to leave. Even Mitua was not left. Soon, only the uncle and nephew were left in the hall. Zio, what exactly did you mean by what you said just now? You can say it. Pai Lupi asked again, how can you guarantee that the students taught by the academy will be loyal and patriotic? Li Wangyu lowered his voice and spat out 2 words from his throat, brainwashing. Brainwashing? Pai Lupi was stunned and did not understand the meaning of the word. What is brainwashing? Li Wangyu nodded. That's right, it is brainwashing. Brainwashing was the use of external methods to instill ideas into others. Well, uncle, you can understand the preaching of the Buddhist and Taoist sects as a kind of brainwashing. Therefore, no matter if it is a monk or a Taoist, their faith is absolutely firm. Because they recite scriptures every day, their faith in Buddha and Taoist ancestors has been deeply ingrained in their bones. And the more they shave their heads when they are young, the more they are like this. Pai Lupi frowned and thought for a while. Zio, why do you only recruit children? Is it because of this reason? To brainwash them? Li Wangyu said, that's right, it is because of this. I think that when teaching these children from young, not only should they be taught knowledge, but they should also be instilled with the idea of loyalty and patriotism. Uncle, what do you think will happen after 10 years? Patriotic education should start from young. Li Er could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If people were taught the idea of loyalty and patriotism for 10 years, and these students continuously entered the imperial court in the future, wouldn't the Tang dynasty be as stable as Mount Tai? After 10 years of systematic education, even if only 30 or 40% of these children could learn something, it would be a terrible force. If there were 100 or 200 students who graduated from the academy every year to become officials, what kind of situation would it be? More importantly, as Li Wangyu said, these people had been taught the idea of loyalty and patriotism since young, and this was their belief. Thinking of this, Pai Lupi could no longer sit still. He stood up and paced back and forth in the hall. What Li Wangyu said today was something he had never thought of. In fact, this was also the reason why Li Wangyu only recruited children and not adult scholars. After all, those adult scholars had already formed their 3 views and were difficult to change, but children were like a blank sheet of paper. Since ancient times, although loyalty and patriotism were taught in China, no one had ever taught this as a belief, and there was no systematic education. Confucius said to be benevolent, and Meng said to be righteous. It was true that scholars had the lofty sentiments and backbone to pledge their loyalty to their country, and there had been no shortage of heroic men who had sacrificed their lives for their country throughout the ages. However, this was not the same as what Li Wangyu said about educating them to be loyal to their country from childhood. Li Wangyu now really liked the Tang dynasty, and naturally did not want a person like An Lushan to appear 100 years later. Although he could not control what would happen 100 years later, he could do his best to prevent it from happening. As long as the Imperial Academy of the Great Tang was successfully established, with the Imperial Academy as an example, he could slowly influence the other private schools and schools of the Great Tang and push forward the education of patriotism. He didn't believe that in 100 years, that dog of a fart An Lushan would be able to stir up any waves. Pai Lupi finally understood the crux of the matter, and he slammed his palm on the table. Good, Zio, your idea is indeed brilliant. That's how it should be. This Tang Dynasty Royal Academy must be set up, and please expand it. In my opinion, why don't we directly recruit 1,000 children? Li Wangyu blinked. Damn, Pai Lupi actually became a radical. Recruit 1,000 children? How much trouble would that cause? Even if there were 50 people in a class, wouldn't there be 20 classes in a grade? However, Li Wangyu did not object. As long as he could get that person to be the vice principal, he would let that person have a headache. He did not care. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu smiled at Pai Lupi and said, "Uncle, I don't have the energy to